Chapter 589. The 10,000 zhang tall jade platform ascended step by step. Dragons and phoenixes soared, primal chaos swirling about. Even though everyone knew that this wasn't real, they were still shocked. The azure dragon and divine phoenix were extremely realistic. There were over 10,000 of them formed from immortal energy, adding a mysterious aura to the five-colored jade platform. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to see anything even if they looked up. After all, the five-colored jade platform was tens of thousands of zhang tall. However, everyone's divine eyes were like lightning, piercing through the clouds and mist, vaguely seeing it. Above, there was a coffin that was old and ancient, releasing endless vicissitudes. Even though it was less than 3 zhang long, it seemed to have endured endless eras, storing all of the years. What great changes, what boundless great earth, what boundless starry sky. None of it could compare to a corner of the coffin. It seemed to have condensed the past, present, and future, passing through millions of years. At this point, no one could safely pass through. Their bodies were about to break apart. Their entire bodies were in intense pain, and even their bones were cracking. On this five-colored jade platform, there was a boundless terrifying pressure that surged like a tide. It was vast and mighty, making one's body feel like it was going to collapse. Had the extreme Tao of the great ancient emperors revived? This was what everyone was wondering. This type of matchless pressure had only appeared during the Battle of the Northern Divine Region City. No cultivator could resist it. Could it be that it was released by a corpse? Just how terrifying of a power did it have when it was still alive? They couldn't help but feel horrified. Right now, they were not far from the five-colored jade platform, unable to take another step forward. All ancient treasures were useless. At this time, everyone's divine force was severely suppressed. Even though they could still use magical power, it wasn't as smooth as before. At this point, Yi Fan and Dongfang Yi were undoubtedly the most suited to this environment. Their bodies were even stronger than divine lords. Even though their divine force was weakened, their fighting prowess didn't decrease. This ancient coffin might have existed since the archaic era. Whether or not there were deities in this world would be revealed today. The coffin wasn't placed horizontally on the 10,000 zhang jade platform, but instead floated in the void above, suspended within the primal chaos and immortal energy as if it had a life of its own. It's over, we can only stop here, unable to take another step forward. What should we do? Dongfang Yi said. The 10,000 zhang tall platform was right in front of them, yet they couldn't approach it. The aura descending from above was difficult to endure, as if their bodies and souls would be destroyed. A group of small fries even came here, not knowing the difference between life and death. A young man's voice sounded. He walked over with his hands behind his back. Trash, who are you talking about? Dongfang Yi licked his lips. This was a sign that the barbarians were about to attack. He raised the big stick in his hand. Don't be rash. This is a powerful being. The old blind man stopped him. A bunch of trash. This young man looked over in disdain. He slowly walked over, bringing with him an oppressive pressure. Yi Fan and the others felt that something wasn't right. This was a powerful being whose temperament wasn't up to standard. He didn't take them seriously at all and wanted to clear this place. Uncle. At that moment, another voice rang out. A middle-aged man approached this place with great difficulty. It was obvious that the 10,000-meter-tall jade platform was giving him a great deal of pressure. Yi Fan cried out in his heart. This was bad. The Shao family's people had arrived. It was the half-step almighty Shao Ji who had tried to kill him several times. Yi Xiao Tian. When Shao Ji arrived, he immediately spotted Yi Fan. His eyes widened, and he let out a roar as he prepared to pounce at Yi Fan. He's the one who killed Mingyuan. The young man's expression immediately darkened. He looked down at Yifan and said, "Are you going to cut yourself, or are you waiting for me to do it?" Yifan snorted coldly. He didn't say anything. His steps were light, and he glided over like an immortal towards the 10,000-meter tall jade platform. He was moving forward against the strong pressure. In an instant, he arrived in front of the jade platform. At this place, his divine power was suppressed even more, and it was very difficult to use it. "Little Yi, let's see where you can go now." Xiaozhi walked over with an eerie expression. He was like a cat playing with a mouse. He didn't hurry and approached Yifan. Xiao Yunxing was Grand Tutor Zhao's blood brother. He looked very young, but this was not his actual age. With his hands behind his back, he didn't seem to care at all. He walked over and looked down at Yifan. "Kneel down yourself. Little dog Yi, let's see how you can survive this time." Xiaozhi's expression was sinister. With one step, he arrived in front of Yifan. With the 8 trigrams purple copper cauldron in his hand, he slammed it down. At this moment, Yifan didn't show any fear. Instead, he revealed a mocking expression. He calmly made an embracing mountain seal with his left hand and slammed it forward. This wasn't the seal technique of the past, but the flawless secret technique he obtained from the precipice of the savage world. This was the earth seal of the 3 seals of heaven, earth, and man, Buzz. The power was extreme and incomparably ferocious. It was as if a piece of earth was pressing down. This left hand filled the sky, terrifying beyond compare. Xiaozhi sneered. He was a half-step almighty. How could a dragon transformation realm cultivator be his opponent? The purple copper cauldron in his hand flowed with purple splendor as it pressed down. However, he immediately felt that something was wrong. His divine power was not flowing smoothly, and he was severely suppressed in this place. He actually couldn't activate his weapon. He suddenly became vigilant. This wasn't what made him feel uneasy. His opponent's strength was far inferior to his, so he should be suppressed even more. However, his opponent's hand seal wasn't restricted. Once the embracing mountain seal appeared, it was as if the earth was in the sky. It was heavy and imposing, suppressing everything. A large black hand slammed down. Dang! In front of the 10,000 zhang jade platform, everyone's Dao power was suppressed, and they couldn't smoothly use it. However, Yifan's physical body was strong, and this was pure physical strength. Embracing mountain seal. Yifan's left hand was like a black peak as it struck the purple copper cauldron. A rumbling sound rang out, and with a crack, the copper cauldron cracked and fell to the ground. Behind him, everyone was shocked. A weapon interwoven with the laws of order was destroyed just like that by his physical body. Just how strong was his physique? "Retreat!" Xiao Yunxing shouted. He rushed over with a step, activating his overflowing magical power to block. Yifan's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. The embracing mountain seal in his left hand continued to shake, and a black shadow of a great mountain appeared, pressing forward. Xiaozhi shouted and did his best to retreat. He pushed out both hands to block the black embracing mountain seal, but he was powerless. Pooh! His hands immediately turned into a bloody pulp, crushed by the black peak. Then, his arms, like tofu, were brushed by Yifan's left hand and also shattered with a pop. Blood and bone fragments flew everywhere. Behind him, everyone was shocked. However, Xiao Yunqing's magical power finally surged over and blocked Yifan's attack. Bang! There was a huge tremor, and Yifan fell back. Xiaozhi used this opportunity to stagger back. His arms had disappeared, turned into a bloody pulp, and no longer existed. In this place where immortals are buried, everyone's divine power was suppressed. Yifan relied on pure physical strength to seriously injure a half-step cultivator. Ah! Xiaozhi screamed. He was going crazy and couldn't believe all this. With his strength, no matter how many Yi Fan came, he could kill them. But now, this was the result. In just one exchange, his arms were destroyed by his opponent. He was angry, ashamed, angry, and annoyed. The pain made him sweat profusely. Xiao Yunqing's face was as calm as water. Although he looked like a young man, his power was comparable to a sect leader. His black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were like lightning as he rushed over. Swoosh! Yi Fan was even faster. He ascended the sky in 9 steps and rushed to the jade platform's 18 steps. He felt endless pressure pressing down from that height. Here, he stopped. His right hand moved, and marks of the Tao appeared. He formed the man-ruler seal. At this moment, he was like a sovereign of the human race. He looked down on the world and the vast earth with a domineering attitude. This was the man-ruler seal. Once it was displayed, a person's temperament would change. He was like the king of the human race, standing in the clouds and looking down on all beings. Boom! Yi Fan formed the seal. With a loud sound, he staggered backwards. Although he was shaken, there were no injuries. On the other side, Xiao Yunqing's expression changed. He was an almighty, but his overflowing mana was not flowing smoothly, so he couldn't kill his opponent. Again. Yi Fan climbed up the 9 steps and shouted. Not good. For the first time, Xiao Yunqing felt the seriousness of the situation. The opponent's physique was abnormally strong, even stronger than an almighty like him. It was beyond his expectations. In this place, the mana was suppressed, and the strength of the physique was fully displayed. If he climbed to the top of the jade platform, it was hard to say who would live and who would die. Trash, come up and fight. Yi Fan sneered. Xiao Yunqing's expression darkened. Without saying a word, he climbed up the jade steps. A cultivator from the dragon transformation realm was shouting at an almighty. This caused the people below to be stunned. This was truly awe-inspiring. Awe! Below, Xiao Ji shouted. After losing both his arms, he was in great pain. Seeing this scene, he was furious. What are you shouting for? The barbarian walked forward with his wolf-tooth club. He was fierce and stared at the half-step almighty. You! Xiao Ji almost died of anger. His strength was unfathomable, and he was respected wherever he went. But today, he was being looked down upon. However, he knew Dongfang Ye's background. He was a barbarian from some ancient tribe. His physique was extremely abnormal. If they fought in this godforsaken place, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. What happened? At this moment, a clear voice was heard. A spirited old man arrived. It was Grand Preceptor Xiao. Beside him was an old man. Father, you are finally here. Xiao Ji spat out a mouthful of blood, drenching his clothes. Without saying a word, the barbarian rushed up the jade platform. He would definitely be at a disadvantage if he stayed below. He had to imitate Yi Fan and rely on his physique to climb up. Bang! Above, Yi Fan's hand formed the human ruler imprint. His black hair danced about crazily. He fought a great battle with Xiao Yunqing, but he was still unharmed. Suddenly, he fought against an almighty being. The people who had just arrived were all shocked, especially Grand Preceptor Xiao and the others. Their expressions continuously changed. At this moment, the 4 emperors of the Central Plains, the demon lord of the Southern Mountains, and the divine monk of the Western Desert all arrived. They all revealed strange expressions. Forget it. Grand Preceptor Xiao waved his hand and made Xiao Yunqing retreat. The 2 barbarians of the younger generation could rely on their physique to fight against almighty beings on the jade platform. If 2 of them were killed here, it truly wasn't worth it. So lively, a few more sect masters arrived. They were all great figures whose might shook the world. Some of them were cultivators that gave the 4 great immortal dynasties headaches. They came from the 100 sections. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He saw a few familiar people. He had seen them at the Jade Lake Feast of Peaches. For example, the old sect master of the Central Plains Yin Yang sect. He was over 3,000 years old and was a living fossil-level character. At this moment, apart from Yi Fan's group, there was no one from the younger generation. They were all world-shaking sect master-level existences that looked down on the boundless earth. These people all came. It was clear that there was going to be a great battle. Even the flesh and bones of the ancient saints were world-shocking divine objects, let alone the ancient deities. The floating ancient coffin on the 10,000 zhang jade platform was a priceless immortal treasure. No one would let it go, and there would definitely be a bitter struggle over it. At this time, everyone dispersed and began to ascend the platform from different directions. They walked up the jade stairs. These people are truly well prepared. They brought so many super forbidden artifacts. The old blind man was astonished. Duan sighed and said, "They have engraved a portion of the laws of the ancient saints. Yin Yang Mirror, Heaven Flipping Imprint, Southern Demon Bell, and Middle Emperor Cauldron. With so many super forbidden artifacts, they can make it to the 10,000 zhang jade platform. We've already come this far. Don't tell me our efforts will all go to waste." Dongfang Yi was unwilling to give up. He took out the saint's golden arm bone. The old blind man poked Duanda and said, "Little fatty, don't hide anymore. You have a lot of treasures on you. Hurry up and take one out. We can't let them ascend the jade platform first. Old bastard, you have great treasures on you. Take one out and it will be enough to protect us." Duanda said. The two swindlers began to wrangle. In the end, Duanda became anxious. He took out the saint's oil lamp and placed it together with Dongfang Ye's golden arm bone. "Old bastard, hurry up and offer your treasures." The old blind man chanted an incantation. An ancient shield flew out and also placed it on the saint's arm bone. To be more precise, it was a tortoise shell. Enlightened being didn't say a word. He stretched out the Bodhi branch and placed it in front of them. Immediately, boundless life energy surged out and shocked everyone. Yi Fan thought for a moment and took out the rotten copper piece. He crossed it with the other artifacts and immediately, an indescribable Tao rhyme flowed out. There were divine patterns carved on the immortal tears green gold paper. These artifacts weren't the weapons of the ancient saints, nor were they replicas. However, some of them were relics left behind by the saints. When they were put together, they flowed with an indescribable aura. They advanced step by step and were actually able to temporarily block the pressure from the jade platform. When they reached 5,000 feet, these artifacts couldn't withstand the pressure anymore. The few of them found it difficult to move forward. The pressure from the divine remains covered the sky and earth, wanting to tear them apart. It was difficult to endure. What a pity. The only saint's bone left behind by the ancient saints has been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. It's a peerless divine object. It's just that it didn't have the corresponding formation patterns carved on it. Otherwise, it would be able to protect us. Isn't my saint's lamp the same? It's a true divine material, but it doesn't have the corresponding law imprints. What do we do? Can't we go up? They stopped at 5,000 feet, halfway up the jade platform. It was difficult to go any further. Even Yi Fan didn't dare to take the risk. Crack. Cracking sounds came from other places. The supreme forbidden artifacts were cracking, and many people had no choice but to stop. Hey, something's not right. There are still some major forces moving forward. They must have some unknown divine objects on them. Let's go all out. I must get the relics of the ancient gods. Duanda clenched his teeth and finally took out his ultimate treasure. Swoosh! With a flash of light, a broken bowl appeared above his head. Thousands of strands of black light fell down and protected the few of them. After we go up, I will use the secret technique of tomb study to change the sky and earth and steal the coffin of the god. You must cooperate with me, Duanda warned. Once the broken bowl appeared, it isolated the supreme pressure. It possessed a mysterious power that made everything within 3 feet calm without a single ripple. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, they went all the way up. Although there was a terrifying aura, their footsteps weren't stopped at all. They slowly reached the top of the jade platform. Humph, trash. Someone sneered. It was Xiao Yunqing. He looked young, but he was a top expert. Grand Tutor Xiao and the people of the Yin-Yang school gathered together and reached the top first. It was unknown what kind of divine object they used to resist the pressure of the god. On the high platform, dragons and phoenixes soared and ancient coffins floated up and down. Several groups of people had already come up, and immortal energy lingered in the air. Chapter 590. Most of them were from the central prefecture, but there were also some from the western desert and the southern mountains. All of them used their own methods to make it to the top of the platform. At this moment, Yi Fan and the rest stood out. No matter what, they could not be considered as strong cultivators, but they managed to make it to the top with a broken bowl. This bowl is not bad, Xiao Yunqing said sinisterly. He stretched out his hand to take the bowl away. There was an endless pressure here. If the broken bowl was taken away, the few of them would be turned into dust in an instant. Their souls would be destroyed. Above Xiao Yunqing and the rest, there were more than 10 forbidden weapons. They combined together and blocked the pressure. At this moment, he was fearless. Yi Fan waved his right hand and lightly flicked upwards. The man-ruler seal appeared naturally. It was like thousands of mountains swaying at the same time. It pierced forward and blocked the endless Fali towards the big hand. Boom! After a huge tremor, the two of them retreated at the same time. Everyone was shocked. The strength of Yi Fan's physique had exceeded their expectations. On this jade platform, everyone's Fali was sealed. Those with strong physiques had the absolute advantage. Everyone, this is a treasure. Maybe there is a saint's law imprint inside. Xiao Yunqing's eyes were sinister as he stared at the broken bowl. As soon as this sentence came out, everyone looked over. Yi Fan and the rest immediately became the focus of all kinds of gazes. Many people revealed strange expressions. Without a doubt, this was very disadvantageous to Yi Fan and the rest. If there was a fight later, many people would pay attention to them and fight for the bowl. Once the few of them lost the protection of the broken bowl, their souls would be destroyed. Xiao Yunqing wanted to use others to kill them. Yi Fan, Dongfang Yi, and the rest were furious. They stared at the few of them. They really wanted to smash the forbidden weapons above their heads and let them have a taste of what it felt like. Unfortunately, Xiao Yunqing and the old leader of the Yin-Yang cult had gathered many powerful cultivators. If they really wanted to fight, their strength was too weak. Before this bowl is lost, I will kill you. Yi Fan stared at Xiao Yunqing and said calmly. He had just entered the Dragon Transformation Mystery Realm not too long ago and was nothing in front of these people. However, the uniqueness of this place gave him the right to say such words. Many people felt that it was absurd to threaten a supreme being like this, but they also felt apprehensive in their hearts. If they were killed by him, it would really be too unjust. Xiao Yunqing sneered. There was nothing more to say now. Once they got off the platform, he would kill Yi Fan with lightning speed. At this moment, everyone's gazes converged onto the coffin once more. This was the true focal point of their fight, a supreme immortal treasure. Why can't we move the coffin? Duanda was anxious. He carried the broken bowl and walked on the jade platform. He had long laid down the coffin locking technique, but it was ineffective. This is the ancient coffin of a deity, how can it be moved by ordinary strength? Your burial studies are completely useless, so don't waste your strength. The old blind man said. The coffin was ancient, rising and falling in the void. There were true dragons, divine phoenixes, and others formed from immortal energy, vivid and lifelike. There were thousands to tens of thousands of them, winding about here. Hiss. Everyone gasped. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the ancient coffin was actually exuberant with life force. Its vitality was incomparably exuberant, even more abundant than everyone's spiritual essence. What is going on? The ancient deity still hasn't died. The coffin floated up and down, not all that stable. When it descended, everyone discovered an abnormality. There was actually a tender leaf growing on the coffin's lid. It isn't that the deity hasn't died, but rather that the coffin hasn't dried up yet. A meter-long branch grew out from the coffin's lid. It was verdant and glistening, and there were a few leaves on it. The exuberant spiritual essence was precisely released by it. How could this be? This should be a coffin from over 1,000,000 years ago. After such an endless amount of time, how could it produce a tender shoot? This is a coffin carved from a stalk of divine wood. Southern Mountain's demon lord revealed the mystery. At this moment, there wasn't a single person who wasn't moved. They were all shaken up. Divine trees and undying medicines were things that could only be discovered and not sought after. Ever since the archaic era, almost all of them had been destroyed. However, there was someone who carved a coffin from an undying tree. In their eyes, this was simply a reckless waste of natural resources. It was truly too wasteful. I understand now. The deity is unresigned, wishing for eternal life. There were some great powers who were horrified. They thought of a few ancient legends. At this moment, everyone was shaken up. They thought of a few secrets. Legend had it that heavenly deities used undying wood as a coffin, allowing them to remain undying through the ages. One day, they might be able to revive. In this world, only the undying medicine and undying tree could exist forever. They wouldn't be destroyed by the passage of time. A coffin carved from undying would naturally maintain some of its characteristics. Within the rare ancient texts that existed in this world, there were some records stating that for the sake of being undying, deities would find an undying tree to bury themselves in before they died. However, how many undying trees could there be in this world? Only 1 or 2 deities had done this type of thing, because there was simply no way of doing it. Of course, no one believed these types of records. From the ancient times until now, there were only legends and no deities descending into the world of mortals. The theory of no immortals had long become the consensus of most people. However, today, they saw a coffin carved from an undying tree. Everyone was shaken up. Without a doubt, this was subversive. It proved that some of the ancient text records might be true. Endless years ago, even before the archaic era, perhaps immortals really did exist. This is Tao Comprehension Ancient Tea Tree. Finally, someone recognized the material of the coffin. On that tender branch, there were a few leaves that were sparkling like agate. Their colors and shapes were all different. Too extravagant. While everyone cried out in alarm, they also released a breath of relief. The Tao Comprehension Ancient Tea Tree was still alive, in Undying Mountain, not extinct. One could imagine that as early as the archaic era, there was someone who cut off an undying tree to carve a coffin for himself. However, he left behind a divine root. After endless years passed, the Tao Comprehension Ancient Tea Tree already recovered. Meanwhile, this coffin didn't decay either, still retaining a strand of vitality. Even this coffin is a treasure. Everyone thought of this problem. After this coffin was dismantled, not only was it a divine object for refining weapons, it was also a precious treasure for comprehending the Tao. This ancient coffin was too extravagant. From past until now, perhaps only one or two deities had done something like this. Others didn't even need to think about it. Swoosh! Someone took action. An expanse of multicolored mist flew out, wishing to seize the initiative and pull down the coffin. Everyone was shocked. There wasn't the terrifying aura they had imagined, no destructive fluctuations descending. This was a bit illogical. The ancient coffin carved from the undying tree steadily descended onto the jade platform. It was divine, auspicious, and incomparably peaceful. Something's not right. This tremendous pressure and exceptionally terrifying aura isn't released by it. Could it be that there is something else? This platform was extremely vast, and there was immortal mist and chaotic energy swirling about. Everyone's first impression was the strongest, so they didn't search other places at all. At this time, a divine monk from the western desert's eyes were like torches. He stared at a hazy area and said, Amit Babuddha. A corpse. Everyone was horrified to discover that the source of the terror wasn't related to the coffin carved from the undying tree at all, but rather on the other side. There, multicolored light flowed about. It was unknown just how many years it had existed for, but there was an ancient corpse sealed within. This piece of ice was extremely special. Even though there was cold energy, it wasn't bone-piercing. 5 types of brilliance flowed about, releasing astonishing vitality and fatality. However, this type of auspicious aura was completely scattered by the corpse within the ice. It was as if he stood at the peak of the endless ages, overlooking the past, present, and future. Everything crawled beneath his feet. Is this an immortal corpse? Everyone was stupefied. They didn't fight over the coffin and instead stared rigidly at this corpse. On the 10,000 zhang jade platform, the unmatched heavenly might that rippled out in all directions originated from him. He was the source of all power. At the same time, everyone noticed something strange. This piece of icy's shape was quite similar to the ancient coffin, as if it was originally placed within the coffin. Everyone was moved inwardly. There was no reason for it to be just a piece of ice. Perhaps it really was originally in the coffin. Everyone quickly thought of this possibility. The ice was hazy. Everyone used all types of exceptional forbidden artifacts to protect themselves. They floated above their heads, resisting the tremendous pressure as they walked forward to observe this departed deity. It's not a corpse, there are no flesh bones. Everyone was stupefied. When they got closer, they finally saw the figure within the 5-colored divine ice. They all revealed expressions of confusion and shock. This wasn't a complete corpse, but rather a piece of human skin. It was dyed in 5-colored blood and flowing with terrifying fluctuations. How could it be like this? Long purple hair, smooth skin that flickered with precious splendor. Even now, there was still luster. There was a crack on the back, the flesh and bones peeled out from this place. The blood that was dyed and was extremely dreamy, greatly different from the human races. There were a total of 5 colors, brilliant and dazzling. Is this a deity from the archaic era? Where did his flesh go? Why is there only an outer layer of skin left? Before the ancient era, there were immortals. Is this proof? Everyone crowded around, all of them shaken. Regardless of whether he was a deity or not, this skin was priceless, comparable to a great emperor's holy object. It was because this type of fluctuation was too terrifying. However, not a single person dared to act blindly without thinking. This immortal skin was almost comparable to the aura of a revived extreme Tao weapon, crushing everyone until they were about to collapse. Even though they used all types of divine objects to protect themselves, it still wasn't enough. They actually felt like they couldn't hold on any longer. Is this really immortal skin? Could it be the skin of an extreme great emperor? There is a line of ancient characters here. Suddenly, someone released a cry of alarm. They discovered a line of characters on the other side of the solid ice. They were written in iron hooks and silver strokes, bold and powerful, as if the great Tao of heaven and earth was embedded there. At this moment, everyone's expressions were extremely brilliant. These characters greatly impacted everyone's thoughts. The general idea was that there was a latecomer who wished to borrow the ancient coffin to sleep and bury himself, and that they had offended him. Even borrowing a coffin. Many people were speechless. Borrowing a coffin from a deity, could it be another deity? That's not right, these are the human race's ancient characters. Before the archaic era, they were all divine characters. It can't be this type of character. Someone cried out. Everyone woke up. Just now, they were too engrossed and forgot about this gargantuan abnormality. The human race's expert borrowed the coffin of a deity to sleep and bury himself. Could this be an ancient great emperor? Everyone's fine hairs stood on end. Their minds were highly concentrated as they looked towards that ancient coffin. Someone was sleeping peacefully inside. These characters are like the heavenly Tao, and they vaguely feel a trace of familiarity. Where have I seen them before? Correct, they seem familiar. They have definitely circulated in this world before. It was just a hurried glance. Everyone's minds were shaken. Who exactly was this? They didn't immediately take action against the five-colored divine ice, and instead arrived before the coffin carved from the undying tree again. They prepared to open this ancient coffin and take a look. This is the imprint of the latecomer. Everyone saw a few indistinct symbols, and they were all shocked. This represented that person's identity. Chapter 591. The ancient coffin was lying on the ground, and there was a half-meter-long branch growing out of it. It was indescribably demonic. One had to know that it had existed for millions of years, yet it was still alive. The chaotic mist swirled, and the immortal mist circulated. The coffin didn't move at all, and there were some blurry imprints on the side wall. Many people's expressions changed. Shwa. Everyone looked at the people from the Great Xia dynasty. Everyone was shaken, and they were filled with indescribable shock. This was the symbol of their race. It's the Grand Emperor of the Primordial Era. Someone said this name with a trembling voice. Everyone's hearts trembled. No wonder when they found those ancient words on the ice, the faces of the Great Xia dynasty's royal family changed. The so-called Grand Emperor was their ancestor. No wonder I felt those words were familiar. I've seen them in the Grand Imperial Hall of the Great Xia before. Someone suddenly realized. The Great Xia dynasty was one of the four great immortal dynasties in the Central Plains. It was one of the most ancient and terrifying top powers. Its ancestor was a human Grand Emperor. The Grand Imperial Hall was the residence left behind by that ancient Grand Emperor. Although it was empty, later generations and sect leaders still had the chance to pay their respects. Although the imprints on the coffin weren't clear, they could tell that it was a blurry human-shaped imprint, and on his back was a dragon. It was unique, and only the ancestor of the Great Xia had this imprint. Later generations treated it as the symbol of the immortal dynasty. Why is the Grand Emperor here? Everyone was shocked, and they looked at the people from the Great Xia dynasty. How many Grand Emperors could there be? A human Grand Emperor didn't reunite with his people in his later years, but came here alone, borrowed a coffin from a god, and buried himself here. This matter made people feel evil, and there was an indescribable strangeness. Why was it like this? The Grand Emperor, the mystery of his life and death, and no one knows. It's actually here. Someone stared at the people from the Great Xia dynasty. When the two words, Grand Emperor, were mentioned, they trembled. No one didn't fear this name, even though it had been countless years since he left the world. Ancestor, according to the records, he left alone in his later years, and no one knows where he went. I didn't think he would come here. The great Xia Emperor sighed. Everyone was a little dizzy. An ancient Grand Emperor personally founded the immortal dynasty, and ruled millions of miles of land. He was invincible, and he was one of the strongest since ancient times. Couldn't they even find a burial ground? Couldn't they even find a piece of burial ground? However, everyone felt relieved in the end. This was a coffin carved from the undying tree. There were legends of eternal life, and apart from deities, no one else could obtain it. The Grand Emperor had snatched the burial ground of a deity and occupied the nest of a magpie. When this deduction was made, everyone was incomparably shocked. Not only this coffin, but also this place. Of the Grand Emperor. The Grand Emperor was also this. Of. Grand Emperor must also have the Grand Emperor. Ancestor, this unfilial descendant has come to welcome your distinguished self home. An old imperial uncle choked with emotion, using his purple golden dragon robes to wipe away his tears. After the shock, people, they. And, that. And, thou. They, and. Of. Everyone revealed strange expressions. Not to mention that the corpse of a great emperor was a supreme immortal treasure that could be refined into an extreme sacred weapon. This coffin carved from the undying tree was also extremely rare. The Tao comprehension wood was a treasure that cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. This is my great Xia's ancestor. Fellow Taoists, you won't make things difficult for us, right? The great Xia Emperor was majestic and imposing. He wore a 9-dragon crown on his head as he asked in a heavy voice. No one responded. From an ethical point of view, taking away the ancestor's corpse was something that should be done. There was no way to stop them. However, this corpse was not ordinary. It was a priceless immortal material that could be refined into an unrivaled emperor weapon. It was hard to find in this world, and there was no one who wouldn't be tempted. The atmosphere was a bit tense. No one said anything. The people gathered here were all powerful figures who could look down on the world. Not to mention the great figures from the 100 sects, just the other 3 great dynasties of the central continent could be compared to Great Xia. Apart from this, there were also the Southern Mountains Demon Lord and Warlord, as well as the Western Desert Divine Monk. Which one of them wasn't a representative of a great power with terrifying origins? In the past, when the Grand Emperor walked the world, he was invincible and lonely throughout the ages. What kind of majesty was that? All of us wanted to see his face. That's right. Sigh at the endless years, how many great emperors could there be? We didn't have the fortune to see them. If we were fortunate enough to see the Grand Emperor's true appearance today, it would be worth it even if we died. Someone broke the silence. The others all agreed. Great Xia's people were in a difficult situation. As long as the corpse in the coffin was exposed to the light, there would definitely be a bloody battle. The ancestor's corpse must not be desecrated. Great Xia's old uncle's white brows trembled as he shouted in a stern voice. That's right. The ancestor is a great emperor of the human race. How can we disturb him by opening the coffin? The great Xia Emperor's black hair danced about chaotically. His eyes were like lightning. A sect master said, "These words are wrong. We all admire the unrivaled bearing of the great emperor of the past and worship him with a pious and reverent heart. How can this be considered desecration?" The atmosphere became a bit tense again. There was more or less a hint of a storm about to arrive. The corpse of a great emperor was enough to make people fight until blood flowed like rivers. However, no one dared to make the first move to open the coffin. Not only were they afraid of the others, they were also afraid of the deceased great emperor. The legends he left behind were too many. The Grand Emperor shook the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. He created the Grand Emperor scripture, an unrivaled ancient scripture. Among them, the offensive scripture, Imperial Draconic Chi, was unparalleled in the Central Prefecture. It was faintly the #1 scripture in the current era. It was said that in terms of offense, the only one that could compete with it was the fighting formula of the 9 secrets. Unfortunately, it only appeared occasionally and was almost lost in the inheritance. The Grand Emperor was a legend. When he walked in the mortal world, he was comparable to deities. Some people said that he could go against the heavens and slay immortals. He was an extraordinary, unrivaled character. Back then, his offensive power caused the entire world to tremble. He was unparalleled in the world. Once the Imperial Draconic Chi appeared, no one in the world could compete against him. The Grand Emperor overlooked the world and left behind an indelible and glorious mark in the history of the human race. Even though he had died, people were worried that he still had some tricks up his sleeves. They were afraid that the moment the coffin was opened, a destructive disaster would occur. This wasn't an impossibility. The people of the Grand Xia Empire frowned. They understood that it was extremely difficult to bring away the entire divine coffin. All the sect masters in the world wouldn't agree to it. Alright, we will open the coffin. Our Grand Xia will only take away the remains of the founder. The coffin will be left for everyone. The Grand Xia Emperor directly stated. Hua! A commotion broke out at the scene. Even if they were all supreme experts, they couldn't remain calm anymore. After the coffin was opened, there might be a bloody battle. Everyone took a few steps back. The Grand Emperor is revered by all races since ancient times. Not everyone can see his dragon face. It's better for those who have no business leaving to avoid blaspheming the Great Emperor. The old sect master of the Yinyang sect, Wang Yangzhan, spoke. Some people nodded in agreement. They knew what he meant. They wanted to clear the scene. Anything left behind by the Great Emperor in the ancient coffin was a treasure. With so many people, there was simply not enough to go around. Now, after forcing some people away, only the supreme powers remained to discuss the distribution and ownership of the immortal treasures. Grand Preceptor Zhao's group stood together with the Yinyang sect. Xiao Yunqing had a smile that was not a smile. He stared at Yi Fan and the others and said, "If you leave early, you can still live for half a day." "What do you mean?" Yi Fan stared at him indifferently. "Everyone here knows their background. Only the few of you don't know your background." Xiao Yunqing was calm and unruffled. He stared at Yi Fan and the others with a hint of disdain. Then he said casually, "I think it's necessary to drive away these people who can't see the light and can't be seen in public." When such a supreme expert spoke, some people immediately nodded in agreement. They thought it was necessary to drive away some people. Duande, Dongfang Yi and the others were all angry. The blind old man also snorted and rolled his eyes. Xiao Yunqing said indifferently, "In this place, everyone is a supreme expert. They are all people with great identities. You few ants should leave quickly." Even the half-step supreme expert stopped at the foot of the platform. No one followed. A cultivator from the dragon transformation realm like Yi Fan was too conspicuous. Yi Fan stretched out a finger. He did not have any respect for the supreme experts. He pointed at his nose and said, "Who do you think you are?" Xiao Yunqing's eyes were filled with killing intent. He really wanted to slap Yi Fan to death. However, his divine power was restricted in this place. He said coldly, "Everyone here is a leader-level figure. There is no place for you to stand. Hurry up and get lost. We have a meeting here." "Who do you think you are?" Yi Fan sneered. Xiao Yunqing's face darkened. He said, "Small fry, you are looking for death. Fellow Taoists, how about we ask them to leave? This bowl is not bad." He once again encouraged everyone to stare at Duanda's bowl. If it was taken away here, Yi Fan and the others would definitely be killed. Some people had already seen that this bowl was not ordinary. In an instant, many people were tempted. Let me see how powerful a green onion like you can be. No one expected Yi Fan to suddenly make a move and take the initiative to attack a powerful being. Buzz! He swung his palm directly towards Xiao Yunqing's face. The wind was like thunder, and the void was distorted. Everyone was stunned. This young man was too reckless. He dared to slap a supreme expert so rudely. It was a complete humiliation. After all, he was only a dragon transformation realm cultivator. Attacking a supreme expert like this was a blatant disrespect. Xiao Yunqing's expression changed. He had roamed the world for so many years. There had never been anyone who dared to slap his face. He backed up, his hands moving about. Even though his divine force was restricted, the flow not all that smooth, there was still a sea of essence energy surging, interweaving into an expanse of natural laws in front of him. It was like a five-colored rain of light. This was the embodiment of his Tao skills. Boom! Yi Fan's palm landed on his light screen. The platform shook, and both of them took a few steps back. What is this kid's background? He can resist a supreme expert's ocean-like Tao with his physical strength. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Everyone present was a hero. After the shock, they did not show too much expression. They could only discuss like this. You're just a green onion, and you want to ask me to leave. I'll fight you with only one hand. Yi Fan hooked his finger at Xiao Yunqing, trying to provoke him to attack. Little bastard. Xiao Yunqing's face was ashen. Everyone present was a peerless supreme expert. In front of everyone, he was humiliated and looked down on by a nobody from the dragon transformation realm. How could he accept this? Boom! Even though his divine power was not flowing smoothly, he still forced himself to increase it. The mysterious light in front of him was like a raging sea. The laws interweaved, and a forbidden weapon appeared above his head. Fatty, follow me. Yi Fan pulled Duanda and asked him to help protect his body. He raised his battle strength to the peak of his current state. Kaboom! Yi Fan took action, like a human-shaped wild dragon. With a raise of his hand, the void collapsed. His hands slapped out, as if they could pull up mountains and split apart peaks, valiant and unstoppable. He had been patiently waiting until now. Now that he had found such an opportunity, he would not let it go. He pointed at the sky and struck down. Kaboom! The light screen in front of Xiao Yunqing cracked, and the laws kept collapsing. After all, his divine power was sealed. Although he could still use it, it could not be compared to his usual power. Bang! He was sent flying. He could not block Yi Fan, who was like a beast. The impact was huge and terrifying. Fatty, follow up. Yi Fan shouted. He asked Duanda to continue to protect him. He formed a seal with both hands and struck forward. Mountain embracing seal. He held a mountain in his arms and pushed it outwards. His palm was as black as ink, and an ancient demonic mountain pressed down. Bang! Xiao Yunqing's expression changed. He attacked passively. His right hand interweaved with laws to block. However, the divine light was not as strong as usual. It was penetrated in an instant. Yi Fan used his hand to form a mountain stamp and pierced through Xiao Yunqing's palm. Blood immediately spurted out of Xiao Yunqing's palm. Ah! Xiao Yunqing screamed and quickly retreated. His right hand was completely deformed. His bones were broken. Yi Fan chased after Xiao Yunqing like a ghost. The black mountain seal on his right hand did not stop. It continued to attack and smash down fiercely. Puff! Blood spurted out. Xiao Yunqing's right arm was smashed into meat paste. Bone fragments and flesh splattered everywhere. Everyone was shocked. What kind of body type was this? Even the body of a supreme cultivator could not withstand it. In a close combat, he suffered a great loss. At this moment, Yi Fan used the secret art of the ancient celestial dynasty, the celestial court. He struck out a palm that was impossible to dodge. Slap. Xiao Yunqing was slapped hard on the face. His lower jaw was cracked. A long stream of blood flew out. Everyone was shocked. An almighty being had been slapped by a cultivator from the dragon transformation secret realm. This was simply a fantasy story. It was like a lion being tripped by an ant. This was simply unrealistic and illogical. However, the reality was that it really happened. This powerful cultivator from the Shao family suffered a great loss. His jaw was almost broken. There wasn't a single person who wasn't dumbfounded. This was too unexpected, and they didn't know what to say. Son of a bitch. Xiao Yunqing's lungs were about to explode. His lower jaw was cracked. It was very difficult for him to speak. It was like he was eating a salted duck egg. Son of a bitch. Yi Fan's expression was cold. He quickly approached Xiao Yunqing. Duondo was very cooperative. He kept the broken bowl moving forward and protected Yi Fan's body. Slap. Yi Fan slapped Xiao Yunqing's face again. It was still the secret art of the celestial court. It was strange and impossible to defend against. It was as if the slap came from the sky. Xiao Yunqing was stunned. He was slapped the second time. It was a loud and clear slap. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth for more than 2 meters. Half of his face was almost slapped off and almost deformed. Ah! At this moment, Xiao Yunqing almost went crazy. He was a powerful cultivator from the Shao family, but he was humiliated like this. You piece of onion. Yi Fan followed up and spat out these words. Chapter 592. Xiao Yunqing was slapped by a cultivator from the dragon transformation realm. He was completely stunned. He roared like a wounded beast. Yi Fan followed up and pressed his right hand down. This time, it was aimed at the center of Xiao Yunqing's eyebrows. He wanted to cut open his head. Xiao Yunqing raised his left hand to block. If the center of his eyebrows was broken, his divine sense would be destroyed. In that case, even if he was a peerless cultivator, he would not be able to survive. At his level of cultivation, even if his limbs were broken, he could regrow them. The only thing that could not be injured was his divine sense. Once the soul imprint was destroyed, the person would no longer exist. Bang! What Yi Fan unleashed was still the mountain-embracing imprint, advancing courageously. His right hand was pitch black like a mountain peak, shattering the laws formed from interweaving divine force, attacking inside. Crack! Xiao Yunqing's left hand spasmed and twisted. His left hand was severely fractured. The pain made his face contorted and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Puff! Yi Fan's right hand turned into a black mountain and kept pressing down. It was a pure physical confrontation. Xiao Yunqing's palm and fingers were finally broken and turned into a pile of meat paste. How strong was the body of an expert? But in front of Yi Fan, it wasn't enough. It was smashed apart by his peak physical strength. Ah! Xiao Yunqing screamed. He leaned back to avoid the attack that was going to cut open his head. Yi Fan's right hand pressed down, almost touching his forehead. Xiao Yunqing's soul almost left his body. He did not care about his face anymore. He fell to the ground and rolled on the ground. Bang! Yi Fan took 3 steps forward. He swung his right leg and smashed it down with great force. Crack! This kick was extremely powerful. The sole of the foot landed on Xiao Yunqing's chest. More than a dozen of his ribs were broken. Puff! Xiao Yunqing opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, all his internal organs were broken. The kick almost went through his chest. Bang! Yi Fan continued to move his leg, and this time, he didn't hold back at all. He stepped on his forehead, and it was obvious that he wanted to smash his skull and kill him. All of this happened in an instant, so fast that no one could stop it. Everything happened in an instant. Stop! Someone at the side shouted loudly. Grand Preceptor Xiao had over a dozen forbidden weapons above his head. His hair stood on end as he pounced over like an old lion. Bang! Yi Fan was unmoved. His right foot stomped down hard, aiming at the center of Xiao Yunqing's eyebrows. If it landed, even a peerless almighty would die. Pooh! At this critical moment, Xiao Yunqing spat out a mouthful of Xiantian blood essence and turned it into a Qilin shield. Yi Fan roared and used all his strength to stomp down. With a loud bang, he stomped on the blood shield, causing the platform to shake. It was easy to imagine how much power he used. The blood-colored Qilin shield shattered into pieces and then exploded with a bang. Yi Fan's foot's power was mostly blocked, but it still fell in the end. Dong! Like a muffled drum, a part of Xiao Yunqing's head was deflated. It was stomped down by Yi Fan, but it was not cut open in the end. It was a bloody mess. At this time, Grand Preceptor Xiao arrived. He waved his hands, and a beautiful mountain and river painting appeared. He wanted to take Yi Fan in. Bang! Yi Fan flicked his finger. This time, he formed the Man-King seal, and with the posture of the ruler of the human race, he forcefully shook the mountain and river painting. Boom! Yi Fan's physical body was unparalleled, and although Grand Preceptor Zhao's mana was suppressed, he still had the ability to move the sea. With a violent tremor, both of them staggered back. Go to hell! At this time, behind Yi Fan, the barbarian who was also protected by Duanda's broken bowl made his move. He swung the big stick in his hand. On the ground, Xiao Yunqing was shocked and angry. He quickly rolled away to avoid this shocking attack. Clang! The barbarian's physical body was also very terrifying. The wolf-toothed stick could almost pierce through the sky, and it caused the jade platform to shake violently. If it was not the resting place of the gods, it would have already become a pile of ashes. Bang! Xiao Yunqing avoided the first attack, but he could not avoid the second one. With a scream, both of his legs were smashed by Dongfang Yi, and it was a bloody mess. You dare! Grand Preceptor Xiao was furious. Seeing that the barbarian's big stick was about to swing toward the center of his brother's eyebrows, he did his best to attack. However, Yi Fan blocked him and did not let him go forward. He kept colliding with the mountain and river painting. His fingers cracked the sky, and the ancient painting was almost shattered. Swoosh! The people of the Yin-Yang school made their move. A powerful person spat out a waterfall and went forward to save Xiao Yunqing. Otherwise, he would definitely be buried under the barbarian's wolf-tooth stick. At the same time, the old leader of the Yin-Yang school, Wang Yangzhan, personally made his move. He pressed forward to deal with the people in front of him. Originally, he was the one who said he wanted to clear the place. Now that his ally was in trouble, he naturally had to establish his might. This was a living fossil-level existence. He was over 3,000 years old, and everyone was afraid of him. His speed was not very fast, but it was quite oppressive. With his hands behind his back, he glanced at the people with the corner of his eye. That kind of attitude of having everything in the palm of his hand made people feel intimidated. He looked down at the people and stretched out his right hand to grab the broken bowl in the air. He wanted to grab it and make these people lose their protective items, causing them to die a violent death. It could be said that he indeed had the capital to be so conceited. As a living fossil, even a top saint was not his opponent. Humph. The old blind man snorted coldly and slapped out with his right hand. It also contained a mysterious and terrifying power of laws, and it was not weaker than the old leader of the yin-yang school, Wang Yangzhan. Bang! The two collided, and a whirlpool of divine power appeared. It was indescribably strange, and even time and space seemed to have changed. It was a scene of chaos. In the surroundings, everyone was shocked. Many people had their divine power sealed when they came here, but the living fossil level Wang Yangzhan still had this kind of method. As expected, he was a level higher than others. And that unremarkable old blind man had actually blocked his attack. Just now, no one thought highly of him. They did not think that he was an otherworldly expert. It's you, the second greatest bandit of the north, old man Tian Blind. Wang Yangzhan revealed an expression of disbelief. You are not dead yet. If you are not dead, how can I die? The old blind man laughed mischievously. Whoosh! Both sides quickly separated and retreated. They were both very afraid of each other, and no one dared to rashly attack again. Xiao Yunqing was rescued, but it was quite miserable. Both of his arms were smashed into meat paste by Yi Fan, and both of his legs were smashed by the barbarian. Especially his forehead, a part of it had collapsed, and Yi Fan's shoe print was clearly imprinted. This kind of humiliation made him crazy, and the look in his eyes was incomparably resentful. The Tai Huang is the emperor of the human race, and he is respected by all. As a member of the human race, why can't we look up to him? Do you think of other people as alien races, or do you have disloyalty in your hearts? Yi Fan put a big hat on the people of Yin and Yang. Many people were destined to be classified into the ranks of those who wanted to clear the place, and after hearing these words, they all agreed and echoed. The scene was in chaos, and the Xia Imperial Lord walked out of the crowd and said, "We will only take away the body of the ancestor, and we will not touch the others. Now, open the coffin." After the conflict just now, no one dared to act rashly. The seemingly weakest group had 2 barbarians, and there was also the second greatest bandit of the north. This was beyond everyone's expectations. At this moment, Yi Fan and the others also had a strange look in their eyes. They had never thought that the old blind man's background was so great. Chi, 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 beams of divine light shot out, and the imperial draconic chi was injected into the imprint on the ancient coffin. The coffin lid made a sound, and a gap slowly opened. Boom! The primordial chaotic chi rushed out, and the sound was like a clap of thunder. Everyone quickly retreated, looking at the ancient coffin nervously. This was the burial place of an ancient emperor, and no one could be sure if he had left behind a backup plan. Everyone was very nervous. The primordial chaotic chi dissipated, and the coffin lid silently floated up, revealing everything inside. Everyone rushed forward together. It was completely empty. It was actually an empty coffin. There was no corpse, and there was no trace of the Tai Huang. What's going on? Where is the body of the Tai Huang? Why is it an empty coffin? Where did the body of the ancient emperor go? Very soon, people found a human-shaped imprint at the bottom of the coffin. This was the figure of an ancient emperor, and it was branded on the bottom of the coffin. Did the Tai Huang transform into the Tao? He melted himself into heaven and earth. No, this is a type of great Tao imprint, and not a trace of transforming into the Tao. At this moment, people were incomparably excited. This was a Tao imprint left behind by a great human emperor. What kind of profound mysteries were contained within? They didn't even need to think to know that it was a supreme ancient scripture. Where did the Tai Huang go? This was everyone's question. Suddenly, someone pointed at the coffin wall and said, "There are words on it. Undying Heavenly Emperor." Someone read, but he was soon interrupted. Murderous intent erupted here. At this moment, these people finally couldn't bear it anymore. If they wanted to fight over the ancient coffin, they had to take it for themselves. Not only was it the Tao imprint of a great human emperor, but there seemed to be other secrets as well. Don't act rashly, you will destroy the imprint. Someone shouted. Once this coffin broke into pieces, the imprint on it would no longer exist, and no one would be able to obtain it. This old man already said that all unrelated people should leave. Yin Yang Sect's Wang Yangzhan brought up the old matter again. Southern Mountains Demon Lord, Central Continent Emperor, Western Desert Divine Monk, and the others came forward, forcing many people away. And you guys, hurry up and leave. Beside Wang Yangzhan, a great expert berated Yi Fan and the others. His expression was cold, and he was fearless. Have you forgotten the pain just now? The old blind man sneered. This place isn't for just anyone. When Wang Yangzhan said this, life and death energy appeared above his head. Red and black energy curled up, and it was as if a clear sky had descended, suppressing everyone. Every great expert felt suffocated. An ancient saint's weapon. Many people's faces turned pale. Even the Holy Lord level figures felt apprehensive. They had never thought that someone would bring out a saint's weapon, and they would definitely be able to sweep through everything. That kind of power wasn't something a human could resist. In an era where saints rarely appeared, this kind of weapon was practically unrivaled under the heavens. Is this the legendary Yin Yang mirror? When everyone thought of this weapon that was almost like a legend, their expressions all changed. This was a sacred weapon that had been passed down through the ages. It had been passed down in the world for more than 200,000 years, and it had never been destroyed. It was one of the most terrifying ancient saint weapons. Not every saint could refine a weapon that was on par with their own cultivation level, because the materials needed were too difficult to find. It was just like how the great emperor found the phoenix blood scarlet gold, the source energy of all things, and the immortal tears green gold. Weapons refined by ancient saints with ordinary materials could exist for at least 10,000 years, and at most 100,000 years, they would be obliterated under the passage of time. Only supreme saint weapons refined by peerless divine objects could exist for a long time. They were called the sacred weapons, and they were difficult to find in this world. No, it's not that sacred weapon. It doesn't have the invincible energy to destroy all things. It's an ancient mirror that the Yin Yang sect copied 50,000 years ago. Although it came from the hands of a saint, it wasn't forged from a peerless divine object. After tens of thousands of years, it's already half destroyed. However, it still has a very powerful saint's energy. Other weapons definitely can't resist it. Everyone retreated, and many people's faces were pale. They knew that they definitely couldn't compete with the Yin Yang sect. Although the people of the Yin Yang sect were fearless, they didn't dare to be disrespectful to the people of the Eternal Celestial Dynasty. The Eternal Celestial Dynasty was the inheritance of the great emperor of the human race. However, they didn't pretend to be polite to Yi Fan and the others. Xiao Yunqing, who was standing with them, gritted his teeth and shouted, "Get over here. Old blind man, my damaged saint weapon, even in this special place that suppresses divine power, is enough to kill all of you." The old sect master of the Yin Yang sect, Wang Yangzhan, said casually, "For the sake of the legendary old man, I will let you go. However, these people must die." He stared at Yi Fan, Dongfang Yi, Duande, and then locked onto the broken bowl, wanting to take it for himself. The jade platform suddenly quieted down. Everyone knew that even a saint weapon that had long been damaged by the passage of time could still kill many peerless masters. "Fatty, give me your bowl." Wang Yangzhan was cold and merciless as he demanded the protective treasures of these people. At this moment of life and death, Duanda's expression changed unpredictably. One moment, he was gritting his teeth, and the next moment, his eyes flickered. "You insects are all dead." Xiao Yunsheng gritted his teeth and said with incomparable hatred, "Damn fatty, hand over the bowl quickly." "Fuck, do you really think you can beat me?" Duanda gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. The broken bowl above his head released a terrifying aura. Crack! The broken bowl cracked, and tens of thousands of black lights rushed out. An ancient pottery lid was revealed, floating in the void. There was an eye-catching ghost face imprint on it. That is, it looks very familiar, very similar to a legend recorded in an ancient book. I remember, the ghost face, that is the imprint of the heaven-devouring great emperor. This pottery lid is a sovereign weapon. The ancient heaven-devouring evil jar is the extreme Tao weapon of the eastern wasteland. Heavens, the long-lost magic jar lid has finally appeared. Many people were horrified and couldn't help but take a step back. This made people's hair stand on end. A broken bowl actually contained half an extreme sovereign weapon. Don't be afraid, half an extreme weapon can't be revived. Unless a saint comes, no one can activate it, and it can't display the immortal power of a great emperor. Then go and try. Even if it can't display the emperor's power, it can still suppress the ancient saint's weapon. The jade platform was in an uproar. Not a single person wasn't shocked, and they all retreated. Yi Fan was also tongue-tied. The most important part of the ancient heaven-devouring evil jar that the Black Emperor couldn't forget was actually in Duanda's hands, hidden in the broken bowl. "You dare to show off in front of me with a broken mirror?" Duanda raised his head and said calmly, "You guys are finished, you have completely offended me. In the future, I will dig up your ancestors' tombs, and leave your cemetery for my grandson to dig." Chapter 593. There was no need to explain his valiant life. Fatty Duan's way of threatening people was different from others. He talked about digging up people's ancestral graves, and then he talked about digging up people's mausoleums. Everyone was speechless. They had never seen such a person before. They had seen vicious words, but they had never seen someone threatening them with dead people. Digging up your family's graves just because of a disagreement. Who could stand it? Acting alone, this kind of revenge made people dizzy. Damn, what was the background of this damn fatty? This was what many people were thinking, and they were muttering in their hearts. However, when they calmed down, they were even more frightened. Half an emperor weapon was hanging in the air, and the pressure almost suffocated them. Great Emperor Vicious could be said to be the most stunning person since ancient times. There were too many legends about him, and it was hard to summarize all of them. Above Duanda's head, on the lid of the heaven-devouring devil jar, the ghost face imprint had tear stains, but there was also a smile, and there was sunshine in the sadness. Tears blurred the smile. Perhaps this was the life of great Emperor Vicious. It was a reflection of his or her heart, and perhaps no one could understand it. It was such a childlike scrawl that made everyone shiver. Thinking of this great emperor's life and methods, there was no one who wasn't in awe, and they couldn't help but retreat. Why does he have an emperor weapon? This was the question of many people. Although half an emperor weapon couldn't be awakened and couldn't unleash its unparalleled immortal might, it wasn't used to deal with ancient emperors. Ordinary might was enough to sweep away the people in front of him. What's there to show off with that broken mirror of yours? At most, it can be used by women to dress up. Duanda walked forward with his fat belly. Above his head, the lid of the ancient heaven-devouring devil jar let out thousands of black lights, as dense as a curtain of rain. Everyone retreated. Half an emperor weapon wasn't something to scare people with. Since ancient times, there were only a few. Once an emperor weapon was activated, even if it couldn't be awakened, it could still kill in all directions. Who could stop it? Try shining that broken mirror at my handsome face. Let me see if I've become more handsome. Duanda walked forward with the lid on his head. The leader of the Yin-Yang sect, Wang Yangzhan, had a look of bad luck on his face. The others also felt that they were extremely unlucky. It was as if they had stepped on dog shit when they went out. This wretched fatty was too unlikable. Do you think I'm easy to bully? If this Lord Fatty doesn't show off his might, you'll really think that I'm a sick cat. Fatty Duan dawdled, looking at this and that. Finally, he stared at Xiao Yunqing, whose forehead was flattened by Yi Fan, and said, "Fuck, didn't you just tell me to get over here? Now, get over here. This immoral fatty." Many people cursed inwardly. The way he spoke was too shameful. He belonged to the type of scoundrel who only knew how to hit people's faces and curses. Xiao Yunqing's face turned green from anger, but there was nothing he could do. He was truly afraid that this damned fatty would attack. If he took out half an extreme Dao Emperor armament, anyone would faint. And that old white hair, didn't you want the bowl? Why don't you continue to fight? Duanda stared at Wang Yangzhan again. The leader of the Yin-Yang sect felt like he had eaten a dead mouse. He was extremely annoyed. He didn't know what this fatty's cultivation was, but there was an old blind man inside. With the cultivation of a living fossil, this lid could definitely kill everything in its way. Boom! Duanda was never one to suffer losses. Just now, he had been scolded for a long time. At this time, he took out half an extreme Dao weapon and pressed forward. An ancient aura spread out. The lid of the heaven-devouring evil jar turned into a black hole, swallowing everything in the world and pressing down. Xiao Yunqing didn't say anything. He continued to climb up with his broken leg. With more than 10 forbidden weapons, he directly jumped down from the 10,000 zhang high platform. Wang Yangzhan used the broken ancient mirror to wrap a few supreme experts. He turned into a beam of light and also retreated several hundred zhang away from the central area. The half-extreme Dao Emperor armament was hazy as if it had a life of its own. The ghost face imprint on it was actually flowing with tears. Everyone felt a chill down their spine. According to legend, the lid of this evil jar was refined from the head of a ruthless person. It was the essence of the Emperor armament. Some people said that the ghost face imprint was drawn when the great emperor was young. That was the happiest time of his or her life. From then on, he or she was the enemy of the world and was very unhappy and sad. Even if he or she was unrivaled in the world, the deepest impression he or she had was that short childhood memory. Thus, it became his or her unique mark and was branded on the devil lid. Damn it, come and help me. This lid is about to suck me dry. Duanda transmitted his voice. Yi Fan and Dongfang Yi came forward and transferred some divine power to him. Meanwhile, the old blind man transmitted his voice. Don't try to be brave. This Emperor armament consumes a lot of energy. It is enough for us to protect ourselves. Those people are the masters of this land. It is impossible to suppress them all. Clang! Not far away, a set of golden battle armor appeared. It flickered with light that shot into the sky. It appeared beside Emperor Gu Hua. It was in the shape of a human. It held a golden holy sword in its hand and carried a golden divine bow on its back. It actually had the fluctuation of life. The exceptional divine armor was spiritual. It was a sacred weapon that had been passed down through the ages. It was forged from divine objects and could exist forever. Yi Fan shivered inwardly. He had seen this divine armor before. The Guhua imperial court had used it in front of the ancient desolate forbidden land for the sake of picking the undying divine medicine. Worthy of being the ancient divine dynasty. They actually brought along a flawless divine armor. Many people gasped. It was shaped like a human. Golden divine light was dazzling as if it was a living ancient deity. It made people feel reverence from the bottom of their hearts. They couldn't help but want to kneel down and worship it. Hong! Divine power surged violently. It was full of vitality. A sun and moon appeared beside the southern mountain demonic lord. They were dazzling. The suns were moved. It was as if a dragon was crying in the 9 heavens. It was dazzling and illuminated all things. The moons were moved. It was as if a phoenix was crying in the 9 netherworlds. Its clear splendor was like water as it overflowed heaven and earth. The sun and moon wheels were like the true sun and moon in the sky. This was also a sacred weapon that had been passed down through the ages. It could remain undying and had long since developed life fluctuations. It was something that was rarely seen in this world. Swoosh! On the other side, Buddhist light rushed into the heavens. A meter-tall pagoda appeared above the head of a Western desert divine monk. It had a total of 7 floors and was built from stone. However, it could suppress all things in this world. This was the weapon of a bodhisattva. Not only was the pagoda made from earth-splitting immortal stone, a rare divine object, the bodhisattva had left behind 7 sariras. They were all sealed within the pagoda, 1 for each floor. This made this 7-layered pagoda an immortal sacred weapon. Moreover, its power was terrifying beyond compare. There weren't many weapons that could compare to it. It was one of the supreme sacred objects of Buddhism since ancient times. 3 true ancient saint weapons appeared at the same time. Moreover, they were all well-known divine objects in the human race's history. No one wasn't moved. At this point, many people consciously retreated. There was simply no way to fight over these weapons. It was because a single saint weapon was enough to sweep through them. In the end, Great Xia, Ancient Hua, Jiuli, the Divine Prefecture, the Southern Mountain Demonic Race, the Western Buddhist Sect, Duanda's group, and more than 10 great powers arrived. The others all retreated. The great powers that possessed 3 saint weapons, as well as Duanda's group, stood at the very front. No one objected or said anything. Right now, strength was everything. People carefully studied the words on the coffin for fear of missing a single word. It was because this was left behind by the Grand Emperor. It recorded an astonishing secret. The original owner of this coffin was actually the immortal Heavenly Emperor. He was a supreme existence from the archaic era. In the hearts of the 10,000 ancient races, he surpassed deities. The immortal Heavenly Emperor really exists. A divine monk from Buddhism was moved. The human race had long since lost the inheritance of the archaic past. Only bits and pieces were recorded. Everything had disappeared in the long river of history. The immortal Heavenly Emperor was a mysterious and ancient existence that even the archaic kings had to prostrate themselves in worship. No one would have thought that this so-called deity was actually him. Everyone looked towards that piece of 5-colored divine ice. There was a piece of human skin inside. The aura flowing out of it was comparable to the awakening of an emperor weapon. It was unbearable. Heavens, that's the immortal Heavenly Emperor's human skin. If the archaic races knew about this place would definitely become their divine land. If those ancient creatures knew that the immortal Heavenly Emperor's corpse was buried here, the world would be thrown into chaos. All the archaic kings would move out and hurry over here. This was definitely a heaven-piercing secret. The deity worshipped by the 10,000 ancient races was actually buried here. He wasn't an illusion but had truly existed before. He's the immortal Heavenly Emperor. People found it hard to calm their astonishment. They couldn't stop the great waves in their hearts. An existence from the ancient times, a legendary deity. The races of later generations all prostrate themselves in worship. There has never been any conclusive proof that he existed, yet today, we've actually seen him. Everyone sighed in admiration. Only the immortal Heavenly Emperor from countless years ago would have such a grand method. He chopped down the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree and used it as a coffin for himself. He existed in the distant archaic era and had no enemies. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth was rich, and the undying medicine could be found. Only he could do all of this. And the Grand Emperor was truly capable. He moved the immortal Heavenly Emperor out and entered the coffin to sleep. Only, why was there only a skin left of the immortal Heavenly Emperor? Where did the Grand Emperor go? Why did he disappear? Unfortunately, there were no more records on the coffin. There were only a few lines of text that explained the origins of the original owner of the coffin. In the end, we still can't prove that immortals exist in this world. Everyone sighed. After knowing the origins, they didn't know if they were relieved or disappointed. Even though the immortal Heavenly Emperor surpassed deities in the hearts of the archaic races, he was still an unrivaled ancient emperor in the end. He was only deified and not an immortal or a deity. Did immortals exist in this world? Now, these great figures were all at a loss. All signs pointed to the fact that they didn't exist. Pang! Suddenly, someone took action. They began to fight over the ancient coffin and the world's shocking immortal treasure. At the bottom of the coffin was a diagram left behind by the Grand Emperor. This was a great Tao imprint, and there was no one who wouldn't be moved. Duanda didn't join in on the fun. He shook the heaven-devouring demonic jar and turned it into a black abyss. He immediately collected the coffin lid. This was the Tao comprehension wood. It couldn't be exchanged for any divine source. Only things that are in my hands are truly mine. Fatty Duan was quite satisfied. While others were fighting over the Tao diagram, he was the first to seize the most practical and priceless divine object. If one cultivated on top of this coffin, they could easily enter the Tao comprehension realm. Even if they cut off a small piece and sold it, it would still be priceless. Pang! Someone activated their divine force, but they couldn't crack the coffin carved from the immortal tree. In the end, the Southern Mountain Demon Lord pulled out several stone nails and tore open the outer coffin. Those are the stone nails refined by the immortal Heavenly Emperor. They haven't been destroyed even after the endless archaic era. They must be immortal treasures. Everyone's eyes turned red, but the 8 stone nails all fell into the Southern Mountain Demon Lord's hands. No one could seize them because he held the ancient saint's weapon, the sun and moon. No one dared to approach. Pang! The outer coffin's wooden board was seized by others. In the end, it fell into the hands of the ancient Glory Dynasty and the Western Desert Divine Monk. One side had the peerless golden divine clothes, and the other had the Bodhisattva's stone pagoda. No one could contend against them. The others were all anxious. They fought over the small coffin and the Grand Emperor's great Tao imprint. You can take the coffin, but leave the bottom. No one is allowed to damage the Tao imprint left behind by the Grand Emperor. Otherwise, don't blame my great Xia for being ruthless. The great Xia Emperor spoke. They didn't hold the ancient saint's weapon, but they were still calm and collected as they swept their eyes over everyone. Why? It belongs to whoever can obtain it. Some people were unconvinced, representing the thoughts of all the great powers. That was left behind for my great Xia by the founding ancestor. If you don't agree, then just take action. The great Xia Emperor shouted coldly. At this time, a resplendent light appeared above his head. Boundless heaven and earth fluctuations shook outwards, and many great powers almost collapsed onto the ground. Following that, a dragon cry rang out. A dragon sword flew out as if it could collapse the heavens and tens of thousands of worlds. The dragon head sword edge had 9 clawed sword patterns, and the dragon tail turned into a sword hilt. Even if 10,000 suns gathered together, they still wouldn't be as brilliant as this sword. Pooh! Some great powers couldn't withstand this pressure. Even with forbidden treasures protecting their bodies, they still coughed up blood and retreated. It was difficult to bear. The extreme emperor weapon, the Tai sovereign sword, had appeared. The people of the great Xia divine dynasty had actually brought it here. The dragon cry resounded through the ages. It was like an eternal light, hanging above the great Xia Emperor's head. Everyone almost wanted to bow down and worship it. At this moment, everyone was silent. The Tai sovereign sword had appeared and suppressed the heavens. Who could resist it? It had unparalleled offensive power. Hee. Suddenly, a bone-chilling laughter rang out. Not far away, a demonic figure stood there, staring at everyone with cold eyes. The divine will had appeared again. Everyone felt a chill from head to toe. The so-called divine will must be the embodiment of the evil side of the undying heavenly emperor. This was a demon. Unless a saint appeared, no one could defeat him. Luckily, the Tai sovereign sword is here. The Tai sovereign sword could almost collapse the myriad worlds. It turned into a heavenly dragon, spiraling in the air. Endless brilliance illuminated the sky, purifying every inch of space. Boom! Suddenly, there was another rumble. The sky shook, and an ancient scroll flew out from the head of the imperial lord of the Jiuli divine dynasty. It floated in midair and covered the sky. Heavens, this is the Jiuli painting, the ultimate emperor weapon of the Jiuli divine dynasty. This ancient scroll contained all things in the world, including the 3,000 great worlds. It could suppress and refine everything, causing some almighty experts to retreat and cough up blood. In one day, 2 flawless ultimate emperor weapons appeared, shocking everyone. No one would have thought that these 2 ancient divine dynasties would take out the immortal treasures left behind by their ancestors at such a critical moment. The Tai sovereign sword and the Jiuli painting faced each other. They didn't try to suppress the demon, but instead wanted to fight for the Tai emperor's great Dao imprint. When 2 ultimate emperor weapons fight, everything within tens of thousands of miles will be destroyed. Not to mention this place, even the immortal world will collapse, blind old man said. We have no choice but to protect ourselves. Boom! He opened his mouth and spat out a jar. It was extremely simple and ordinary, nothing special could be seen from it, but it was extremely intimidating, making one shiver in fear. Boy, let's work together. Blind old man patted Duanda's shoulder. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was the ancient sky-devouring devil jar of the 7th great bandit of the northern region, Tu Tian. It had been borrowed by the 2nd great bandit and was about to merge with the devil lid. Boom! A monstrous emperor's aura surged. No one activated it, but the devil jar merged on its own, shocking everyone. They heard a sigh. Heavens, this devil jar was refined from vicious body. Don't tell me it has his soul. In the distance, the divine wills were so shocked that they took a few steps back. One could imagine the pressure after the jar merged. It was as if an ancient emperor had come back to life. Vish's entire life was filled with enemies. Her ultimate emperor weapon has merged again. Will she come back to life? During this process, only one person remained calm, and that was Yi Fan. He held the Bodhi bead he obtained from ancient Mars and held the enlightenment tea in his mouth. His eyes stared unblinkingly at the Tai Emperor's great Dao marks in the coffin, constantly comprehending them. Rumble, thunder rumbled in the sky, shaking the jade platform. Thick bolts of lightning struck down, followed by a boundless sea of lightning. Damn, who's crossing the tribulation? Which bastard is it? Who triggered the heavenly tribulation at this time? Everyone's expression changed, and they couldn't help but curse. In the end, everyone saw the lightning strike down on Yi Fan. He had comprehended the Tao for a short time, and now he was going to cross the tribulation. Chapter 594. This time, Yi Fan really didn't want to trick anyone. The heavenly tribulation came naturally, and he didn't deliberately plan or trigger it. Not long ago, he had experienced 81 ancient heavenly dragon lightning tribulations. This kind of heavenly punishment was rare, and it allowed him to break through to the great circle of the first transformation. And now, he had the Bodhi seed in his hand, the enlightenment tea in his mouth, and the heavenly mark left by the Grand Emperor. He was already about to enter the second transformation, and now he had a breakthrough. The arrival of the heavenly tribulation was too abrupt. Everyone was a bit confused, but when they realized what was happening, they became resolute and decisive. Like a flock of white geese jumping into the water, they leaped off the 30,000-meter-high platform in unison. What a bastard, going through the tribulation at this time. Is he trying to kill everyone? Let the doomsday heavenly tribulation descend and mercilessly strike him to death. Everyone was cursing, but they were incomparably resolute. Every single one of them left without looking back, resolutely jumping down without the slightest bit of delay. Because if they didn't leave, they might not even be able to leave behind ashes. If one person went through the tribulation alone, they would drag everyone else down with them, and suffer the heavenly punishment corresponding to their own strength. They weren't ordinary people, but a group of supreme Holy Lord level figures. Every one of them corresponded to a boundless heavenly tribulation. With so many people going through the tribulation together, just the thought of it was frightening. Especially since there were several ancient saint weapons here, and even 3 extreme Tao Emperor weapons. If these ancient weapons were drawn here, it was hard to imagine how terrifying it would be. If one Emperor weapon resisted the heavenly tribulation, then it was likely that an ancient Emperor-level apocalyptic heavenly punishment would descend. In that case, let alone the people present, even this world would be finished. The extreme Tao Emperor weapons would definitely be fine. They had already gone through the tribulation with the ancient emperors, and there was no power in this world that could harm them. But the others were different from the immortal mansion world. They would definitely be destroyed, and nothing would be left. Everything within tens of thousands of miles would be turned to ashes. I've seen wicked people, but I've never seen someone so wicked. Why is he going through the tribulation now? Is this bastard crazy? Even if he wants to self-destruct, he shouldn't drag so many people down with him. Everyone was scared away. Like dumplings being thrown into a pot, they jumped down from the jade platform. Their divine power was suppressed and they could not fly. Some people fell until their faces were bruised and swollen. However, they didn't care about this at all. They took to their heels and ran. They couldn't care less about the so-called demeanor of a peerless expert. All of them fled for their lives. Someone wanted to snatch the coffin left behind by the god before he left, but he found that Yifan had already sat in it. He sat cross-legged on the marks left by the Tai Huang imprint and began to comprehend the Tao. Many people were so angry that they gnashed their teeth. No one dared to take him along with them. If they did, they would be tying themselves to the heavenly tribulation. There were extremely great figures who were furious beyond belief. They wanted to use the ancient saint's weapons to kill him, but the ancient heaven-devouring devil jar was rising and falling. It was as if an ancient emperor had revived, about to crush the endless heavens. Everyone could only retreat. That bastard. Why is his ass so valuable? Motherfucker. He's actually sitting on the Grand Emperor's imprint. He's truly goddamned. This isn't over yet. We'll talk about it after he transcends the thunder tribulation. Even though the people were unwilling, they could only flee. You really are an ancestor. You didn't transcend the tribulation earlier or later, but chose this time. The blind old man couldn't stay calm either. He rubbed his hands and rolled his eyes. Brother Yi, I'm sorry. There's not enough time. You should transcend the tribulation yourself. Duanda kicked the ancient coffin away from the devil jar. Brother Yi, I'll give you this sacred bone left behind by a saint to defend yourself. The barbarian threw over a golden arm bone. Then, the group also fled without a trace. Otherwise, if the ancient heaven-devouring devil jar underwent the heavenly tribulation here, it would be extremely troublesome. This world wouldn't even be left with ashes. Crash! After leaving the range of the extreme emperor weapon's protection, Yi Fan took out an ancient scroll. It was sparkling and sparkling as if it was forged from the essence of the sun and moon. However, it was extremely soft. It was square in shape with a length of 1.5 meters. When it was spread out, stars would occasionally flash on its surface. It was light and auspicious. This was the immortal treasure obtained from the chaotic dragon lair, the resting place of the ruthless. Until now, Yi Fan still didn't know what it was. However, he couldn't care so much at the moment. He could only use it to resist the terrifying pressure of this place. Back in the ancient era, the monkey's father, Emperor of Fighting, had already collected it. Countless years later, it fell into the hands of the ruthless emperor. It was definitely not an ordinary item. Sure enough, as soon as this scroll appeared, it immediately resisted the peerless energy fluctuations coming from the human skin and the 5-colored divine ice. Although this ancient scroll didn't have any powerful aura, it could isolate the outside world from the undying heavenly emperor's human skin. It's not an extreme emperor weapon. It's more like a map. Yi Fan was astonished. After the undying heavenly emperor's aura flowed over and entered the immortal treasure, a blurry star field appeared on it. Boom! However, he didn't have time to think about this. The heavenly tribulation had arrived and covered the sky and earth, drowning the entire platform in an instant. Yi Fan walked out of the ancient coffin and sat cross-legged at the side. He stared at the markings on the bottom of the coffin without blinking. The Bodhi seed in his hand was boiling hot, helping him to comprehend the Tao. The divine tea leaves in his mouth made his heart calm down. His spirit, essence, and energy were highly concentrated. His body and divine sense had reached the state of being one with the world. At this moment, he was in a state of Tao comprehension. He could clearly see the supreme sovereign scripture. At the bottom of the ancient coffin, there was a human-shaped mark that seemed to have come back to life. It was like a human emperor from ancient times had returned against the heavens. On its back, there was a huge dragon on the spine. It raised its head and let out a roar. It was vivid and lifelike as if it had pierced through the past, present, and future. The entire picture was filled with Tao marks, but Yi Fan only stared at the huge dragon. This was the thing he needed the most, the mystical art that corresponded to the dragon transformation's secret realm. Just like the Western sovereign scripture from back then, he only saw 5 Tao marks. There wasn't a single word or sentence, but it recorded the most original mental cultivation method. It was the same in front of his eyes. This was an ancient scripture that the supreme sovereign scripture found fault with in his later years. He made some changes to it and ultimately left it in the coffin. Boom! The endless sea of lightning struck down. Yi Fan remained unmoved as he bathed in the lightning tribulation. He comprehended the ancient scripture that had transformed into a tornado. There was nothing but a huge dragon in his mind. His heart was completely empty. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The endless sea of lightning turned into a vast expanse of white, then purple, then scarlet. Lightning of all colors flashed incessantly. Looking from afar, that place was completely submerged. This was an ocean of heavenly tribulation. The terrifying sea of lightning was vast and mighty, destroying everything. Those big shots stood in the distance and were all indescribably amazed. A cultivator from the dragon transformation's secret realm could actually attract such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. It was truly inconceivable. At least there aren't any ancient sages' weapons undergoing the tribulation, and there aren't any extreme emperor weapons participating in it. Otherwise, all of us wouldn't exist. On the 10,000 zhang jade platform, Yi Fan took out the cauldron and accepted the baptism of the lightning tribulation together. Only then could the laws interweave and evolve into a sacred weapon. Regardless of whether anyone outside could see through the sea of lightning, he had no choice but to do so. He wanted the myriad chi cauldron to evolve, so it had to go through the tribulation together with him every time. This time, there weren't 81 terrifying ancient heavenly dragons, but it was still quite terrifying. All kinds of huge lightning struck down continuously, mixed with chaotic heavenly thunder. Lightning flashed, heaven and earth shook, and brilliance shone in the sky. If the 10,000 zhang jade platform wasn't the resting place of the ancient emperor, it would have long been struck into pieces. Yi Fan's mind was calm as he stared at the huge dragon at the bottom of the coffin. His eyes shot out two dragon-shaped light beams that connected to the Tao marks. His eyes were misty for a moment and empty for the next. A heavenly dragon was dancing in his eyes, disappearing and reborn again. In the end, his eyes reflected two huge dragons and nothing else. At the same time, his spine exploded like a dragon's roar that shook the sky. This process lasted for several hours. The tribulation never stopped. Yi Fan tried his best to resist, but he also continued to comprehend the ancient scriptures. Boom! With the last thunder, heaven and earth finally returned to clarity, and the tribulation stopped. The tribulation of a small realm was not as terrifying as the tribulation of a big secret realm, but it was still quite frightening. Moreover, it was many times larger than the tribulation of others. In the distance, everyone was horrified. Seeing that everything had stopped, everyone rushed forward, wanting to reascend the 10,000 zhang high platform. However, the bright heaven and earth once again descended a thunderstorm, and a sea of lightning once again drowned that place. Boom! The tribulation appeared again, destroying all things. What's going on? Why is it continuing again? God, this is really a monster. There weren't many people like this in the ancient times. He has advanced another realm and is going through consecutive tribulations. People were shocked to find out that Yi Fan had gone through 2 tribulations in a row. When the tribulation stopped, did you see anything? That was the myriad chi cauldron. That's right, that is the myriad chi cauldron. Thousands of layers of heaven and earth chi fell down. So, he is that kid from the Eastern Barren Territory. Everyone was dazed for a moment, but then they realized that only he could cause such a powerful tribulation to descend. Yi Xiaotian. Yi Fan. Wang Yangzhan roared in anger. His white beard danced in the wind. The saint and saintess of the Yin-Yang school had been killed by Yi Fan, which made this supreme school lose face. Moreover, during the Saturn Peach Festival, Yi Fan had led the heroes into the nest of 10,000 dragons and killed his successor, the Yin-Yang vice sect leader. Yi Fan from the Eastern Barren Territory. Xiao Yunqing's eyes flashed as he clenched his fists tightly. So it's this kid. Duanda touched his nose. He couldn't help but think of some past events. Of course, the one that left the deepest impression was the time when he was bitten by a dog. In the end, he muttered, "Damn it." Yi Fan had been studying the dragon transformation scripture and had gone through 2 tribulations in a row. At this moment, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, but he was very calm. This time, he had advanced to the 3rd transformation of the dragon transformation scripture. His power had increased tremendously. Finally, after another 6 hours, he had imprinted the dragon transformation scripture into his mind. He had completely comprehended the Tao and made it his own Xian technique. At this point, he had mastered the strongest scripture in the dragon transformation secret realm. Dragon transformation 3rd transformation. Yi Fan stood up. His heart was surging with excitement. He could feel an unparalleled power. The tribulation had not stopped yet. It continued to strike down on his body, but it was difficult to leave any burn marks. Instead, many patterns appeared on the myriad chi cauldron. These were innate divine patterns. The cauldron had interweaved its own laws and evolved the Tao marks of the myriad chi cauldron. This was a type of transformation. At the center of Yi Fan's brows, a godlike little golden person sat cross-legged. It looked solemn and dignified. Its mouth was constantly swallowing and spitting out lightning. This was the transformation of the little golden lake between his brows. It took on a human form and went through the tribulations. It was incomparably mysterious. Finally, the little golden person opened its mouth and inhaled. It swallowed the myriad chi cauldron. It went in and out as it breathed. It was incomparably mysterious. The cauldron had shrunk to the size of a knuckle. However, it was even more resplendent. It swallowed and moved along with the little golden person. It was inseparable from Yifan. Lightning curled around and continuously refined the little golden person and the little cauldron. Meanwhile, Yifan's corporeal body was fused with the sea of lightning. After a long time, Yifan let out a long breath. He spat out thousands of lightning bolts and looked around. The ancient coffin was not destroyed by the lightning. It was incomparably hard because it was carved from the immortal tree. It had the characteristics of immortality. God's will. Yifan was shocked. He looked around and found that the revered demon was standing below the high platform. His eyes were like knives as he looked at him coldly. He has his eyes on me, however, Yifan changed his mind and sneered. This demon was afraid of the tribulations. Otherwise, he would have already attacked. He looked at the five-colored divine ice not far away. He really wanted to take this immortal treasure away. However, the aura of the immortal heavenly emperor's skin was too strong. Without an extreme emperor weapon, it would be difficult to take it. It was unknown just how many tens of thousands of years had passed. From the archaic era until now, that skin still had a sparkling luster. The hair was purple in color, extremely glossy. The blood stained on the human skin was brilliant and brilliant. Finally, Yifan raised his head and looked at the mountain range in the distance. There were many figures there. With his divine eyes, he could clearly see their expressions. Wang Yangzhan's face was ashen. The people of the Yin-Yang school were all revealing their killing intent. They were all staring at this place. In addition, Xiao Yunqing was also gnashing his teeth. The half-step expert Xiao Ji was extremely resentful and cursing. Yifan could even understand what they were saying through the shape of their mouths. He actually passed 2 tribulations in a row. How frightening. But he won't live. Once he comes down, I will grind his bones to ashes. Today, I will strangle this genius and destroy his body and soul. Surnamed Yi, I will pull out your tendons and pull out your bones. Light him up like a sky lantern. This was the resentful curse of the Yin-Yang school and the Xiao family. Yifan thought for a moment. He carried the coffin and rushed down with the monstrous lightning tribulation. The deity's will was the first to feel something was wrong. He had never seen someone so arrogant while going through a tribulation. But soon, he understood that it was coming for him. This revered demon was the first to move. He took off as fast as he could. He didn't have that terrifying majesty of a monarch looking down on the world. He was so powerful. If he went through the tribulation, it would definitely be earth-shattering. This world would be pierced through. Then, the people of the Yin-Yang school and the Xiao family were also frightened. They all started to run away. The others saw this and realized that things were not going well. This immoral brat is attracting the lightning tribulation to strike us. Chapter 595. Yifan jumped off the jade platform and chased after those people, stirring up a sea of lightning. Whoever saw it would feel dizzy and run away. The heavenly tribulation was like a boundless ocean. Lightning flickered, stirring up the 9 heavens and drowning the earth. It was incomparably terrifying. Everywhere it passed, the earth and rocks were scorched and the mountain peaks collapsed. The sound shook the sky and cracked the bones in one's ears. This was a scene of doomsday. It was boundless and boundless. The sea of lightning swept through everything, leaving nothing behind. Everywhere Yifan passed, the earth quickly turned into scorched earth. All life was extinguished and nothing was left behind. Even though this space suppressed divine power and made it difficult to circulate it, his feet almost didn't touch the ground. He moved as if he was flying and quickly chased after the divine will. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts poured down in torrents. If this was a normal day, not to mention him, even many powerhouses would find it difficult to escape death. This was the incarnation of the undying Heavenly Emperor's evil will. It was incomparably terrifying. However, facing the heavenly tribulation, this venerable devil didn't have the slightest temper. He ran like a frightened rabbit and didn't dare to resist at all. Legend had it that the divine will was the embodiment of the evil side of the gods. It would only be born after the main body died and was difficult to erase. However, no one knew if there were gods in this world. Now, it was confirmed that even ancient emperors could give birth to divine wills after their deaths. This was the best proof. However, this kind of entity had long since forgotten its past life. Now, it was only an indescribable existence. Despite possessing powerful divine might, it was still a venerable devil in reality. If it was a true human that had reached this level of power, it could completely turn around and charge into the lightning tribulation to kill Yi Fan. However, the divine will couldn't do it. No matter how powerful he was, it was useless. That was because he was a devil born in defiance of the heavens. He was born after the death of gods or ancient emperors. He went against the great Tao of heaven and earth and wasn't allowed to exist in this world. Normally, it would be fine, but once the heavenly tribulation appeared, it would inevitably be a powerful lightning punishment that could destroy a great world. As long as he triggered the heavenly tribulation, there was absolutely no chance of him surviving. His body and soul would definitely be destroyed. Thus, when he saw Yi Fan chasing after him, he no longer had the domineering air he had in the past. He scampered away. In the distant mountains, everyone stopped in their tracks. When they saw this scene, they were all a bit stunned. Even with an extreme Tao Emperor armament in hand, they might not be able to do anything to a deity's will. They never thought that at this moment, he would be chased by Yi Fan. I feel that even an ancient saint might not be able to suppress this devil, but he's so afraid of the lightning tribulation. Boom. The heavens and the earth erupted as the radiance of lightning flickered, and it swept through everything in its path. An expanse of mountainous terrain was blasted to the ground, and it became a barren land that was suffused with smoke and dust. Ow-ho! The divine will released a great roar. His head of purple hair danced about chaotically, terrifying to the extreme. He was incomparably furious. Bang! He split the sky with his bare hands and drew out a space crack that was over 30 miles long, cutting off the path of retreat. He wanted to stop Yi Fan from chasing after him. In the distance, everyone felt their blood run cold. It was just a slash, yet it had such terrifying might. Anyone who went up would definitely be killed in a single strike. Hong Longlong, Yi Fan chased relentlessly, because he had no other choice. If he didn't get rid of the divine will now, he would undoubtedly die. This devil had long locked onto him. When he was crossing tribulation, he stared rigidly at the ancient scroll he obtained from the primal chaos dragon nest. The greed in his eyes was undisguised. Not only did Yi Fan circulate the aspect technique, he even activated the all-secret technique, increasing his speed by 10 times. However, he still couldn't catch up to this devil. He was horrified. He truly didn't know just how powerful this devil was. However, right at this time, heaven and earth sensed something. A small portion of his lightning tribulation was actually split off and directly hacked towards the divine will. Boom, ow-ho, the sound of thunder rang out unendingly. The heaven and earth trembled, and the devil roared angrily. He was born from the extreme Yin energy and was the embodiment of the great ancient emperor's evil will. He feared the descent of the heavenly tribulation the most. Shi-law. Light smoke rose from this devil's body like melting ice and snow. The extreme Yin energy emitted with chi-chi sounds, and his soul almost left his body for fear of provoking his own heavenly tribulation. On the distant mountain range, everyone was stupefied and speechless for a long time. Yi Fan chased after the divine will like chasing a dead dog. Who would dare to make a move against this devil under normal circumstances? Even if they had 10,000 lives, it still wouldn't be enough. Roar! The divine will released a loud roar and leapt tens of thousands of zhang into the air. Even though this place was sealed, it couldn't stop his supreme power. He immediately arrived on the high platform. This was because at this time, he felt a doomsday crisis. The great Tao of heaven and earth seemed to have sensed his existence, and the heavenly punishment was about to descend. Swoosh! He turned into a streak of black light and rushed in front of the multicolored ice. He knelt down on the ground and kowtowed towards that human skin. He was only a strand of the extreme Yin evil will formed from the undying heavenly emperor's body, so he knew very well how terrifying the original body was. Hong! Heaven and earth were submerged. 10,000 tribulations descended from the heavens, surrounding the high platform. Right now, there was no such thing as a single lightning. That was a streak of heaven-connecting light that descended from the eternal unknown. It connected the heavens above and earth below, past and present, destroying everything. Heavens, 10,000 tribulations are descending. The world-shocking lightning tribulation that destroyed the divine will has appeared. It really is terrifying. This type of lightning radiance has merged into one. Even ancient saints would feel fear if they came. Who in the present world can stop it? Everyone cried out in alarm. It was unknown just how many years it had been since this type of heaven and earth tribulation had happened. They had only seen it in ancient records. The greatest sound was deafening. 10,000 tribulations descended, yet there was no sound. There was only endless destructive power that was going to shatter this world. Not good, this brat has provoked a great disaster. He triggered such a great lightning tribulation. Even if it killed the divine will, this small world will still collapse. Woo-woo. The sound of thunder finally rang out. It was as if the heavens were being split apart. 10,000 tribulations descended. Many people were overwhelmed with shock. They actually saw a heavenly fault, and there were humanoid creatures descending. In the distance, Yi Fan was alarmed. Last time when he was fighting against the 81 ancient heavenly dragons, he also saw the ancient heaven's phantom. He never thought that the world would appear again today to suppress the divine will. Ow-ho! On the high platform, the divine will roared loudly. It was filled with unwillingness and anger. Its body continuously trembled from the lightning radiance and became faint. That is, suddenly, everyone was shocked. The divine will knelt in front of the five-colored ice and continuously kowtowed. The human skin inside was actually flowing with a strange brilliance. It has been dead for countless years, at least over 1,000,000 years. A piece of human skin still has great Tao laws circulating around it. This is too terrifying. In the end, the divine will piously knelt on the ground. It didn't even dare to breathe loudly. It raised the five-colored divine ice above its head. What? The heavenly punishment of 10,000 tribulations is retreating. Is this the might of the undying heavenly emperor? He can command the heaven and earth. Even though he has been dead for so long, a piece of human skin still has such power. Everyone's expression changed. This was truly inconceivable. It was hard to imagine how powerful he was when he was alive. No wonder the 10,000 ancient races viewed him as an existence surpassing deities. However, even in such a short period of time, the divine will's body and soul were almost destroyed. Its body was in tatters and could scatter at any time. The heavenly punishment of 10,000 tribulations disappeared, and peace was gradually restored. This is the might of an ancient great emperor. Without reaching that step, one will never know how terrifying those ancient sovereigns and great emperors are. On the other side, lightning was still flashing and thunder rumbling. Yifan's heavenly tribulation had yet to pass. From a certain perspective, his lightning tribulation was many times more powerful than the heavenly punishment of 10,000 tribulations. That was because he had flattened mountain after mountain peak. Everywhere he passed, it was all scorched earth. Lightning radiance was everywhere, and the heavenly punishment of 10,000 tribulations disappeared as soon as it appeared. This bastard is coming for us. In the distance, everyone was startled and angry. Yifan had transformed into a blazing sea of lightning and was rushing over. Yifan estimated that time was almost up. He couldn't afford to waste any time now. He had to borrow the lightning to kill his way out. Otherwise, he would be blocked here by a group of peak characters. Stop him. The heavenly punishment is about to disappear. We can't let him take away the coffin of the deities. The ancient great emperor left behind an ancient scripture at the bottom of the coffin. We must stop him. His evil intentions should be put to death. He has attracted the heavenly tribulation to bring chaos to the divine land. We must kill him. He has the myriad chi cauldron on him. That is the embryo of an extreme emperor weapon. It is a priceless divine item. Many people were hiding, but Yin Yang Ji and the people of the Shao clan were doing their utmost to incite people to stop Yifan's footwork. Humph. Yifan snorted coldly. He couldn't hear it because he was too far away, but he had divine eyes and saw their mouths. He hated these two races. Boom! Above his head was a boundless sea of lightning. He rushed straight towards the Yin-Yang sect and the Shao clan. They still wanted to kill him in this situation, so he didn't need to be polite. Far away from the Jade platform, after crossing the Taiyin River, many people could fly. However, Yifan still chased after them. The Xing word formula was unparalleled in the world. This bastard is chasing us. Even the expressions of the supreme characters changed. Not to mention that there were some half-step supreme characters waiting outside and many supreme elders watching. Yifan was the first to chase after the Shao clan. Shao Yunqing and Shao Ji had clearly said that they wanted to skin him alive. At this moment, he really wanted to kill these people. Don't panic. Come to me. Wang Yangzhan said. Red and black gas fell from his head. An ancient mirror floated up and down, suppressing this small world. His tribulation is almost over. I can use this broken ancient saint weapon to attack. Wang Yangzhan transmitted. This was a form of deterrence. Actually, he still didn't feel confident. Everyone gathered towards the Yin-Yang sect leader to avoid the killing star. After being protected by the red and black gas, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. After the tribulation is over, kill him. Everyone gritted their teeth. Take away his myriad chi cauldron and turn him into a torch to light up the sky. Shao Yunqing roared. His arms were smashed into meat paste by Yifan. Although he could regenerate with a thought, it was still a type of humiliation. I will pull out his bones one by one and slowly smash them. Shao Ji was also furious. As a half-step supreme character, he also suffered a great loss. However, Yifan wasn't afraid at all. He directly rushed towards Wang Yangzhan to kill these people. Isn't his tribulation about to be extinguished? Why does he still dare to come? At this moment, the small golden person in front of Yifan's brow opened its mouth and sucked in. Endless lightning was swallowed. With such resistance, the tribulation became much fiercer. Boom! Wang Yangzhan's heart jumped and he frowned. Then, he ran as if he was flying. He didn't dare to take out the broken saint's weapon for fear of provoking the tribulation. Everyone was stunned. This living fossil actually ran away. He didn't dare to let the ancient saint's weapon go through the tribulation. The other supreme characters of the Yin-Yang sect and some supreme elders, as well as the people of the Shao family, immediately ran. However, Yi Fan's speed was too fast. After circulating the Xing formula to the extreme, he triggered the secret of all. He already had extreme speed, and now he was 10 times faster. He instantly caught up. These people weren't gods, so it was impossible for them to get rid of him. Boom! The sea of lightning descended, and many people were struck by lightning. However, they didn't dare to fight to the death for fear of provoking their own tribulation. They could only passively defend. Yi Fan focused on Shao Yunqing and Shao Ji, chasing them relentlessly. In the process, the supreme elders of the Yin-Yang sect finally triggered their own tribulation. Screams could be heard. They had never experienced lightning tribulation in their lives. This was a tribulation exclusive to people with monstrous talent. At this time, they were facing the supreme heavenly tribulation, but they couldn't bear it. The 3 people who were caught up in it were struck into ashes not long after. The 3 supreme elders of the Yin-Yang sect died. Shao Ji, where are you going? Yi Fan caught up and shot an arrow with the wand-slaying bow in the lightning tribulation. On the spot, he attracted a bolt of lightning and rushed over. Shao Ji resisted and triggered his own lightning tribulation. That was a heavenly tribulation that belonged to a half-step supreme being. It was quite fierce, and although he was doing his best to resist, he couldn't resist it in the end. However, he was unable to resist it in the end, and it wasn't long before a bang sounded out. Half of his shoulder was split apart, revealing ghastly white bone stubble and charred flesh. It was an extremely terrifying scene. Boom! The lightning descended again. Shao Ji couldn't hold on any longer. His sternum was split open, and his internal organs were shaken out. It was charred black, and he screamed continuously. Ye brat, I won't forgive you. Boom! Another great heavenly tribulation descended, and the body of the half-step supreme being Shao Ji was split open. His bones were charred black, but he still wasn't dead. Didn't you want to skin me alive? Yi Fan didn't have the slightest bit of mercy. Boom! 5 waves of lightning tribulation descended at the same time, blasting above Shao Ji's head. His head instantly cracked, and he died from the 5 lightning strikes. In the end, only a piece of charcoal was left of Shao Ji, and he completely died. In the distance, everyone sucked in a cold breath. This was the terrifying lightning tribulation. The heavenly Tao was merciless, and it destroyed everything. Ordinary cultivators didn't have to go through the tribulation at all, and they wouldn't encounter heavenly tribulation even when they died. Only a few outstanding people would have tribulations. And now, someone who had never gone through a tribulation personally experienced heavenly tribulation. This was an incomparably terrifying thing that made many people tremble. Shao Ji. Grand Preceptor Zhao's eyes were red, and his killing intent soared into the sky as he stared at Yi Fan in the distance. At this moment, Yi Fan was chasing after Shao Yunqing. This person had repeatedly blamed him and wanted to kill him. Naturally, he wouldn't let him go now. You bastard whose head was squashed by the door, stop right there. Hearing this, Shao Yunqing was so angry that he almost vomited blood. On the high platform, he thought that he could crush Yi Fan to death, but in the end, his skull was flattened by Yi Fan's foot. At this moment, Yi Fan's words could be said to be a slap in the face, a curse, and a provocation. Shao Yunqing was so angry that his veins were bulging, and his hair was standing on end. You bastard whose head was squashed by the door, did you hear me? I'm talking to you. Little bastard. Shao Yunqing was fuming with anger. If there was no heavenly tribulation, he would have rushed over and skinned Yi Fan alive. This is the monster from the Eastern Barren Territory. Yi Zhaotian and Yi Fan are the same person, and they both have the saint physique. In the distance, everyone was shocked. A dragon transformation secret realm cultivator was chasing after a supreme being. This was indeed a spectacle. It's over, Xiao Yunqing won't be able to live. The lightning tribulation has caught up with him. Chapter 596. The heavens' tribulation was fierce. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts fell down and finally caught up to Xiao Yunqing. Shocking lightning radiance drowned out this region of space. Mountains collapsed, the earth caved in, turning into a scorched earth without the slightest bit of life. Swish! At the same time, Yi Fan took out the wand-slaying bow and shot out a golden rainbow. The endless lightning bolts flew forward and made the lightning punishment even more violent. Boom! Finally, Xiao Yunqing triggered his heaven's tribulation. Lightning bolts covered the sky and the earth and poured down like a falling galaxy. There was a world-destroying aura. Everyone knew that Xiao Yunqing was finished. Such a heaven's tribulation would kill him without a doubt. It was the earth, fire, wind, and water tribulation. It was like the creation of the world. No, this heaven's tribulation is too big. This was a super heaven's tribulation. It didn't pass by in a flash. Instead, it came from all directions. Earth, fire, wind, and water were all moving. The central world was a piece of primal chaos. There must be too many heavens' tribulations today. The heavens are really angry. The tribulations will be more violent each time. Everyone was sure that Xiao Yunqing was finished. Even a peerless demon lord wouldn't be able to resist it. The heavens' tribulation was many times stronger than a normal saint lord's. Yi Fan was also shocked. This heaven's tribulation made his hair stand on end. Just one lightning bolt was enough to turn a large mountain into ashes and scorch the earth. He had seen the earth, fire, wind, and water tribulations before, but they were nothing compared to this heaven's tribulation. The four elements surged and flowed with primal chaos, creating a small world. Boom! The sea of lightning boiled. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts flashed. It was so dazzling that nothing could be seen. Xiao Yunqing roared. The first heaven's tribulation fell. All his treasures were destroyed. Not a single one was left. The second heaven's tribulation fell. His body was scorched black and his bones were exposed. The third heaven's tribulation came. Half of his body fell apart. His bones were black and his blood dried up. Just like that, after the eighth heaven's tribulation, there wasn't even a bone residue left. He was turned into dust by the earth, fire, wind, and water tribulations. This is bad. Yi Fan flew away. His heavenly tribulation was about to end. If he didn't leave now, it would be too late. However, this small world was very convoluted, and he couldn't find the exit for a while. At the same time, a powerful pressure rippled. The Extreme Tao Emperor weapon was awakening, locking down space and slowly pressing down on him. Yi Fan's expression changed. The heavenly tribulation was about to disappear. The Central Plane's two ancient divine dynasties no longer felt any restraining fear. They began to take action to stop him from leaving. Leave behind the supreme sovereign scripture. The countenance of the Grand Xia Emperor was extremely cold. No matter what, he would never allow anyone to take away the imprint left behind by the primogenitor. Otherwise, the ancient scripture would no longer be a secret, and someone could use it to create a second Great Xia divine dynasty. The final bolt of lightning vanished, and the heavenly tribulation retreated. Yi Fan's expression flickered. The exit was right in front of him, and yet there was a huge dragon in the air, coiling around it. Every beam of light it shot out was more resplendent than the sun itself. This was the Extreme Tao Emperor weapon, the Grand Sovereign Sword. It raised its head and let out a shrill cry, causing the heavens to tremble. Its attack power was unparalleled. Everyone trembled. The extreme Tao Emperor weapon was slowly awakening as the aura of an ancient emperor permeated the air. Even a group of supreme experts at the peak couldn't help but kneel. Yi Fan knew that it was impossible for him to take away the Grand Sovereign scripture. This was the lifeblood of the Grand Xia divine dynasty, the source of their inheritance. No matter how great the price they had to pay, they couldn't allow it to fall into the hands of outsiders. Not far away, another terrifying aura arose, and it instantly caused the entire world to tremble. The Nine Dawn painting was an extreme Tao Emperor weapon that could seal ancient times and suppress the 3,000 great worlds. Its defensive prowess was unparalleled. Within it, there were mountains and rivers, boundless rivers and seas, incomparably majestic. The aura of an ancient emperor was extremely oppressive. It was rumored that there were two holy spirits that could contend against emperors in the past, yet they were all reduced to ashes. Yi Fan's lips twitched. His scalp went numb and his heart trembled. How could he escape now? The heavenly tribulation was gone. A strand of immortal might from the extreme Tao Emperor weapon was enough to turn him into ashes. Even if he had the Ro incantation, it wouldn't be enough. In such a range, there was no way to escape. The extreme Tao Emperor weapon could even suppress worlds, let alone him. Yi Fan, Yi Zhou Tian, let's see where you can escape to. Grand Preceptor Zhao's expression was frighteningly cold. The Yin-Yang sect leader also stared at Yi Fan as though he was looking at a dead man. A cruel smile appeared on his face as he closed in step by step. Boom! On the other side, the heaven-devouring devil jar had awakened. Boundless imperial might flowed, and the world-shaking ruthless man seemed to have been reborn. An indescribable aura pervaded the air. The weapons of the ancient heavenly emperors have awakened. Everyone was nervous. The heaven-devouring jar was the most mysterious. It had been split in half for a long time, and almost no one knew how powerful it was. Plop! In the distant mountains, some supreme elder-level characters couldn't help but kneel down. They couldn't withstand the pressure from the three emperor weapons. This wasn't anything shameful, because even many great figures couldn't take it anymore. Their bodies continuously trembled, and their legs continuously shook. Yi Fan rushed to the ancient heaven-devouring devil jar. To him, this was the only pure land. The people outside were all eyeing him covetously, staring at the Grand Sovereign scripture. Brother Yi, so you are that monster from the eastern wasteland. No wonder Yan Yunluan was struck dumb. Barbarian came over. Where's that big black dog beside you? Duanda's expression was somewhat unkind. The Black Emperor almost bit off his arm and said that he wanted to take him as a human pet. Zhu Yuqing was dressed in snow-white robes and had beautiful hair. His expression was tranquil like a bodhisattva. He only nodded and didn't say anything. Hand over the Grand Tao imprint left behind by the Grand Emperor. Otherwise, the Grand Xia dynasty will go all out. They won't hesitate to fight with the Emperor weapons, blind old man said. I'm really unwilling. It wasn't easy to obtain a complete and flawless ancient scripture. Yi Fan sighed. However, he knew that he couldn't keep it. This was the source of the Grand Xia's inheritance. Even if they had to sacrifice all their resources, the Grand Xia dynasty wouldn't allow it to be leaked. Moreover, there was the Julie painting next to it. The people from the Grand Xia dynasty were also eyeing it covetously. If they really fought, this world would be destroyed. The heaven-devouring devil jar was indeed powerful, but it was very difficult to fight against two emperor weapons at the same time. It was far from enough to rely on blind old man and the others. One had to know that there were many people on both sides who could maintain the two emperor weapons in a state of awakening. In fact, they could even truly revive them. Yi Fan pulled out a few stone nails and then removed the bottom of the coffin. He tossed it out, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Clang! The grand sovereign sword appeared. The heavens rumbled, and dragon roars shook time and space. Swoosh! On the other side, the jewelry painting trembled and sealed the sky. It spread out and swept down, heading straight for the grand sovereign scripture. Although the others were envious, no one dared to go forward. Once the two emperor weapons moved, anyone who went forward would be courting death. Under that kind of pressure, many top experts were less than ants. Brother of the Ninely dynasty, are you really going to force us like this? Someone from the Grand Xia dynasty transmitted his voice. The grand sovereign sword and the jewelry painting didn't collide, but faced each other across the air. At this time, everyone was incomparably nervous. Once the two emperor weapons fully awakened and collided, this world would collapse and cease to exist. Blind old man broke out in a cold sweat. He used all his strength to activate the heaven-devouring devil jar to protect himself. Otherwise, if the small world collapsed, apart from those protected by the emperor weapons, all the other experts would die. The grand sovereign scripture is our race's secret. It can't be leaked. If Brother of the Ninely dynasty is willing to let go, we can consider dealing with the gods altogether and seize the five-colored divine ice. There's still us. Fatty Duan said, reminding everyone not to forget that they also had an emperor weapon. If there were benefits, they also needed a share. There was a moment of silence. Everyone had different thoughts. At this time, Yi Fan's heart moved. Because the exit of the small world had opened, the grand sovereign sword was far away and was facing the jewelry painting. He felt that it was time to leave. Yi Fan returned the golden arm bone to the barbarian and then threw a large piece of undying divine wood to them. Then, he flew away as if he was flying. The water was too muddy now. Most likely, many people were thinking of him. After all, he had the myriad chi cauldron. Fatty Duanda might also be plotting against him. He felt that leaving was the best plan. Chase, don't let him escape. Wang Yangzhan was the first to chase. He knew that with 3 emperor weapons here, it would be difficult for him to obtain anything. It was far more worthwhile to kill Yi Fan and seize his sacred item. Hand over your life. The people of the Shao clan also roared. Just now, a great expert had died, and it was all because of Yi Fan. They naturally wouldn't let him go. However, when they chased after him, Yi Fan's traces had already disappeared. He had obtained the dragon transformation ancient scripture that he wanted, so there was nothing else to care about. He used the travel formula to escape. In the following days, the 5 regions were shaken. God's will, undying tree coffin, grand sovereign scripture, 5-colored divine ice, human skin, undying heavenly emperor, these words became the focus of discussion. After Yi Fan left, he didn't know what happened next. There were all kinds of versions, but no one could say for sure. 3 emperor weapons clashed, God's will being destroyed, undying heavenly emperor's human skin appearing, all kinds of rumors were hard to determine. Some people even said that the immemorial kings were alarmed and rushed to ask for the undying heavenly emperor's human skin. The jewelry painting, grand sovereign sword, and heaven-swallowing pot were almost suppressed together. At the same time, something big happened in the eastern wilderness. Origin ancient mines spewed out mist for half a month. All the sacred grounds rushed over. This time, there were no great powers in the northern plains or eastern wasteland. It was all because of the disturbance in Origin ancient mine. The world was about to become chaotic. Everyone felt that the peaceful years were about to be broken. The 10,000 ancient races were about to appear, all kinds of immortal abodes were about to open, and the forbidden lands were becoming abnormal. These were all omens. The outside world was in an uproar. The people were all discussing this matter. Half a month later, the Yin-Yang sect that could be compared to the Divine Imperial Court in Central Continent issued an announcement that the entire world would be hunting down Yi Fan. Anyone who could provide any clues would be heavily rewarded. However, Yi Fan wasn't afraid at all. He stood out on the same day and warned the two great powers to immediately cancel the must-kill order, or else they would have to bear the consequences. The world was in an uproar. A little cultivator from the dragon transformation secret realm actually dared to speak, issuing a warning against the central continent's undying inheritance. Just how daring was this? The Yin-Yang sect was extremely decisive. The must-kill order was passed down 6 times, and their experts all moved out to find Yi Fan and suppress his soul. No one would have thought that Yi Fan's reaction would be even more intense. He threatened to kill the entire Yin-Yang sect's younger generation, making them not dare to choose a saint or saintess again. Moreover, unless all the young disciples roaming outside were called back, he would kill 1 if he saw 1, and kill 2 if he saw 2. The whole world was in an uproar. This freak from the eastern wasteland had really grown up, daring to threaten an undying inheritance in central continent. If I can kill a Yin-Yang holy son, I can kill a second one. I can kill a Yin-Yang holy maiden, and I can still continue to kill. Yi Fan's clamor spread through a larger half of central continent. This was an undisguised provocation and threat, but everyone believed that he might really do it. In just a few days, the entire Yin-Yang sect was furious. Several tombs were dug up in the ancestral cemetery, and thieves had raided them. Chapter 597. The Yin-Yang sect's ancestral grave was dug up and visited by thieves. This was too much of a joke, shocking everyone to the ground. Many people's mouths twitched. After Wang Yangzhan received the news, he flipped over a table and smashed an ancient palace. Even his hair stood on end and white smoke came out of his nostrils. Which thief did this? This was too evil. They had seen vicious and evil people, but they had never seen someone so lacking in morals. Digging up graves, robbing the ancestral grave, who could endure this? It's definitely that fatty. The Yin-Yang sect master immediately thought of Duanda and everything that happened that day. He almost went crazy. He originally thought that Fatty was just speaking nonsense. Who would have thought that this fellow was so extreme and really took action? The outside world was in an uproar. Many people came out of admiration and went to the Yin-Yang sect cemetery to take a look. This angered many of the sect's famous figures to the point where they almost killed someone. Don't get angry, just take a look and leave. Scram! You're already so old, anger hurts people. Don't get angry. Scram! This brother really is a capable person. Look at that robber's hole, it contains the charm of the great Tao. Its aura is extraordinary. Scram! In front of the Yin-Yang sect's ancient cemetery, there would be people coming out of admiration every day. The people guarding the tomb were all cursing and cursing endlessly. They were so annoyed that they almost went crazy. Many people were quite unkind, pointing and making sarcastic remarks. Who did this? It's a bit too much. How can the Yin-Yang sect endure this? You can go and steal the things of the living, but you're robbing their ancestors' belongings. Many people were speechless. They really couldn't think of which deity did this. Their way of doing things made them feel dizzy. Of course, there were even more people who were laughing secretly. This type of person was so immoral that it was a bit cute. 3 days later, there was more news that the Shao family's ancestral grave had also been dug up. This made several great figures stamp with fury and chase down this person who liked to dig holes. The Yin-Yang sect is still the calmest. Even though it was robbed, they shouldn't be this impatient. It's easy for you to say that. This thief is too infuriating. Leave these words and leave. People were shocked to find out that the thief had carved a line of words in front of the grave. Stingy, there wasn't even a decent burial object, far worse than the Yin-Yang sect. When these words spread, not only did the Shao clan go crazy, even the Yin-Yang sect couldn't take it anymore. They chased after Fatty Duan all over the world, wanting to drag him out. It's definitely that damn fatty. A group of people with toothaches, stomachaches, and stomachaches gnashed their teeth as they cursed, but there was nothing they could do. They couldn't find the culprit, and they couldn't make a move. Speaking of which, their hatred towards Fatty Duan had really skyrocketed with a whoosh whoosh, practically almost placing him on the same level as Yifan. Damn you, I've never seen someone take revenge like this. This was the thought of a group of people who were gnashing their teeth in anger. They wanted to skin him alive. Indeed, all of this was done by Fatty Duan. He did as he said, and he didn't hesitate in the slightest. This was his temperament. He was never one to suffer losses. Moreover, revenge could not be delayed overnight. There was no such thing as 10 years is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. He had even visited vicious training grounds and lost 9 lives. He even dug out the heaven-devouring demonic lid. What tomb did he not dare to rob? In Fatty Duan's own words, entering the Shao clan's ancestral grave was like walking on flat ground. It was nothing at all. People thought of everything that had happened recently and felt that the Yin-Yang sect had met with 8 lifetimes of bad luck. They had met 2 outrageous people. One was stealing graves to deal with the old, and the other was even more ruthless, threatening to kill their young. The grave robber has already stopped digging. I guess he's done venting his anger. That monster from the eastern wasteland definitely won't be merciful. He's extremely daring to go against the Yin-Yang sect. I wonder what kind of storm will there be. The enmity between Yifan and the Yin-Yang sect had already spread to the Central Plains. There was no way they could be merciful. He had killed many people from the sect, including the saint and saintess, but even the vice leader had died in the nest of 10,000 dragons. This was an irreconcilable conflict that wouldn't end until one side was dead. Especially since Yifan had a saint physique, the Yin-Yang sect couldn't let him grow. Otherwise, he would pressure them to the point where they couldn't even breathe. Yifan left the immortal mansion world and entered Lu's city with a different face. He saw that the Shao clan had returned. Then, he went to the desolate hut and saw many suspicious people. Obviously, they were waiting for him. He wasn't afraid. With the Xing formula, he could go anywhere in the world. Not many people knew how fast he was. This was one of his trump cards. There was a great emperor who lived in seclusion in the desolate hut in his later years. It was most likely the Tai Huang. Yifan had already obtained the dragon transformation scripture, so he didn't care too much about it. He didn't go too far. He was in seclusion on a cliff 2,000 miles away from the Qishir Manor. He ate pine nuts when he was hungry and drank spring water when he was thirsty. The jade piece is broken. Yifan rubbed his chin. This was a formation pattern that the Black Emperor had carved for him. It could isolate heaven's secrets. Back then, the 2 ancient assassin dynasties, the mortal realm and hell, surrounded and attacked him because they had divination experts who could deduce his location. Not long ago, when he was crossing the tribulation, 3 of the jade pieces were broken. At that time, he was deep in comprehension and forgot to put them away. He only had time to protect 6 pieces. Yifan pondered. He didn't know if someone could deduce where he was because of this. If there was such an expert, he would most likely be in trouble. These days, I've been comprehending the Tao every day. Sitting in seclusion like this is useless. If they come knocking, I'll fight with them. It'll be a good training. Another half a month passed in a flash. A cool breeze blew, and the pine trees on the cliff rustled. The clear spring gurgled. Yifan sat under an ancient pine tree, his mind empty. Over the past few days, he had been silently comprehending the Supreme Sovereign Sutra, experiencing the profoundness of tempering the human body like a great dragon. No wonder Great Xiao's imperial draconic qi is unparalleled. It's closely related to the dragon transformation art. This is a very important source of power. The resurrection of the human body dragon, coupled with the circulation of the imperial draconic chi, would have a destructive power that could shock the heavens and earth. Yi Fan studied it seriously. Although he only had the mental cultivation method of this secret realm and didn't have any offensive saint arts, it was enough. This was because he had the battle saint art. This secret could continue to evolve without end. As long as he could comprehend it, he would be able to get closer to the origin of battle. Now that the Supreme Sovereign Scripture Dragon Transformation Art was in his hands, it could be said that its might and offensive power would increase because they both focused on offense. The resurrection of the human body dragon, 9 nirvanas, 1 leap to immortality, this secret realm of the Dragon Transformation Art was not ordinary. Every time Yi Fan entered a meditative state, he would sit motionlessly for several days. His mind would often wander outside the cosmos. Yes, this secret realm was very wondrous. His divine sense transformed into a small golden person that controlled the human body dragon and rushed into the darkness. He then looked down at the earth and saw many strange lights and colors. Are those the souls wandering between heaven and earth? His divine sense was bewildered as he controlled the dragon in the sky. Swoosh! Suddenly, a dragon roar shook the sky. The dragon swooped down and entered his back. After that, a small golden person sat in the space between his brows. Yi Fan's heart was alarmed. He woke up and opened his eyes. In the distant mountains, a figure silently appeared. He stood with his hands behind his back and was currently using his powerful divine sense to scan the entire mountain range, spreading through every inch of space. A supreme existence. Yi Fan was shocked. He had seen this person before. He was a peak character from the Yin-Yang sect. He actually found this place and found his traces. Little animal, let's see where you can run to. Very quickly, this powerful being with frightening magic power discovered him. With a wave of his big sleeve, he came down with a whoosh. Yi Fan teleported thousands of feet away. He left behind an afterimage on the cliff and appeared on another mountain peak. Hua! His sleeves covered the sky, and in an instant, the cliff that was thousands of feet tall was sucked into his sleeves. As for the neighboring mountains, they collapsed. Yi Fan's expression changed. The Tao of a supreme existence was indeed terrifying. Once his magical power was unleashed, it could easily suppress and refine everything in the world. Junior, do you still want to leave? The supreme existence took one step forward and the laws of heaven and earth shook. All kinds of Tao patterns interweaved and turned into a golden path that extended towards Yi Fan. Great Tao connecting heaven technique. Swoosh! Like a beam of light, he arrived in the blink of an eye. His 5 fingers opened and 5 thick black lines shot out. They evolved in the air and transformed into a flickering cage that descended. This is the cultivation of a supreme existence. His physical body isn't as strong as mine, but his magical power is heaven-defying. He can evolve the laws and refine me. The light in Yi Fan's eyes dimmed. If it wasn't for the travel technique, he wouldn't have been able to break free. His footwork was dreamy and illusory as he teleported thousands of feet away. How did you find me? Do you really think you can escape? From now on, there will be no place for you in this world. We invited the godly diviner's disciple. No matter where you run, he can find you. Yi Fan was startled. As expected, it was because 3 of the jade pieces given to him by the Black Emperor were broken. He couldn't block the heaven's secrets anymore. At the thought of this, he turned around and left. Suddenly, another hand reached out. It was even bigger than a mountain and flew out from the desolate mountain range. It turned into a 5-element mountain and pressed down. Another supreme existence. Yi Fan's heart jumped. His footwork became complicated and he flew out of the 5-element mountain like a shooting star. The people from the Shao clan are here too. Two mighty figures and more than a dozen grand supreme elders appeared from all directions and surrounded them. "If you chase me once, I'll kill one of your people." After saying this, Yi Fan dashed left and right. He was almost killed several times, but in the end, he disappeared into the darkness. His footwork, the two supreme existences withdrew their murderous intent and revealed serious expressions. On that day, news spread that Yi Fan had raided one of the Shao clan's territories and killed 3 experts of the 8th transformation of dragon transformation with one slap. 4 hours later, he broke into an ancient city of the Yin-Yang sect and killed the city lord of the 9th transformation of dragon transformation before leaving. The central prefecture was different from the eastern barren territory. All the sects built cities to store dragon chi and became pure lands for cultivation. Therefore, all the sects controlled ancient cities and didn't choose spirit mountains or great rivers. The monster from the eastern barren territory has made his move. He is indeed not ordinary. 2 supreme existences went to kill him but couldn't catch him. He turned around and killed a few experts of the 2 sections. In the next half a month, the Yin-Yang sect and the Shao clan, 2 supreme existences, for half supreme existences, and 8 supreme elders, continuously chased after Yi Fan 5 times. In the end, he escaped and couldn't be suppressed. They only injured Yi Fan once, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Then, Yi Fan counterattacked fiercely and destroyed 5 cities of the Yin-Yang sect, turning them into scorched earth. 5 people of the 9th heaven of dragon transformation were killed. Similarly, 5 areas of the Shao clan's territories were razed to the ground. Not even a blade of grass grew. Nothing existed anymore. Hiss. When the news spread, many people gasped. They felt that Yi Fan had really matured. It was very likely that he could fight all the way to the Divine Lord level and walk the path of great accomplishment. One had to know that this was a divine physique. He was the only person who had broken the curse after the Antiquity Age. If the whole world was his enemy and he continued to fight, he might really surpass the Divine Lord and become a Divine King. After being chased by the supreme existences many times, Yi Fan gradually realized that the remaining 6 pieces of jade given to him by the Black Emperor were still useful. The other party couldn't find them accurately. Every time, they would search within a radius of 2,000 miles. With the divine physique, he won't be able to live. With the divination of marvelous mathematician and the supreme existences of our sect personally chasing after him, he has nowhere to go. The saint of the Yin-Yang sect led 18 young people out of the unique warrior mansion and participated in the operation to encircle and kill Yi Fan. This saint was naturally newly chosen. For the sake of their reputation, the Yin-Yang sect forcefully used the dragon marrow to raise his cultivation level to the 4th transformation of the dragon transformation. One had to know that it was quite terrifying for a person at the level of a saint to raise his cultivation level to the 4th transformation of the dragon transformation. The Yin-Yang saint had roped in a group of people in the unique warrior mansion. They were all outstanding talents. After learning that Yi Fan had appeared near the unique warrior mansion, they went to encircle and kill him. With 18 young experts following him, and the supreme existences of the Yin-Yang sect in this area, he thought that he could chase after Yi Fan like a dog and boost his reputation. Indeed, not to mention those supreme existences, just him and the 18 young experts from the unique warrior mansion could definitely kill anyone of the same generation. The mountains were desolate, the vegetation was sparse, and wild beasts roared. This place was 2,000 miles away from the unique warrior mansion. The experts of the Yin-Yang sect and the Shao clan were searching. The Yin-Yang saint and the 18 young experts had also arrived. They were all saint-level figures and each of them had extraordinary strength. In the distance, on a cliff, Yi Fan's eyes were like lightning. He saw their mouths and understood everything. A cold smile appeared on his face. Swoosh! In a flash, he leaped into the air and arrived on a mountain peak, blocking the path of these people. Yi Fan, Yi Zhao Tian, someone yelled. Are you here to kill me? Yi Fan looked down with a cold expression. That's right. We're here to kill you. We're chasing after you like a dog. The Yin-Yang Saint shouted. He did not believe that Yi Fan could fight against 18 outstanding existences from the unique warrior mansion alone. He believed that no one in the same generation could stop the 18 saint-level talents from the young generation if they joined forces. One had to know that there were monstrous existences among them. You've really found a lot of people. Yi Fan did not care. Everyone, let's kill him together. He has the source root of all life. The Yin-Yang Saint's eyes were malicious. He believed that as long as he killed Yi Fan, his position as the saint would be secured. You think you can kill me? The light in Yi Fan's eyes dimmed. He took a step forward and crushed the void with one foot. Boom! The Yin-Yang Saint soared into the sky and spat out an ancient treasure. However, he realized that a great path aura had locked onto him. Before the others could help, Yi Fan was already in front of him. Bang! Yi Fan's foot stomped down. It was extremely solid and penetrated the void. It crushed a few ancient treasures, penetrated through, and broke the arms of the Yin-Yang Saint. He descended from the sky, crushed 6 Dharma treasures, and destroyed a piece of nomological laws. He stomped on the chest of the Yin-Yang Saint and stomped him down from the sky. It was extremely domineering and stomped on the ground. Pfft! The Yin-Yang Saint coughed up blood. He could not believe everything. A huge foot stomped on him from the sky all the way to the ground. How domineering was this? But it did not belong to him. Chapter 598. The Yin-Yang Saint coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. A huge foot stepped on his chest, almost crushing his body. How humiliating was this? The moment he made a move, he was directly stepped on from the sky to the ground. His eyes were sinister, and he couldn't say anything. He knew that his position as the saint was gone, and his life was most likely gone as well. Although he wanted to kill Yi Fan, he could only think about it and grit his teeth. Stop! A total of 18 saints followed. Some shouted and took out their Dharma treasures to attack. One of them shook a purple jade bell, and a purple phoenix flew out to attack. Yi Fan used his finger like a knife and stabbed it into the sky. With a soft poof, the purple phoenix turned into ashes. Then, he continued to attack, and the 8 Dharma treasures all shattered, turning into 8 streams of light and disappearing in the sky. Silently, a tall figure flew over from the mountains in the distance, reaching out a huge hand and slashing down. Boom! Laws intertwined, and the power of the Tao surged. The hand covered the sky, and the cliffs below kept banging. 8 cliffs all collapsed in a row. The huge hand was as black as ink, and like a dark cloud, it covered the sky, covering Yi Fan below. The ground below also sank dozens of feet, and it became a deep valley. Rumble, rocks shot through the sky, and the 18 outstanding talents all retreated immediately, afraid of being involved. A powerful figure had made a move. Yi Fan carried the Yin-Yang Saint and leaped 10,000 feet, crossing another 5,000 meters. After a few flashes, he appeared in the sky far away. He saw an old man in green clothes. It was a top expert of the Yin-Yang sect. Put him down, this powerful figure said calmly. He stood on the mountain peak, and the wind blew, making his clothes flutter. He knew that the saint participated in this operation, and he was the one who agreed to it. He wanted to use this to lure out Yi Fan, but he never thought that he would be stepped on by this monster from the Eastern Barren Territory. This was a humiliation to the Yin-Yang sect. The saint was their future hope, but in the end, he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Yi Fan and was trampled half to death. This was equivalent to slapping their faces. You think I'll release him just because you say so? Yi Fan held the captive upside down, making it look like he was holding a dead fish. This is, Yi Fan, it's not too much to kill. You've gone too far. Figures appeared one after another in the wilderness. When they saw this scene, their expressions all changed. The saint child represented the face of the yin-yang sect, but he was being carried around like a chicken. This was a merciless mockery and contempt towards the sect. Put him down. Otherwise, in the future, my sect will extract your 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls, eternally suppress the CI, and refine you for 1,000 years. Yi Zhou-tian, don't push things too far. When Yi Fan heard these words, he burst into laughter and said, You've chased me all over the world, and you still have the face to say such words. Is it worth saying? Do you think I'll do it? It's a pity that you have a holy body, something that's hard to come by in 1,000 generations. I don't want to kill a genius like you. The top figure from the yin-yang sect strode forward. Join my sect, and I'll spare you from death. Transform into the son of the sun, and all grudges will be resolved. The son of the sun, will you enslave him? Yi Fan smiled. The Yin girls and the sons of the Yin sect were all merciless killing machines, enslaved and controlled by others. Even now, these people were looking down on him, and even saying such things. They really didn't see him as a threat at all. Put the saint child down. Otherwise, you know that Master God Diviner's disciple has appeared. He can divine everything under heaven, and he can divine everything. There's no way you can escape. Master God Diviner's disciple? I'll definitely go find him. Yi Fan began to back up. Put the saint child down, and we'll protect your fleshly body and divine will. Transform into the son of the sect protector. A group of people appeared on various mountain peaks. Is making me the son of your sect a gift? Yi Fan raised the saint child of the yin-yang sect, and then tossed him towards them. Someone tried to catch him, but the yin-yang saint screamed. He was torn into pieces midway, burning fiercely, and then turned into ashes. Yi Fan killed the yin-yang saint child in front of these people, turned around, and rushed into the distant sky. Chase! A supreme elder shouted, unable to restrain his anger. Another saint child had been killed, and it was done by the same person. He didn't need to think to know that he would become a laughing stock, and the news would spread to all the sections. This was too embarrassing. 2 generations of saints had been killed by Yi Fan. Was there anything more humiliating than this? Something like this had never happened in the past 100 years. Ha! Yi Fan laughed and said, I'm looking forward to your selection of the 3rd saint child. Chase, don't let him escape. A half-step Almighty ordered. Usually, a junior wouldn't dare to speak to them like this, and now this little monster was provoking them again and again. There's no need to chase, an absolute formation has been laid out within a radius of 1,000 miles. This time, he won't be able to escape even if he grows wings, the green-robed elder of the yin-yang sect said. Yi Fan flew into the distant sky, and saw that the sky was dusky. Endless mist circulated, and the yin and yang qi blended together, sealing off all directions. There are formation patterns imprinted on the mountains and rivers. He was shocked. This wasn't an ordinary formation pattern, or else it wouldn't be so vast, covering a radius of hundreds of miles. Yi Zhou-tian. Someone shouted not far away, and the 18 experts of the Qishir Manor appeared not far away. One of them shouted, and led the others to rush forward. Yi Fan didn't notice when he was dealing with the yin-yang saint child, but now he finally saw a monster-level character, wearing a loose robe that covered his short body. This was an 8 or 9-year-old child, fair and tender, and his eyes were full of spirit. It was strange to see him standing together with the other young people, because he was too young. This was the youngest monster of the Qishir Manor. He was only 9 years old, but he had reached the dragon transformation secret realm. When he entered the manor, he he shocked a group of seniors. You want to kill me too? Yi Fan laughed. Don't laugh. The 9-year-old was very domineering, and his expression turned cold. You have quite a temper. Yi Fan laughed loudly. I said, don't laugh, or I'll suppress you. The 9-year-old was quite arrogant and pointed at Yi Fan. Little brat, go home and drink milk. I don't have time to coax a child. Yi Fan's mouth was a bit poisonous. Beside him, the other 17 almost laughed, but they all held it in. They knew that this child's background was frightening, and they didn't dare to offend him. Saint Body, how dare you be disrespectful to me? Come and kowtow to me, and I'll spare your life. The 9-year-old Wang Chong shouted. He stood on a rock and raised his head high. Yi Fan had never seen such a domineering child, and he was stunned on the spot. This youth was even more arrogant than the little Peking, and even more arrogant than Xia Jiuyo. Little brat, your parents have really spoiled you. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of them, and I'll smack your butt into 16 pieces. Yi Zhou Tian, you won't be able to live. If you anger me, no one in this world can save you. The young Wang Chong said coldly, and his emotionless expression didn't match his age. He leaped 100 feet into the sky, and when the others saw that he was about to attack, they all moved to the side in fear. Wang Chong formed a dragon seal with both hands, and like a real dragon, he let out a resounding dragon roar. 9 azure dragons appeared, and they shook their heads and wagged their tails, ferociously pouncing at Yi Fan. Peng, peng, Yi Fan sent out 9 palms, and every palm was filled with golden light. Golden blood chi surged, and it was like an ancient volcano was erupting, causing the expressions of the others to change. However, the 9 golden palms in the air didn't disperse the 9 dragons. The green dragon scales flickered, and the dragons' bodies were powerful like a steel wall, sweeping down. Hoo! Astral winds blew in their faces. The 9 azure dragons were vigorous and powerful, leaping thousands of zhang in a single leap. Some stretched out their claws, splitting open cliffs, some opened their bloody mouths, swallowing entire mountain peaks. There was also a divine dragon that swung its tail, and with a ping sound, collapsed a mountain range. Yi Fan was shocked. He didn't expect this 9-year-old boy to be so powerful, and he was so much stronger than the other saints. This child was so young, but he had already reached the 4th transformation of the dragon realm, and he was many times stronger than people of the same level. He could definitely kill people of the 9th transformation of the dragon realm. Yi Fan was shocked. No wonder he was called a monster. How old was he? His talent far surpassed those geniuses, and there was no way to compare. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the heavens. The 9 dragons were made of flesh and blood, and their aura was powerful. With one claw, they crushed a mountain peak, and the people at the side gasped in shock. Pooh! The dragons breathed, and a green light fell. 4 to 5 mountains disappeared, and the area was scorched, turning into a barren land. Paw! Yi Fan's golden palm imprinted in the air, breaking a dragon in half. However, as blood flowed, the dragon reconnected its broken body and swooped down again. The other 8 dragons collapsed a mountain with their roars, and they all pounced down. The 9 dragons fought, swallowing the heavens and splitting the earth. Do you think you are invincible just because you have a saint physique? I was born to kill king physiques and saint physiques like you. The 9-year-old Wang Chong shouted arrogantly. His hands formed dragon seals, and he commanded the 9 dragons to fight. This monster is truly terrifying. He's only 9 years old. When he grows up, who would be able to stop him? A saint-level character at the side whispered. He is a person with great fortune. When he was young, he fell into a dragon cave and obtained great benefits. Some say he drank dragon blood, and others say he ate large amounts of dragon marrow. An expert from the Cheshire Manor studied his physique, and he said he can live for at least 5,000 years. This is the most conservative estimate. I wonder what kind of immortal treasure he obtained after falling into the dragon cave. But at his age, this kind of temperament is a bit too much. There's nothing he can do. He has a big brother that everyone in the younger generation wants to avoid. Who would dare to provoke him? Yi Fan, Yi Zhou Tian, I don't care if you have a saint physique or an immortal physique. Today, you are dead for sure. I will slaughter you 9 times over. Wang Chong shouted. Whoosh! The astral wind became even fiercer. The 9 dragons turned around, and like 9 mountains, they pounced down at the same time. 9 dragons devouring Emperor. Wang Chong formed a dragon seal and revealed a cold and emotionless expression. He used the 9 dragons to suppress Yi Fan, wanting to grind him to pieces. This is a sure kill technique of the dragon seal, 9 dragons devouring Emperor. It can kill people several realms above it. Everyone in the back gasped, and their expressions changed. He really is a person with great fortune. After falling into the dragon cave, he obtained so many benefits. Everyone was extremely envious. Brat, I don't have time to play with you. Yi Fan suddenly jumped up and charged at the 9 dragons. Pfff. An azure dragon was grabbed by him, and with a fierce pull, it was snapped. Blood rained down. It was simple, direct, and extremely violent. You have great fortune, and fell into the dragon cave. Today, give me everything you have. Yi Fan sneered. Pfff. This time, he grabbed 3 azure dragons, and with a loud roar, his hands shook. Blood spurted out, and the azure dragons were torn into 9 pieces. You! Wang Chong was shocked and angry. He formed a dragon seal and attacked with all his might. 9 dragons devouring heaven appeared again. Did you really get an immortal treasury from the dragon cave? It's very extraordinary. Let me take it for you. Yi Fan did not treat him as a child. He attacked fiercely, and his right hand turned into a golden heavenly steel, which pressed down. Bang! The golden heavenly steel smashed into Wang Chong's back, sending him into a pile of rubble. It's over. The Saint Physique is dead for sure. After beating Wang Chong, his brother will definitely come out. He is said to be the reincarnation of the ancient emperor. Who can resist him? Chapter 599. The golden heavenly steel smashed down on Wang Chong's back, smashing him into a pile of rubble. Huge rocks rolled about and dust flew everywhere. It was a complete mess. Swoosh! The 9-year-old Wang Chong had raised a stone forest to the ground. His clothes were in tatters, his hair disheveled, and his eyes spitting fire. He had achieved success in his youth, but he had never suffered such a loss. Yi Fan. His eyes were bulging, the veins on his forehead bulging, and his expression frightening. Although he was only 9 years old, he had a savage and ruthless expression. Awoo! Dragon cries rose and fell. His hands formed dragon imprints, and a total of 18 azure dragons appeared. It was twice as many as before, and every single one of them was much thicker. They were like 18 mountain ridges stretching across the sky, and their imposing manner was oppressive. Bang! The 18 dragons were vast and majestic, and they lunged at Yi Fan at the same time. Even before they arrived, the earth was already fissured with hundreds of fissures. Each fissure was several li long, a frightening sight to behold. This scorched land seemed to be on the verge of caving in and ceasing to exist, an omen of the apocalypse. Little brat, you still haven't given up. As Yi Fan walked among the dragons, his every movement seemed to contain profound principles, as if he was interpreting a Taoist text. Squelch, squelch, with a palm, he smashed the head of an azure dragon into pulp. With a stomp of his foot, he snapped the head of another azure dragon, causing its bloody body to plummet from the sky. Yifan continued to attack with his golden palm, sending out 18 palm strikes to kill all 18 dragons, and then he began to advance on Wang Chong. Bang! Suddenly, Wang Chong opened his mouth and spat out a war chariot. It was only an inch tall, but it let out a deafening roar as it rumbled toward Yifan. Yifan's expression turned grave as he vaguely sensed that something was wrong. Retreating to the side, he raised his hand, and a shiny steel ring shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Clang! The shiny diamond chakram struck the 1-meter-tall battlefield, but it was instantly sent flying with a shattering sound. This is... Yifan's pupils constricted. The diamond chakram was a treasure he had seized from the wavering light-shaking realm. It was interwoven with the principles of the Tao, yet it had been split in half by these two ancient carriages. Boom! That ancient battlefield quickly enlarged, reaching 3 zhang in length. There were true dragons carved on it, and it was entirely black in color. It surged over like a flood, carrying an endless and terrifying aura. Bang! Yifan's left and right hands respectively moved a sun and a moon, his entire body overflowing with golden light. The sun and moon were as large as millstones, rumbling as they moved. He was like a god patrolling the skies. The blazing sun and silver moon were like a waterfall, surging outwards, illuminating this entire space until it was sparkling. They both struck the ancient war chariot, creating a loud sound. Boom! The black ancient war chariot engraved with the true dragon stopped, but Yifan's arm was also a bit numb. This was the first time he was stopped by a magical treasure using his physical body. It was hard to imagine just how powerful this war chariot was. King-level war chariot. Yifan's heart trembled. This was a royal weapon, forged by a peerless king. It was a weapon that surpassed the divine lord level. It was no wonder that the diamond chakram had shattered so quickly. Rumble, the black ancient war chariot charged over again, its terrifying aura even more intense. It was like an ancient ferocious beast, emitting bursts of black light. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived. Yifan shifted 300 zhang to the side, but the war chariot was like a ghost. It rushed over in an instant and completely locked onto him. Like a flood, the black light engulfed the heavens and the earth. Boom! The aura of the King Divine weapon was like a rainbow, sweeping away everything in its path. Rocks and cliffs were quickly turned into dust. If it was an ordinary Dragon Realm cultivator, they would have been crushed long ago. This was like the giant hand of a demon pressing down. This was the first time Yifan had faced such a weapon. Although his physical body was strong, after this ancient war chariot had awakened, it was interwoven with the brilliance of the Tao laws. He was unable to withstand it. He retreated 10 some li, and a mountain range beneath him was crushed by the war chariot. It collapsed into a cloud of dust. This ancient war chariot was unstoppable. This was a King Divine weapon left behind by a peerless existence on the level of God King Jiang Taishu. Yifan, don't you have a peerless saint body? Today, I'll crush that body you're so proud of into meat paste in front of everyone and turn you into a pile of mud beneath the wheels of this war chariot. Although Wang Chong was not very big, he had a rather ruthless personality. Standing on the black war chariot, he charged forward at high speed, his expression savage and his aura soaring to the heavens. A King Divine weapon consumes an enormous amount of energy. How long can you use it for? Yifan faintly smiled. Not wanting to fight, he quickly retreated. I think it's enough to crush you beneath the wheels of this war chariot. Standing on the war chariot, he took out a small jade bottle and pulled out the stopper. Immediately, a fragrant aroma flowed out, and he poured a drop of liquid into his mouth. Inside were 10 some drops of dragon marrow, each as large as a grape. They didn't mix with each other, appearing like golden agate, sparkling and intoxicating. Many people felt that this youth's luck was too heaven-defying. In order to kill Yi Fan, he had casually used dragon marrow to replenish his divine power. Only the heavens knew how much he had benefited from falling into the dragon cave. Yi Fan had originally planned to wait until he had exhausted his divine power and could no longer activate the war chariot, but now that he saw that he wanted to squander dragon marrow, he decided not to delay. Clang! 9 weapons appeared at his side, a jade saber, a violet jade sword, a crimson jade spear, a black jade halberd, a white jade shield. 9 jade weapons, each less than 3 inches long, were warm and crystalline, and exuded an intimidating aura. Whoosh! Yi Fan gripped a 2-inch-long violet jade sword and charged forward. With a mighty slash, a violet light soared into the sky and cleaved the world in two. On the ground, rumbling sounds rang out. A great rift that was more than 20 li long extended into the distance, unstoppable. Mountains and barren ridges were all destroyed. Clang! The black war chariot came to a stop after being struck. Wang Chang's body trembled and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Yi Fan switched to another jade weapon, his right hand gripping the 3-inch-long black jade halberd as he descended from the sky. Boom! The halberd cleaved through the black light and stabbed into the war chariot. Yi Fan calmly descended and stood on the chariot. What weapon is that? The war chariot was a king weapon that had been tested time and time again. Killing dragon transformation realm cultivators was as easy as tearing a painting. He hadn't expected to be attacked today, and at such a close distance. The black jade halberd was almost right in front of his eyes. Don't think that you're the only one with a king weapon. The war chariot is good, but it's not something you can control. Leave it to me. Yi Fan put away the 9 divine weapons and sent a golden palm forward. Bang! At such a close distance, Wang Chong couldn't dodge. He stretched out his small hands to block, but the web between his thumb and index finger was torn. Yi Fan was astonished. He thought that he would be able to shatter all the bones in the other party's body, but it was only a tear on the web between his thumb and index finger. My physical body isn't too bad. Let me give it another try. Yi Fan's palm turned golden in color, becoming even more resplendent. His entire body was like a 7-colored glaze, and a golden blood aura surged into the heavens. Pang! This time, Wang Chong screamed as blood spurted from his mouth. His arms were broken, and he was no longer able to block the attack. I'm really curious. How did you manage to train your physical body to such a level at such a young age? Yi Fan pressed forward. Behind him, the faces of the sages changed. It was rumored that he had drunk the blood of a dragon, and despite his young age, he possessed the invincible Vajra body. Even a divine monk of Buddhism had once praised him. Yet, at this moment, his bones were still broken by Yi Fan. It was impossible for him to withstand a blow from the body of a saint. This was truly shocking. Paw! Yi Fan's golden palm slammed down again. This time, he used 80% of his strength. Wang Chong spurted a large mouthful of blood, and 7 or 8 of his bones were broken. You do have some skill. If it were a half-step supreme expert, they would have long been smashed into meat paste by me, but you can still persist. Yi Fan was praising him, but Wang Chong's face turned red when he heard these words. His blood boiled, and he was incomparably furious. He felt that this was a form of humiliation. My big brother will avenge me. At that time, you will die without a burial. Wang Chong's eyes were spewing fire, and he was unyielding. Paw! Yi Fan slapped his head and said, still so stubborn. Can your big brother compare to supreme experts? They can't even kill me. What are they? My big brother is known as the reincarnation of the ancient emperor. He can destroy you with one finger. Don't think that you can run fast. Even if you run to the ends of the world, I can still find you, the 9-year-old Wang Chong shouted. Paw! Yifan slapped his head again and said, I'll wait for him to find me. Now, I'll deal with you first. Take out all the rare treasures. He began to openly plunder. He first snatched the bottle of jade marrow, and then knocked Wang Chong out of the chariot. With a flash of light, the ancient chariot turned 1 inch tall and appeared in his palm. He wiped away the imprint and put it away. Return it to me. That's my treasure. Wang Chong shouted in exasperation. Only at this moment did he seem like a child who had lost his beloved. Return your head. Yifan dragged him over and searched his sea of reincarnation, Daoist palace, and other places. He took out a pile of treasures. There were many rare treasures. There were more than a dozen ancient medicines that were more than 10,000 years old, and they could all be used to protect one's life. There were also 3 bottles of dragon marrow, and each bottle contained a dozen drops. They were golden in color, and one could tell with a glance that they were of superior quality. In addition, there was also a jade tablet with a true dragon seal carved on it. It was complicated and profound, and one could tell with a glance that it was a divine art that had not been passed down through the generations. One needed to carefully study and comprehend it. What a good child. You have so many treasures. I don't even know how to thank you. Yifan smiled. The ancient chariot was a king's weapon, and it was as precious as the 9 heavenly weapons. It had an inestimable value, and if it was put up for auction, even divine lords would fight over it. Its destructive power was frightening, and it was difficult to withstand. Dragon marrow contained shards of laws. When a cultivator in the dragon transformation secret realm comprehended the Tao, they could achieve twice the result with half the effort and had endless wondrous uses. The true dragon seal was on the same level as the embracing mountain seal and the human ruler seal. Yifan vaguely felt that there might be some kind of connection between them, and it was a precious secret art. Yifan, even if you kill me, you won't be able to live for long. Just you wait, my brother will suppress you forever in the underworld, and you will wish you were dead. Wang Chong shouted as he saw Yifan's hand pressing down. So young, and yet so violent. I better get rid of you as soon as possible. Yifan stretched out a finger and pointed at Wang Chong's forehead. Not good, if that person knows that we watched his brother die, he might attack us as well. Behind them, everyone's expression changed. Many people attacked, and all kinds of treasures were thrown at Wang Chong. Ding! Yifan casually picked up a 2-inch-long jasper saber from the 9 heavenly weapons around him and swept it in the air, producing a soft sound of jade. A jade-green saber light swept across like a blue ocean. The 11 magical treasures in the sky were all turned into dust and fell to the ground. Another 2 people screamed as they were cut in half. They died a violent death, and their corpses fell from the sky. He has a king weapon. We can't stop him. What do we do? Everyone paled. We've already done our best. His brother can't say anything, so we can't blame him. Some people quickly retreated. Yifan's golden finger pointed at Wang Chong's forehead. Even before it got close, the finger was already flashing with golden light. A crack appeared on Wang Chong's forehead, blood seeping out. His face was pale, and he could not move. Bang! Suddenly, a powerful energy surged out. 10,000 rays of divine light shot out of Wang Chong's forehead, as if the gate of the world had opened. Yifan quickly retreated. He sensed a dangerous ripple of energy, and he placed the 9 heavenly weapons in front of him. This was a very mysterious scene. A gate of the world had opened on Wang Chong's forehead, and an ancient golden chariot flew out. On it stood a tall figure, like a god or devil. It's him. Ancient Emperor Ting. How could he be at Wang Chong's forehead? Those saint-child level figures cried out in alarm. They stopped in the distant mountains, all of them revealing expressions of shock. The golden chariot rumbled as it flew out. The figure on it had disheveled black hair, a face as sharp as a knife, and bronze skin. His entire body was shrouded in golden light, making him seem like a celestial emperor descending to the world. In addition, around him were 9 true dragons, 9 divine phoenixes, 9 white tigers, and 9 black tortoises. They flashed with divine light, forming 4 images that revolved around him. This was simply a picture of a celestial emperor descending to the world, protected by the 4 images. Wang Ting's hair flew in the wind as he sat in the center of the chariot, radiating brilliant light as if he were patrolling the heavens. Yi Fan was shocked. This person's aura was too powerful. Not even the older generation could compare. This was a powerful innate potential. The dragons and phoenixes cried together, the white tigers roared, and the black tortoise swallowed the sea. Dazzling golden light shone in all directions. Wang Ting stood on the chariot, unmoving, his eyes profound. It's really him. The expressions of those saint children changed. Wang Ting, known as the reincarnation of ancient emperor, was born in the northern plains. At the age of 15, he was already unrivaled among the younger generation of the northern plains. Now, 10 years had passed, and almost no one knew what realm he had reached. Everyone said that he was simply the reincarnation of a great emperor because his growth path was too similar to the great emperors in the history of the human race, perhaps even surpassing them. Anyone who understood his talent would be shocked to the point of feeling terrified. There was not a single person who wasn't horrified. If they were compared to him, they would feel that their own lives were a kind of tragedy. Moreover, this person had great luck. When he was in his teens, he had entered the world to gain experience and came to the eastern wasteland alone. After just one trip, he obtained one of the 9 secrets and returned to the northern plains. This was only known by the outside world. As for what kind of ancient techniques he had grasped, no one knew. Even his clansmen didn't know. Yi Fan shivered inwardly. This person, known as the reincarnation of ancient emperor, was extremely mysterious and powerful. There was a heaven-defying aura that made people tremble. On the golden chariot, 10,000 rays of light shone, illuminating him like an ancient emperor. 9 true dragons, 9 divine phoenixes, 9 white tigers, and 9 black tortoises protected him in the center. The 4 symbols actually flickered with terrifying lightning. This was a terrifying aura that could only be obtained after experiencing more than 10 heavenly tribulations. Chapter 600. The gate of the world appeared on Wang Chang's forehead, and a golden chariot flew out. The dragon, phoenix, white tiger, and black tortoise roared in unison and shot into the sky. Wang Ting, who was known as the reincarnation of the ancient emperor, stood at the center of the golden chariot. He was like a celestial emperor descending to the world, surrounded by the 4 godlike spirits. Yi Fan stood 100 zhang away, indescribably shocked. This person's aura was so great that it left one tongue-tied. He had never seen or heard of such a person before. This vigorous aura was like a surging galaxy, drowning the world. It was terrifying, and its brilliance blocked out the sun, making it difficult to look at. How could he come out from Wang Chang's forehead? Yi Fan didn't believe it and opened his divine eyes to observe. Behind him, the 10-odd saint sages had already changed their expressions. They had seen this god before, but they still felt fear in their hearts. The 4 spirits were like the reincarnation of a celestial emperor, dazzling with divine splendor and surging with blood energy. They all felt fear from the bottom of their hearts, unable to resist. It's not his real body, but a part of his divine sense. Yi Fan used his primordial divine perception to observe and shivered. This was not a person with a body of flesh and blood, but a divine sense as powerful as the sea. Just how powerful is he to create such a divine sense and have it reside in his younger brother's forehead? This was the first time Yi Fan was so shocked. He had never seen such a terrifying young opponent. This was completely beyond his imagination, just like the Purple Emperor. A divine sense transformed into a celestial emperor, surrounded by the four spirits and carried by the golden chariot. This was the form of his divine sense. How many people could transform like this? No wonder there is lightning. This divine sense has gone through more than 10 heavenly tribulations. Even the most conservative estimate is that it has long surpassed the dragon transformation's secret realm. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Could this person be on par with the Divine Lord? He couldn't help but gasp when he thought of this question. He was invincible among the younger generation of the Northern Plains at the age of 15. After 10 years, how terrifying had he grown? No one could say for sure. From the fact that he was said to be the reincarnation of an ancient emperor, one could tell that this person's achievements were absolutely shocking. He could be compared to the great emperors of the same age in the history of the human race. Wang Chong was very shocked. He did not think that his elder brother would leave a mark on his forehead. He shouted, "Big brother, help me kill him." Boom! Yi Fan was incomparably solemn. The golden lake between his eyebrows turned into a small golden person that sat cross-legged in the void. It opened its mouth and spat out the essence of heaven and earth, dazzling and dazzling. At the same time, several great phenomena appeared around him. Magnificent rivers and mountains rose and fell. An immortal king sat high up in the 9 heavens, accompanied by a green lotus. These weren't complete. They were originally a type of irregular phenomenon, but they hadn't completely evolved yet. They were divided into several types of the most powerful ancient irregular phenomena. The golden divine sea surged under his feet, and the waves struck the 9 heavens. A yin-yang diagram rotated behind him, and the life and death chi circulated. In front of him, Wang Teng was bursting with majesty and heroism. He was one with the world, and with every breath, divine light flooded the world. He was shrouded in boundless brilliance like a great emperor from ancient times. He did not make a move. His eyes were deep, and there were stars flickering in and out. His expression was indifferent, without any expression. Everything in the outside world seemed insignificant and could not affect his fundamental heart. Wang Chong was shocked after seeing Yi Fan's various phenomena. He said, "Big brother, are these the phenomena that you said would be difficult to form even if you cultivated for a lifetime?" The tall man on the golden chariot still did not speak. He was calm and indifferent, but the stars in his eyes were flickering even faster. Yi Fan was shocked. His golden blood energy rushed into the sky, causing the essence energy in his body to boil. He isolated everything from the outside world because he felt an indescribable aura. Heavenly eye, eye of the heart. He immediately thought of this possibility. The man in front of him most likely had the heavenly eye and was looking at the secrets of his body. Yi Fan was alarmed. If this was really the case, then this man was too frightening. To have the heavenly eye in his 20s, just how frightening was this? Although Wang Chong was arrogant to outsiders, he was as obedient as a kitten in front of his big brother. Seeing that the other party was silent, he did not dare to speak. Rumble, suddenly, the golden chariot moved, crushing through the sky and charging toward Yi Fan. Wang Ting formed a dragon seal and, like a celestial emperor subduing demons, suppressed the chariot. Boom! A vigorous aura and terrifying ripples descended like a falling star. This was completely different from Wang Chong's as he shot out 81 true dragons. Dragon cries shook the surroundings, shaking the mountains, rivers, and great earth. It resounded through the world, deafening. 81 heavenly dragons, every single one of them like an eternal deity, powerful and terrifying. Bang! Yi Fan struck out with the human king's seal, overturning the world. The sovereign of the human race had descended, looking down on the world and shaking the 81 dragons. Wind and thunder roared incessantly. The sky exploded as the mountainous dragons and the sovereign of the human race fought fiercely. All kinds of light shattered the void as the two sides fought endlessly. In the end, the golden chariot stopped and could no longer move forward. The demon-like figure on the chariot remained motionless, his body glowing with golden light. Wang Ting's expression was still calm and did not say a word. The true dragon, divine phoenix, white tiger, and black tortoise surrounded the central celestial emperor. Clang! The 9 divine weapons hovered around Yi Fan's body, each of them warm and sparkling. He held a 3-inch-long scarlet jade spear in his hand and pressed forward. At the same time, all kinds of phenomena appeared around him. No matter how powerful his opponent was, it was just a divine sense. He wanted to kill it in one fell swoop. My big brother has survived 10 some heavenly tribulations. This divine sense has fused with lightning and is inextinguishable. Although his real body hasn't arrived yet, it's enough to kill all the cultivators in the dragon transformation secret realm. Wang Chong shouted as he stared at Yi Fan, ready to kill him after he was defeated. In the distance, the 10 some saint sages all paled. It was truly a tragedy to be born in the same generation as such a person. No matter how dazzling one was, one would only be a leaf. Clang! Suddenly, Wang Ting slowly pulled out the golden holy sword on his back. Every inch of the sword emitted dazzling rays of holy light. At the same time, a vast sea of energy surged in all directions. The saint sages in the distance paled and couldn't help but retreat as they sensed an incomparably powerful fighting spirit. This was a terrifying will that seemed to say that it was the only sovereign. It was as if it wanted to control the entire world. Wang Chong excitedly shouted, "The divine artifact that survived the heavenly tribulations with my big brother, the celestial the arch sword." An extremely cold aura spread. With every inch the golden celestial the arch sword rose, more than 10,000 rays of divine might would rush out, shattering the mountains in the distance. This was not a manifestation of a divine sense, but a golden holy sword. With a final clang, it appeared in Wang Ting's hand. He stood on the chariot and slashed forward. Boom! With the 9 divine weapons in hand, Yi Fan charged forward to meet the celestial the arch sword-wielding Wang Ting. All kinds of light flashed. The earth was being cut open, the mountains were collapsing, and the sky was collapsing. This place had become a land of destruction. Nothing could be seen except light and the broken void. It had almost become a land of chaos. Clang clang. The 9 divine weapons flashed and pressed down. At the same time, the immortal king descending from the 9 heavens and other phenomena also swooped down. Whoosh! At this moment, Wang Ting grabbed Wang Chong and drove the golden chariot into the sky. After all, it was just a strand of divine sense, and it could not fight for long. Big brother, although it's just a strand of divine sense, it grew up in the heavenly tribulations. It could kill all the experts in the dragon transformation secret realm. Could the power of the divine body surpass the 9th transformation of the dragon transformation? Wang Chong was very unwilling. Where do you think you're going? With the 9 divine weapons in hand, Yi Fan brought out the phenomena of the immortal king descending from the 9 heavens, the golden divine sea, and the primal chaos green lotus. He wanted to kill this enemy in one fell swoop. Behind him, everyone was stunned. Someone actually dared to chase after Wang Ting. This was a top expert who could make even the older generation tremble in fear, but he had retreated. However, after thinking about it, it was understandable. After all, it was just a powerful strand of divine sense. If he had come, no one would know how powerful he was. Yi Fan's speed was so fast that he almost caught up to the golden chariot. But at this moment, a black hole appeared in the void, and the chariot rushed in and disappeared. He stood on the spot in a daze. This was an unimaginable enemy, and he already had the power to surpass the older generation. In the future, his achievements would be limitless. Even the most conservative estimate is that he will surpass the dragon transformation. Yi Fan thought for a while, and with the 9 divine weapons in hand, he went back. There were still more than 10 Saints senior-level experts there, and they were all here to kill him. Where are you going? This time, his attack was very fierce. A few jade artifacts, small and beautiful, such as the violet jade sword, jasper saber, white jade shield, scarlet jade spear, and black halberd, all flew out. Yi Fan was like a god of death. With the jasper saber in hand, he slashed at 12 treasures. With one slash, he cut off the head of an outstanding talent, and blood spurted into the air. Originally, these people were not in the mood to fight. Seeing a person's head fly more than 10 meters high, they became even more apprehensive. They scattered in all directions, and no one was willing to risk their lives. In fact, this was a very strong battle force, but unfortunately, they had no intention to fight and all wanted to escape. Therefore, Yi Fan entered an uninhabited land, and with the violet jade sword, he cut another person in half. Pfft! Yi Fan attacked again. The scarlet jade spear flew up, drawing out a beautiful bloody light. It pierced through a person's head, nailing him to the rock wall, and he died a violent death. There were cries of alarm, and these people scattered in all directions, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan chased after them, and only stopped after killing another 4 people. At this time, the powerful figures of the Yin-Yang school had also arrived, and the area within a 1,000-mile radius was locked down. They were not in a hurry, and seeing that Yi Fan had escaped again, they were not worried. This was because the formation patterns were shrinking, and the area would gradually shrink. At that time, Yi Fan would not be able to escape even if he grew wings. The sky was dusky, and the energies of Yin and Yang flowed. Yi Fan frowned, and finally decided to take the risk. He used the row formula to rush forward. There was a deafening sound as all kinds of light blades slashed at him. Lightning flashed, and thunder roared. He had finally activated the vast formation patterns, but the row formula was still effective. Yi Fan was attacked, but he forced his way through. Using the 9 divine weapons to open a path, he struggled for dozens of miles before finally breaking free of the formation patterns. A large black hand slapped over, filling up the void. It was pitch black like ink, natural laws interweaving, striking towards Yi Fan. The powerful beings were startled, immediately hurrying over. Clang! Yi Fan used brute force to break through the formation patterns, and finally broke through the last light screen. He shot out like lightning and rushed out of the sealed area. What? Yi Fan killed 7 or 8 saints in a row, and even Wang Ting's brother was almost killed. This Yi Xiaotian is indeed fearless. He dared to fight the so-called reincarnation of the ancient emperor. This matter will not end well. So this is the monster from the Eastern Baron. Although he didn't appear in the Qisha residence, he still came to the Central Plains. Many young talents in the Qisha residence were shocked after hearing the news. Chapter 601. Wang Tang was called the North Emperor by the young heroes of the 5 regions. Almost no one dared to oppose him. Everyone avoided him. But now, the monster from the eastern wasteland had come and almost killed his brother. This surprised many people. In the current generation, perhaps only the person who could kill a king-type body with one slap could compete with Wang Tang. This was what many people thought. They called him the Central Emperor. The North Emperor used to travel between the northern plains and the eastern wasteland under the name of Wolf God. At the age of 15, he was already unrivaled. After 10 years of accumulation, no one knew what level he had reached. Moreover, everyone knew that he had the fate of the world and even obtained the 9 secrets. God only knew what other ancient techniques he had. After entering the Qisha residence, no one dared to oppose him. He also remained in seclusion and rarely appeared. Even when he came out, he would only go to the seclusion area behind the residence. As for the Central Emperor, some people said that he wasn't from this world. No one knew the specifics. Strictly speaking, there was only one Wang Ting in the current generation. Big brother, you have to take revenge for me. Wang Chong shook his brother's arm. Only at this moment did he act like a child. He stole my carriage and injured me. He was also disrespectful to you. You have to kill him. Wang Chong hung on the arm, not willing to let go. This was an ancient cave in the Qishe residence. Normally, no one dared to enter. This was where Wang Tang was in seclusion and was considered a forbidden area by the other saint children. There were dozens of spirit medicines in the cave, all over 10,000 years old. In the center, there was a king medicine. Its body was translucent and dazzling. If someone came in, they would be shocked. This king medicine was one of the 6 that had appeared in the immortal graveyard and was planted here. Everything in the cave abode was simple and unadorned. There was a jade bed beside the medicine king, and Wang Teng was sitting on it motionlessly. He was handsome and tall. His black hair was loose, his face was sharp, and his eyebrows reached his temples. There were countless stars in his eyes, making him look unfathomable. He was like the reincarnation of an ancient emperor. Big brother, why aren't you saying anything? Help me take revenge. Wang Chong started to act cute. If you continue like this, you'll die outside sooner or later. Even if I'm your elder brother, I won't be able to protect you, said Wang Ting calmly. Big brother, how can you say that? Mother said that when we're outside, you have to take good care of me. Wang Chong hugged his arm and wrinkled his nose in dissatisfaction. You should restrain yourself a little. Wang Ting stretched out a finger and tapped the center of the young man's brows. I'll suppress you for a year. You're not allowed to come out until you've calmed down. He pointed out with his finger, and the inside of the ancient cave became sparkling and translucent. The true dragon, divine phoenix, white tiger, and black tortoise followed behind and continuously cried out in harmony. It was divine and auspicious, as if a deity had come into being. Ah, don't! Wang Chong shouted. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't move at all. He was incomparably dispirited as he said, Big brother, that is a saint physique we are talking about. It is worth it for you to personally kill him. The so-called constitution is nothing. In my eyes, it's just the difference between a living person and a dead person. Without mastering it, there's no difference between you and the common people. Wang Ting's expression was calm. You are the number 1 person in the world, but I, your little brother, am not. If I don't kill him, he will become a demon in my heart, and I won't be able to meditate, Wang Chong shouted. Go into seclusion and reflect on yourself for a year. Wang Ting stretched out his hand and pointed. Wang Chong, who was at the 4th transformation of the dragon transformation, couldn't resist at all. He screamed and was sent flying into a stone room. The stone door closed, and he was sealed inside. Wu Goli, Jin Wu Duo, come in. We pay our respects to Master. Outside the cave, 2 tall and big creatures walked in. One of them was 3 meters tall, and his entire body was covered in silver scales. He had 4 arms and was filled with power. His silver hair draped over his shoulders, and there was a vertical eye in the center of his brows. The other one was 2 meters tall, and his entire body was shining with golden light. He had a pair of golden divine wings, and every inch of his body was covered in golden scales. Among his golden hair, there was a pair of antlers. Go and retrieve the head of that young man named Yifan, Wang Ting said calmly. It's that saint physique. It's been spread all over the place. When he grows up, he can even suppress the primordial kings. One of the creatures was shocked. There's no need to care about other people's physiques. The strong should be confident, and I'm the only one. If he can't prove his Tao, so what if he's the reincarnation of an immortal? It's just the difference between the dead and the living. Master's teachings are correct. Wang Ting said, he cultivates some ancient techniques and some forbidden secret arts. He can fight against supreme elders of holy lands. The two of you go together to ensure that nothing goes wrong. With this kind of strength, one of us is enough to kill a few of them. Even a lion uses its full strength to capture a rabbit. I don't want any accidents to happen. Go and retrieve the head, Wang Ting said coldly. Yes. The two creatures didn't dare to say anything else. They left the cave and discussed softly. Master's heavenly technique is almost complete. At that time, even the Middle Emperor won't be his opponent. The Middle Emperor isn't a person of this world. From a certain perspective, Master is already the number one in the world. In the Qishir Manor, there were many beautiful mountain peaks. Every disciple had their own spiritual land, and they wouldn't disturb each other. That's an archaic creature. Someone noticed the two creatures and couldn't help but cry out in surprise. I've long heard that Wang Ting's strength is unfathomable. He once entered the eastern wasteland and took archaic creatures as his servants. It's actually true. Many people heard the news and watched from the beautiful mountain peaks. They were all moved and didn't dare to approach. One gold and one silver rainbow tore through the air and disappeared into the horizon. Only after a long time did everyone come back to their senses. They felt even more reverence towards Wang Ting's cave. The Tao can be said, but it's not the Tao. The name can be named, but it's not the name. Nameless, the beginning of heaven and earth, famous, the mother of all living things. Recently, someone carved a passage in front of the Qishir Manor's mountain gate. It truly caused a commotion. Many people stood in front of the stone wall and pondered. Even the powerhouses of the manor had come to take a look. These words weren't specific cultivation methods and were only describing the main body of the Tao. Even though there weren't any secret techniques, it still made people think deeply. This matter caused a huge commotion and spread to the outside world. Many people were amazed and came because of its reputation. They felt that there was an extraordinary person in the Qishir Manor after all. What he said was worth thinking about. When Yi Fan heard about this, he immediately rushed over. He activated his divine eye and quickly discovered Pang Bo in the crowd. He was incredibly excited. He secretly transmitted his voice, and then the two of them left one after the other. They went to a place where there was no one else and reunited on a mountain peak. Ever since they separated in the eastern wasteland, it had already been more than 2 years since they last met. In this kind of boundless world, one could easily fly for more than 10 to 20 years. Being able to reunite was not easy at all. That damned Black Emperor sent me to a place where even birds don't shit. I fell into a dormant volcano. Pang Bo narrated his experience and continuously cursed the large black dog. He was full of resentment. Falling into the mouth of the volcano was one thing, but it was a dangerous land with endless formation patterns. Pang Bo had almost been refined there. Could it be an ancient cavern with treasures? There's nothing at all. He refined my flesh and blood to 40 kilograms. Don't let me see that dog again. Otherwise, I'll eat it. Pang Bo had been trapped there for almost 2 years. The only thing he had learned was that he had to cultivate day and night to resist the formation patterns. Otherwise, he would definitely be turned into dust. In 2.5 years, I've cultivated to the 4th transformation of the dragon transformation. This is a great harvest, Yi Fan said with a smile. That damned dog. I flew for half a year before I came to a prosperous place from the uninhabited region. The two of them narrated their experiences. Pang Bo naturally knew about Yi Fan's recent experiences. He gave the God-striking whip to Yi Fan and said, "This treasure is very strange. It can isolate one's aura. With it, you don't need to be afraid of the godly diviner's divination. It has such a wondrous effect." Yi Fan was shocked. He immediately put the God-striking whip on his back. He thought for a moment, then took out all the treasures he had. He first gave Pang Bo the wooden plank from the path understanding ancient tree, as well as a few stone nails. Cultivating on it will yield twice the result with half the effort. This is the divine coffin that the undying heavenly emperor built to preserve his immortality. This is the primordial saint. Pang Bo was surprised. After seeing Yi Fan's pile of treasures, he was especially shocked by the divine source block with an old man sealed in it. What exactly is in the Qishe residence? There might really be a path that leads to the outer realm. I've been investigating it recently. Maybe we can go home from there. Yi Fan gave the 9 divine weapons to Pang Bo and said, "You don't have any suitable weapons. Keep these to protect your life. But don't let the wicked Daoist know about it. I don't need these. You're in a bad situation now. These 9 weapons are of great use to you." Pang Bo didn't accept it. "This is what I've prepared for you. The 9 divine weapons are the most suitable for your 9 slashes of the demonic sovereign. Don't worry, I still have suitable weapons that I can use." Yi Fan was indeed worried about Pang Bo's safety. Previously, when Lu Yi had been captured, if he hadn't meticulously planned and killed everyone during the tribulation at the critical moment, she would have died without a doubt. He vaguely felt that it was most likely an old friend who had taken action. Although many people had died that day, the real culprit had not been found. Yi Fan told all this to Pang Bo. The two of them pondered for a long time and felt that it was necessary to be on guard. That old friend could be quite dangerous. Although he had given away the 9 divine weapons, Yi Fan's cauldron had already interwoven laws. It could be very useful. Moreover, he had a gourd that he had taken from the Purple Mansion Saint. Just the stopper of the gourd could shoot out chaotic light. It was very likely to be a king weapon. The two of them talked for a long time. Now that Yi Fan had used the God-striking whip to isolate his aura, he didn't need to worry about being found. He learned a lot about the Qishe residence from Pang Bo. There might be a path that led to the outer realm. This was what made him the most excited. In addition, he understood the situation of some experts in detail. Some people thought that apart from Wang Tang and the Central Emperor, there should be a southern demon and a mysterious expert from Mount Meru. It was a pity that those two were rarely seen, so not many people agreed. "Yi, let's work hard on cultivating first. We have only cultivated for a few years. There is a big gap between us and some people. We have to be convinced. Do you know who that Central Emperor is? Who is he?" Yi Fan was puzzled. "He is not a person of this world. His name is Xiang Yufei. Sounds familiar." Suddenly, Yi Fan's eyes widened. He suddenly remembered. When he had robbed Duanda, he had obtained a longevity lock from him. It was the leftover material of the Buddha's demon-subduing pestle. Later, it was forged into a life-protecting lock by several arhats. The last owner was Xiang Yufei. 9,000 years ago, an unparalleled genius appeared in the middle ground. His name was Xiang Yufei. He had become an emperor when he was only 19 years old. He was invincible and had the bearing of an ancient emperor. Unfortunately, the heavens were jealous of geniuses. He died at the age of 20, and the longevity lock could not prolong his life. According to legend, at the last moment, Xiang Yufei buried himself in an ice coffin and slept on a snowy peak. He wanted to avoid death and resurrect in the future. 9,000 years had passed, and Duanda had stolen the longevity lock from his body. How could he resurrect? Are you sure that the Central Emperor is Xiang Yufei? To be exact, it is the 20-year-old Xiang Yufei. More than 9,000 years have passed, but time has not left a trace on his body. How is this possible? Yi Fan was shocked. Not long ago, he was lamenting that the heavens were jealous of geniuses and felt pity for that person. But now, he was reborn in this world. The central emperor is Xiang Yufei from 9,000 years ago. There is no mistake. Pang Bo was very sure and revealed some secrets. Everything was done by the Qishir mansion. Although the Qishir mansion had been closed for 10,000 years, they did not pay attention to anything during this process. They did a lot of things. Why did they do this? Yi Fan was puzzled. Because at that time, the monster emperor had just died for 1,000 years. Even if Xiang Yufei had the bearing of a great emperor, he could not prove his Tao and become an emperor in that special period. He needed to avoid it. Chapter 602. Why did they have to avoid that special period? Was there still such a terrifying effect after the death of the demon emperor for thousands of years? The fact that descendants couldn't prove their Tao and become emperors was too shocking. There can't be two emperors in the same era. This has been the case since ancient times, and it's a common understanding without exception, Pang Bo said. Yi Fan already knew about this rumor, but he still couldn't understand why. The large black dog didn't explain it in detail back then. Ancient emperors represented the highest achievement of the human race. They had the ultimate power of the world, and were the embodiment of the great Tao of heaven and earth. After the death of a great sovereign, he would still be able to influence this world for a long period of time. Some people estimated that the great Tao would only be completely peaceful after the great human sovereign passed away in meditation for 10,000 years. Azure Emperor was a legend. After the desolate antiquity age, even saints couldn't appear, but he proved his Tao and became one of the strongest cultivators in history. No one could say what era he was from, and it was hard to estimate how long he had lived. People only knew that he died in the eastern wasteland 10,000 years ago. Xiang Yufei had to avoid that special period. Otherwise, even if he had the talent of an emperor, he couldn't prove his Tao. Moreover, his body was indeed showing signs of premature death. Xiang Yufei became a top figure in the middle state at 19 years old. He could compete with the emperors and the eastern wasteland saint master. There weren't many heroes like him since ancient times. Unfortunately, he died at 20 years old, which made people sigh. He reappeared in the world after 9,000 years, becoming an unsolvable mystery. He slept like an ancient creature, dreaming for 9,000 years. He bid farewell to his previous life and woke up today. It was a happy thing that such a brilliant figure could be revived. It added another legend to this era, and also added pressure to many powerful cultivators. He died early, and sealed his body with divine origin liquid to maintain his dying state. He used up several king medicines before he was finally revived and appeared in the world. This was a secret of the unique warrior manner. Pang Bo also learned about it accidentally, and not many people knew about it. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. The Qishir Manor's foundation was indeed powerful. Even in this era, they still had God origin liquid to use. This was simply a fantasy. Moreover, 9,000 years later, in order to revive Xiang Yufei, he actually took out a few stalks of king medicines. One had to know that those were ancient medicines that were 80 to 90,000 years old. A dozen of them added together was equivalent to an immortal divine medicine. Yi Fan sighed softly. It seemed like this person was being treated like a great emperor. In the future, he would most likely be able to prove his Tao. Otherwise, he would have wasted too much energy. This person definitely has unparalleled talent. 9,000 years ago, a supreme figure in the western desert who was on the verge of becoming a bodhisattva gave him the Buddhist treasure, the longevity lock, to prolong his life. For a living fossil figure, it was a priceless divine object that could extend one's lifespan. It was forged from purple gold that was repeatedly refined by Buddha and injected with endless merits. 9,000 years ago, even Buddhism was optimistic about him. Now that he has been resurrected by Qishir Manor, many people believe that he will become the main character of this world, Pang Bo said. It seems like this world is starting to change, as the Black Emperor said. Other than the elimination of the influence of the Demon Emperor, it is also evolving towards the world before the primordial era. Yi Fan pondered. That's right. That is indeed the case. Otherwise, as someone who might become a great emperor, Xiang Yufei wouldn't have been resurrected at this time. Speaking of which, that Wang Ting is really quite terrifying. He can compete with the Middle Emperor. This is a person from the present world. Both of them sighed. With 9,000 years between them, heroes from different time and space would definitely collide with brilliant sparks. However, they didn't know who else could join them. They deeply felt that they had come to this world for too short a time. Compared to such a peerless monster, their realm was still too far away. They needed to work hard and cultivate. That Wang Ting has subdued two powerful ancient creatures. He has already sent them out. I think it's most likely to deal with you, Pang Bo reminded. No matter. Now that I have the divine striking whip, they can't find any traces of me. I can think of a way to deal with them. Yi Fan took out 3 bottles of dragon marrow. Each bottle had a dozen drops of golden liquid that were as big as grapes. They didn't mix with each other. Each drop was clear and fragrant. Take 2 bottles. After you enter the dragon transformation stage, you can get twice the result with half the effort with the help of the dragon marrow. It contains fragments of the great Tao and can nourish a human dragon. I have the demon monarch ancient scripture and the dragon transformation divine art. I don't need these, Pang Bo rejected. There's no need for the two of us to be so polite. Just take it. It's definitely useful. Yi Fan stuffed 2 of the bottles into his arms. The color is golden, and each drop is so big. It must be a high-grade dragon marrow. 1 bottle is enough. I don't need so many. Pang Bo wanted to leave them for Yi Fan to use for his own cultivation. Don't worry. Although it's said that dragon marrow is rare in hundreds or thousands of years, it can definitely be bought. There are many dragon veins in the Middle Prefecture, and they are all ancestral roots. All the major sects have built cities as pure lands to nurture dragon chi. I don't believe that dragon marrow can't be found. I heard that dragon marrow can be found, but it can easily cost more than 1,000,000 kilograms of source. It can only be sold at super auctions, and it can only be traded with divine source, Pang Bo said. Yi Fan instantly smiled and said, then you don't have to worry too much. I won 5,000,000 kilograms of source from an ancient Genesis family at the Saturn Peach Feast and exchanged it for divine source. I should be able to buy some dragon marrow for us to cultivate in the dragon transformation secret realm. The Middle Prefecture is really a divine land. There is actually something as heaven-defying as the dragon marrow. It contains fragments of the great Tao, and not only can it extend one's lifespan, it can also help one comprehend the Tao. Legend has it that the top-grade illusion divine marrow is comparable to an immortal divine medicine. It is said that it could transform into a living creature and cannot be caught. Yi Fan smiled and said, my Genesis technique will most likely be useful again. After I understand the various secrets of the dragon marrow, I will personally search for the ancestral roots and obtain the dragon marrow. Don't go looking for the dragon marrow. It is said that this thing is very evil. Once you enter the ancestral roots, all kinds of strange things will happen. Even Saint Lord level characters will die mysteriously. Pang Bo firmly opposed. Yi Fan was surprised. He felt that it was necessary to understand more. This kind of divine creature that was nourished by the heaven and earth most likely had something accompanying it, or something that was born from it. You stay in the unique scholar residence. You must find the ancient road that leads to the outer regions. Pang Bo nodded and said, I know. I will enter the unique scholar residence for the ancient road. Of course, the insights of the predecessors on the beautiful mountains are also very important. In the end, the two separated and agreed on the place and time for their next meeting. West Dam City had existed for a very long time. Even after the War of Beacon Fire, the reincarnation of dynasties, the vicissitudes of time, and the vicissitudes of time, it had always stood tall and had never changed its location. Of course, it had been repaired countless times along the way. After all, it was too old and was one of the 10 ancient cities recorded in the ancient books of the Middle Prefecture. It wasn't that far from the unique scholar residence. If the heroes of the 5 regions needed something, their first choice after leaving the unique scholar residence was West Dam City. As one of the 10 ancient cities of the Central Prefecture, its layout was not ordinary at all. The gentle draconic chi nourished the entire city, and many wandering cultivators lived here in seclusion. There was no city lord here, and it didn't belong to any great power. It was relatively free, and a large number of cultivators came and went. As a result, it was incomparably prosperous. Every time a large-scale auction was held, many Holy Lord-level characters would come out of admiration. They came from all walks of life, and there were all kinds of people. Yifan came to West Dam City with the deity striking whip on his back. He wanted to cultivate here and strengthen himself. The city was majestic and majestic. The walls seemed to be cast from black iron, and it was like a great black steel wall. The layout of the city was grand and prosperous. There were hundreds of sects and all kinds of people. There was an endless stream of carriages and horses. Yifan stayed here and cultivated while paying attention to the Holy Lord level auction. He wanted to obtain the rare dragon marrow. One could often see the disciples of the Odd Warrior Manor here. As long as the manor was not sealed, they could go anywhere they wanted. People often came here to trade magic treasures and pills. Within West Dam City, there were naturally many people discussing the younger generation of the 5 regions and who was the number 1 in the world. Apart from the Central Emperor and Wang Ting, people also talked about the Southern Monster and the mysterious expert from Mount Meru. However, they chose to ignore the Eastern Wasteland. This was because this great region was too complicated and mysterious. It was difficult to tell which was strong and which was weak. In the Eastern Wasteland, all the heroes rose up together. No one could point out who was the number 1 expert of the region. The Alcade Saint Child was too low-key and had never fought to the death. Only the Little Pink King had experienced it, but he had kept his mouth shut. Now, he couldn't even ask the Little Pink King to describe the process of that battle. He had been suppressed by the old Pink King. As long as he didn't pass the test set by the ancient celestial Pink Saint, he couldn't come out. In addition, some people speculated that the Jade Lake Saintess was very powerful. Others said that the Ji family's divine king physique was invincible and had never been defeated. They said that she was the number 1 expert of the Eastern Wasteland. Some people even said that these people were nothing. Once the Purple Mansion Saintess became the Saint Lord, she would be invincible because she had a natural Tao embryo and was invincible. Others said that the true number 1 was Yen Ryu. Once she used her extreme divine weapon, even Wang Tang and the Central Emperor would have to admit defeat. Of course, Hua Yunfei was mentioned again. He had disappeared for almost 3 years, but no one had forgotten that he cultivated the heaven-devouring demonic art. Once he went all out, no one could stop him. He would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Some people predicted that within 10 years, he would definitely cause chaos in the Eastern Wasteland, and within 100 years, he would run amok in the 5 regions. Naturally, many people mentioned Yifan. They believed that if he didn't die and grew step by step, his achievements would be limitless. After all, he was the only saint physique that had broken the curse since the ancient times. What made people speechless was that Duanda, a grave robber in his 30s, was also mentioned. They said that the wicked Taoist was an oddity that couldn't be seen through. Other than that, Xia Jiuyo was also mentioned. She had broken through 4 levels and entered the Dragon Transformation secret realm at the age of 13. She could be considered a rare genius since ancient times. She wasn't like Wang Chong, who had fallen into a dragon cave and obtained a unique opportunity to drink dragon blood and divine marrow. She had cultivated step by step and reached her current level by herself. In the end, people found that there were too many people in the Eastern Wasteland to talk about. It was impossible to determine who the number one expert was. Most of these people had never displayed their true strength and were very low-key. Even after entering the Cheshire residence, it was the same. No one had heard of anyone from the Eastern Wasteland being called a monster, and no one had done anything by force. However, people had heard that the wavering light saint child was someone who had to go through heavenly tribulations every time. How could he not be a monster? From this, it could be deduced that the other people were not simple either. They had a lot of room for growth. Outside West Dam City, two tall figures stood in the air. One was covered in golden scales and had a pair of divine wings. The other was shining with silver light and had 4 arms and an extra eye. He disappeared and covered up his aura. Even the godly diviner's disciple couldn't deduce anything. The people of the Yin-Yang sect can't find him. He's most likely still in this area. If we don't take his head, we can't go back and report. The two ancient creatures were discussing in low voices. Their eyes were dancing like flames, and their powerful auras were extremely astonishing. While these two ancient creatures were thinking of ways to kill Yi Fan, he held the immortal tear green gold book in his hand and pondered. The small characters were written in the ancient divine characters. Could he capture an ancient creature and translate them? Chapter 603. Early in the morning glow gushed out. West Dam City was bathed in a golden radiance. The black walls were inlaid with golden edges, adding a sense of holiness. Yi Fan came to a small restaurant and ordered a bowl of tofu pudding and a basket of small buns. He sat down and ate while looking at the passers-by on the ancient street. The sun had just risen, and the morning glow was very gentle, sprinkling warmth on one's body. There was no clamor, no murderous cries, no dazzling magical treasures, and no fresh blood. There was only tranquility and simplicity. These past few years, Yi Fan's pace of life had been very tight. He had gone through fire and water and was used to seeing sharp blades beheading people and blood dyeing the sky. He wandered between life and death, and now he felt very peaceful. For a mortal, this was just a very ordinary morning. Perhaps some would complain that the morning glow was a bit dazzling, but for Yi Fan, it was a kind of enjoyment. The brilliant morning glow, the warm rising sun, the clean porcelain bowl, the lustrous tofu pudding, and the passers-by all made him feel simple and natural. Cultivators are a group of non-humans. It is difficult for them to feel the beauty of the mortal world. It is too boring. Yi Fan sighed. At this time, many cultivators should be deep in the mountains and in front of ancient caves, far away from the mortal world. There were even more people in seclusion, not seeing the sun and moon all year round. Mortals envied flying in the sky and burrowing into the earth, but they did not know that it required many years of accumulation. One could endure the torment in boredom and silently cultivate alone, but there was no guarantee of success. Yi Fan was going to cultivate in seclusion in the near future. He planned to use the bottle of dragon marrow to break through to the 4th transformation of dragon transformation. These days, he had relaxed his mind and felt the mortal world. When the time came, he would break through the tribulation in one go. The streets suddenly trembled and the limestone slabs on the ground trembled. More than 10 strange beasts rushed in from the direction of the city gate. Each of them was incomparably handsome. Some were like cheilants flickering with purple light, while others were like dragon steeds burning with raging flames. As they rushed past, the entire ancient street shook and rumbled. Then, they entered the largest inn in the city. Not long after, some people arrived on clouds and descended from the sky. Moreover, it was not just 1 or 2 batches. From time to time, people would rush over and enter West Dam City. This was one of the 10 great ancient cities of the central continent. There were many powerful cultivators who lived in seclusion here, and there were even more cultivators who frequented this place. The common people were already used to this, so they didn't panic. The bi-monthly super auction is about to begin. This time, it will be held in the Ninely Divine Dynasty's treasure tower. Many people have rushed here overnight. I wonder what kind of divine object will be born. Most likely, there will be many Imperial Lord-level characters. At a table not far away, someone was discussing softly. West Dam City held a large-scale event every 2 months. The various large auction houses took turns holding it, and it often attracted Holy Lord-level characters. The tranquility of the early morning was broken. People continuously flew over from the horizon and landed in the city. Some of the people in the city speculated that there would most likely be an unusual magical treasure this time. Otherwise, how could so many people be attracted? The sounds of hooves were loud, and the sounds of wind and thunder could be heard. Another 6 or 7 riders galloped over from the city gate like streaks of flowing light, their speed extremely fast. These mounts were all mutants. Some had wings on their ribs, and their bodies were glowing. Some had thick scales and large hooves. All of the strange beasts trod in the air. They were half a foot above the ground, and their feet did not touch the ground. However, the sound of wind and thunder could be heard, and it was even louder than when they were trampling on the limestone ground. At the very front was a golden divine hoe and a purple Chelan beast. The golden divine flame and the purple heavenly flame burned fiercely, causing the 2 people on the mounts to exude divine might. These are the elites of the extraordinary warrior manor. They have also come to join in the fun. They are all the most outstanding inheritors of the 5 great regions. In the future, there will be no lack of their figures here. The extraordinary warrior manor opened once every 10,000 years, and now, it was destined to make this city even more prosperous. These people definitely did not lack resources, and most of them were future sect masters. Yi Fan's eyes narrowed. He saw an old friend. The golden divine hose rider wore golden battle clothes. He was majestic and strong, and his eyes were like a tiger's. His black hair was scattered behind him. Jin Qishao, the inheritor of the golden family of the North region. The blood of an archaic king flowed within his body. Yi Fan did not expect to see this person here. Last time in the eastern wasteland, the fire demon Ridge, when 13 saints surrounded and attacked him, this person was among them. I triggered the heavenly tribulation to kill a group of people. At that time, Saint Yen escaped, but I killed him afterward. I didn't expect him to also be a fish that escaped the net. Participating in the plot to kill him, Yi Fan naturally did not have any good feelings for this person. If he was not in West Dam City, he would definitely attack him. The 6 or 7 strange beasts stopped, and everyone got off their mounts. They went straight to the front of the small restaurant. Clearly, they were going to eat breakfast here. Ding! A piece of silver fell on Yi Fan's table and made a soft sound. It spun a few times before stopping. Go, bring our mounts to the inn in front. The person who spoke walked in side by side with Jin Qishao. He was wearing a purple robe and only glanced coldly at Yi Fan. He did not look at him for long and found a seat to sit down. Hey, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? Seeing that Yi Fan did not move, the person beside him revealed a strange expression. He was just a mortal, but he was actually unmoved by a piece of silver. You think it's too little? I'm only letting you walk a few steps. Jin Qishao glanced over and threw a golden leaf at Yi Fan's face. Ding! Yi Fan caught the golden leaf with 2 fingers and casually threw it on the table. 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes as he looked at the few people and said slowly, "You want to order me around and throw a golden leaf at my face?" These people were surprised and immediately understood that this was not a mortal. Otherwise, he would not dare to speak to them like this. You don't even want the golden leaf. We'll find someone else to lead the horses, one of them taunted. The others did not say anything else, afraid of causing trouble. Yifan flicked out a few golden leaves which landed in front of Jin Qishao and the person who spoke. This is for you. Be quiet and don't be noisy. You. The few people were furious and stood up. Jin Qishao's expression changed and he said, forget it. Let's eat first and rest later. We still have to go to the Jiuli God Dynasty's palace. My apologies, friend. Since you are not willing, we disturbed you just now. The man in purple also spoke. Clearly, he did not want to cause trouble. Since you have said so, forget it. Yifan stood up and left. You. One of them was very unwilling, but he did not act up. Jiuli was one of the 4 great immortal dynasties of the Central Plains. It had an ancient heritage and its influence was as vast as the sea. In each ancient city, there were weapon halls and auction houses. At this moment, in front of this palace, there was a sea of people rubbing shoulders. Many people had come to participate in this super auction. The Jiuli Heavenly Palace was very grand and occupied a large area. It was like a city within a city. After walking in, there was a door of light. Every time someone entered, it would flash, displaying a person's strength. There would be people receiving them according to the light. Yifan tried to hide, but the light still flashed a few times. A young girl came out and led him to a pavilion in the air. Upon closer inspection, one could see that this place was filled with cultivators of the dragon transformation realm. In the end, he asked for a private room. He sat in the floating pavilion and looked down at the auction hall. He could see everything clearly. I hope there is a peerless dragon marrow. If that's the case, I can immediately break through. Yifan sat in the pavilion and paid attention to everything in the auction hall. The transaction had already begun. A 6,000-year-old spirit medicine, starting price of 10,000 kilograms of source. 11,000 kilograms of source, 12,000 kilograms of source. In the end, the spirit medicine was sold for 20,000 kilograms of source. This was the first transaction in the Jiuli Heavenly Palace. The auction hall was tepid, but everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. There were no special treasures that had appeared yet. A fleeting fire sword, starting price of 50,000 kilograms of source. Finally, there was a commotion in the hall below. Many people were attracted and immediately started to bid. This sword was crimson like blood and surged with mist. Fleeting fire burst out and the heat was difficult to resist. This was an ancient sword interwoven with natural laws. It was a divine lord level weapon, 150,000 kilograms of source. 180,000 kilograms of source, 200,000 kilograms of source. In the end, the fleeting fire sword was sold for a frighteningly high price and fell into the hands of a young man. Many people were shocked. It was a disciple of the unique warrior manner. Then, the atmosphere in the auction hall became more and more heated. Treasures appeared one after another, causing waves of exclamations. The final price became more and more shocking. When a jade-white, flawless piece of iron was placed on a jade plate and sent into the hall, the auction reached its climax. A piece of mud and fat divine iron, starting price of 500,000 kilograms of source. Boom! The hall was in an uproar. Many people stood up and looked forward. That was a piece of divine iron the size of a human head. It was pure white like snow and without a single flaw. It didn't have any special characteristics of metal and was like a piece of mud and fat jade. However, everyone knew that this was a rare treasure. Even if a divine lord refined a weapon for himself, a little bit of it would be enough. It was extremely rare. It was said that this kind of precious material could be used to refine a king weapon. It was needed by all kinds of king bodies and was extremely rare, 600,000 kilograms of source. 700,000 kilograms of source, 800,000 kilograms of source. Many people were very excited. They raised the price by 100,000 kilograms of source in one go, all wanting to get their hands on it. Yi Fan was speechless. There were so many people who had source. Although he was the successor of the Yuan Taoist master, he had never thrown out a few 100,000 kilograms of source like this. 5 million kilograms of source. Suddenly, a young man calmly said. All the voices in the hall disappeared. This person suddenly raised the price from 500,000 kilograms of source to 5 million kilograms of source, showing his determination to win. Who is he? Although this kind of thing is rare, the risk of refining it is very high and it can be easily destroyed. It's not worth a single cent, yet he really dares to bid for it. Su Zixuan, the Yuhua king of the young generation of the central state. This kind of physique hasn't appeared in 15,000 years. If it weren't for the fact that the central emperor is too shocking, as one of the experts of the young generation of the central state, his great name would have already spread all over the world. In the end, the Yuhua king won the head-sized mutton fat divine iron for 5 million kilograms of pure source. An old man beside him paid for him. Obviously, he had a powerful background and the support of an ancient clan. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to take out so much source on his own. The next auction item is a king weapon. Hua! This time, there was an uproar. Everyone stood up. In the end, this kind of thing was auctioned. It was beyond everyone's expectations. With a king weapon in hand, one could move unhindered in the world and fight against a group of experts of the same level alone. Its power was peerless. Yi Fan was also stunned. He had once held one of the 9 divine armaments and had truly experienced that terrifying power. It was unstoppable and unstoppable. And now, he had a black war chariot about an inch long. It was a king's war chariot, and it was similarly terrifying. In his hands, he had only been able to suppress it with one of the 9 divine armaments. This was a small bell, only the size of an infant's fist. The body of the bell was green and made of divine jade, like green agate. A king weapon seemed to be translucent and gentle, but it possessed an incomparably terrifying might that affected the minds of everyone present. I have to obtain this weapon. Jin Qishao said, his eyes flashing with golden light. Even in the Central Plains, it was almost impossible to see a king weapon being auctioned in a supreme auction like this, as they were simply too rare. Anyone who obtained one would nourish it and fuse it with their flesh and blood, not sell it. Truly a treasure. It's probably going to be at the heaven step. I still want to buy dragon marrow, but I probably won't be able to buy this treasure, Yi Fan softly sighed. Chapter 604. Every king weapon consumed countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Even the entire wealth of a large sect couldn't be forged. Only holy lands, divine dynasties, and the top forces could have them. One could imagine how many people could obtain and use the weapon that the peerless divine King Jiang Taishu had spent his entire life refining. Anyone who wielded it could sweep through a group of people at the same level, invincible and unrivaled. The body of the bell was only the size of a baby's fist. It was green and glistening, translucent and translucent. It was obvious at a glance that it was a treasure. Blue Sky Bell, in the Julie Heavenly Court, as soon as the old man in charge of the auction said this name, the people in the hall were in an uproar. It's actually the legendary Bell King. The entire hall was in an uproar. Many people were shocked and began to discuss it. Many people even squeezed forward to see what was going on. Because of the 3 words, Blue Sky Bell, the auction hall was in chaos. Everyone was excited. Many important figures walked out of their private rooms and used their divine eyes to watch. The Blue Sky Bell was famous in the past. It was a mysterious and powerful weapon. When the bell rang, the world became silent, heroes fell, and all things shattered. 20,000 years ago, a Jade Sky King appeared in the Central Plains. He was like the current divine king of the eastern wilderness, Jiang Taishu. He was an invincible king. The weapon he had refined for his entire life was extremely precious. Blue sky was the first level of Taoism. The sky was filled with blue clouds, and it was called blue sky. Since he dared to call himself a king with such a name, he naturally had his own merits. The blue sky bell was called the Bell King. It was as famous as the 9 divine weapons that the Jade Sky King had refined for his entire life. It was recorded in many ancient books in the Central Plains. The Jade Sky King, was a powerful king body in the Central Plains. The weapon he left behind is rare and priceless. I'm afraid not many people can afford this blue sky Bell King. Who knows how many precious materials were used to forge it from the 9 heavens blue sky divine jade. The most important thing is its power. If it was in the hands of a holy lord, it would be invincible in an era without ancient saints and a king body. Everyone was shocked. They knew that the price would be sky high. Unless an ancient dynasty or a holy land acted, no one would be able to afford it. It was too precious. 700,000 kilograms of pure source energy, start. When the crowd calmed down a bit, the old auctioneer loudly announced the starting price. After a moment of silence, the crowd burst into an uproar. How is this possible? Only 700,000 kilograms of pure source energy. Almost no one dared to believe this. This was the legendary Jade Descent Bell, a treasure refined by an unmatched king with his entire life's effort, so how could it be so cheap? It must be fake. This is definitely not the real Azure Sky Bell. Could this be a replica and not the King Bell recorded in the ancient books? Many people were skeptical. They didn't believe that a divine bell's base price would be this low, believing that there was something fishy going on and that it wasn't a precious item. Everyone, please calm down. Within the Ninely Treasure Tower, the old auctioneer gently knocked on the bell. Instantly, a clear bell sound rang out, cleansing the souls of those who heard it. It's the King Bell, but there's a stain on it. The Azure Sky Bell, which was the size of a baby's fist, was flipped over. People found a bloodstain on the inner wall of the bell. It was dark and lustreless. What happened? Not long ago, someone found the corpse of the Jade Descent monarch in an ominous land, lying in a bloody cave. Hearing this, everyone immediately understood what was going on. The ancestral root of the dragon marrow could also produce stains. Even if it was a treasure, it would still be dissolved after being soaked in it for a long time. It was already a miracle that the Azure Sky Bell hadn't been completely destroyed after being soaked in this land for 20,000 years. What a pity, a divine object was destroyed just like that. Who would have thought that the Jade Descent monarch would die in a bloody cave? This is truly an inestimable loss. The legendary Azure Sky Bell has been destroyed just like that. Everyone shook their heads, their enthusiasm waning. Everyone, this isn't an ordinary weapon, it's made from the 9 heavens Azure Divine Jade. You have to know that this is a divine material that can be used to make weapons of saints. Even the ancient saints couldn't find it. If we can find some peerless earth milk or top-grade dragon marrow, we can completely wash away the bloodstain and restore the Azure Sky Bell. Moreover, if we continue to nourish it, it will be impervious to all evils. It will be impossible to erase it. Many people were moved again, their thoughts becoming active. However, there were still many who shook their heads. Forget it, the price is too high. Earth milk and dragon marrow are priceless in themselves. Who can afford to pay the highest grade? 800,000 kilograms. 850,000 kilograms. Even though many people said that the price was too high, they still made a bid during the auction, and it was very intense. 1,200,000 kilograms. Yifan also spoke. He felt that the Azure Sky Bell was extraordinary and should be able to dissolve the bloodstain. After all, it was made from the 9 heavens Azure Divine Jade. If it was properly nourished, not only would it be able to recover, it should also be able to grow continuously. He suddenly raised the price by several 100,000 kilograms, immediately causing people to raise their eyebrows. Many people hesitated, not knowing whether to continue or not. 1,500,000 kilograms. Another voice sounded, extremely calm and composed. It was Jin Qishao of the Gold Clan, the blood of an ancient king flowing in his body. 1,550,000 kilograms. Another person spoke. 1,800,000 kilograms. Yi Fan continued to raise the price. 1 million kilograms. Jin Qixiao's expression did not change, as if he was determined to obtain it. Is he crazy? The azure sky bell is already tainted, yet it is still being fought over like this. This is truly a case of too much energy. Everyone was shocked. 1,800,000 kilograms was Yi Fan's bottom line, but seeing that it was Jin Qixiao who was competing, he felt the need to add fuel to the fire. It was not that he wanted to cheat this person, but that the dragon marrow would be auctioned soon, so he felt the need to make him consume a bit more to prevent him from competing with him later. 1,150,000 kilograms. Yi Fan's tone was not firm, as if he had shouted this price through clenched teeth. 1,300,000 kilograms. Jin Qixiao was extremely domineering, adding 200,000 kilograms in one go. 400,000 kilograms. Yi Fan seemed to be even more hesitant, and he was a bit hesitant when bidding. 2,600,000 kilograms. Jin Qixiao was extremely straightforward. Brother Jin is too much. The azure sky bell is seriously tainted, and is no longer as majestic as before. Its power is less than 10%, and 1,800,000 kilograms is the limit. The man in purple beside him advised. The other disciples of the Qishir manor also felt that it was not worth it, and they all dissuaded him. I'm taking it. Our gold clan has the great earth elixir. It can completely wash away the stains and restore the Spell King. Jin Qixiao secretly transmitted his voice. What? The others were shocked and incomparably envious. If it could be restored, it would be worth it no matter how much origin source was spent. They could recreate the glory of an invincible king. In the end, everyone in the hall became numb. Yi Fan increased the price a bit, pushing the azure sky bell to the sky-high price of 1 million kilograms. He didn't dare to increase it anymore, as he was afraid of frightening the other party. Something's not right. He's determined to get it, and he can still bid. Yi Fan observed with his origin divine sense and felt the other party's emotional fluctuations. 1,100,000 kilograms of origin source. 1,200,000 kilograms of origin source. Yi Fan gently cooked the meat, pushing the price to 1,500,000 kilograms of origin source, and no longer paid attention to it. In the end, even Jin Qixiao became anxious. He didn't have that much origin source on him, so after communicating with the person in charge of the Jiuli Heavenly Imperial Court and obtaining permission to pay in the future, he pushed the price to 1,700,000 kilograms in one go, becoming the final winner. This bastard. Jin Qixiao clenched his teeth. This price was too great. He stared at the private room Yi Fan was in, his heart filled with endless killing intent. Then, he began to laugh coldly. The auction hall was in an uproar. This was truly a sky-high price. It was extremely crazy, making everyone feel that it was unreal. Afterwards, another precious item was auctioned. It was the ancient Gemini King's personal letter, which recorded part of the process of Tao comprehension. Even though it was only an incomplete piece, its value was immeasurable. Yi Fan thought for a bit and participated again. This time, he loyally acted as a support. He still hesitated every time he called out a price, but he continuously pushed the price up. Damned support, your acting is too terrible. Too despicable, raising the price is too obvious. In the end, this incomplete personal letter was also pushed up to a sky-high price, provoking the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people. Next time, you can play by yourself. Go to hell, Ituo. Many people cursed, unable to restrain their anger. Yifan naturally did this on purpose. He wanted to play the role of support to the end, letting these people understand his use and paving the way for the bidding for the dragon marrow. After that, as expected, he did not change his bad habits. He supported another 2 precious items, raising the price to a sky-high price. The last precious item, a bottle of purple dragon marrow, a total of 12 drops. The starting price is 1,200,000 kilograms of origin source, but it must be auctioned with divine source of equivalent value. The hall was in an uproar again. Finally, the finale item, the dragon marrow, was presented. This was an exceptional divine item. Not only could it extend one's lifespan, but it could also assist in comprehending the Tao. There was a transparent jade bottle, and everything inside could be seen clearly. There were a total of 12 drops of dragon marrow, and they shone with divine splendor, illuminating the hall with purple light. The fragrance was intoxicating. Every drop was the size of a thumb, and they did not mix with each other. They were sparkling and translucent, and purple clouds flickered. It was as if purple energy had come from the east. The hall was enshrouded in mist, and the fragrance directly entered one's soul. 12 drops, and every drop had a starting price of 50,000 kilograms of origin source. It was a sky-high price that could scare people to death. Even the wealthiest person would feel the pinch. Only 12 drops, and the starting price is 1,200,000 kilograms of origin source. Why don't you just rob someone? Many people shouted that it was too expensive. Most importantly, they had to use divine source for the transaction, which stopped too many people. 1,300,000 kilograms of origin source. At that moment, Yifan spoke, his tone still not as determined as before. The hall instantly fell silent. Then, curses rang out. Itua, acting again. Too immoral. You guys play by yourselves. We are not bidding anymore. 1,300,000 kilograms of origin source going once, 1,300,000 kilograms of origin source going twice. Bang. The wooden hammer fell. Everyone was busy cursing, and no one competed. Yifan bought the dragon marrow with 1,300,000 kilograms of origin source and became the winner. The hall was silent, and then curses rang out. Everyone believed that this was just a prop, and they just did not manage to scam anyone this time. Itua, you guys are too greedy. If you don't want to auction, then forget it. Why do you have to do this? At the side, the person in charge of the auction house had tears streaming down his face. He was speechless. Just now, he had been extremely respectful to Yifan, but now he wanted to smack him to death with the sole of his shoe. F***ck, this was a bottle of dragon marrow. It was hard to find in the world. It was supposed to be the finale, and it would definitely be auctioned off at a sky-high price. In the end, this prop, who looked pleasing to the eye, had placed the lowest price on it. Ituo. Everyone in the auction hall cursed. The person in charge of the auction house wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He wanted to strangle Yifan to death. Originally, he had estimated that the winning bid would be more than 2 million kilograms of origin source. That was because it was not an inferior grade dragon marrow this time. 1 million kilograms of origin source definitely could not be won, and its value was immeasurable. While many people were cursing angrily, the person in charge of the auction house beat his chest and stamped his feet. He almost suffocated to death. When everyone in the hall had left and the place became quiet, Yifan paid the divine roots in the VIP booth and kept the bottle of purple dragon marrow. It was a pleasure working with you. I will come often in the future to support you. Don't you feel guilty? That is not an ordinary dragon marrow, and you placed it on the floor for 1,300,000 kilograms of origin source. The person in charge of the auction house was exasperated. Why else would I say that it was a pleasure working with me? I raised the prices of the first few treasures to such a high price, and you guys did not lose out at all. Just take the last item as my compensation. We are honest with everyone, and we never look for a prop. That will ruin our reputation. The person in charge of the auction house was furious. Isn't it just a bottle, not a cauldron? Do you know what dragon marrow that is? That is something dug out from the purple dragon ancestral root. Do you know how many people died for these 12 drops of divine liquid? That is an extremely dangerous place, and there are terrifying creatures guarding it. There are many experts who died. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat as he said, "Where did you dig it out?" There are ancient creatures guarding the dragon vein underground. Maybe we can work together. Tell me. What are you talking about? It has nothing to do with you. Hurry up and leave. I don't want to see you again. Old man, don't get angry. It won't cost me anything to tell you. I am very knowledgeable about mountains and rivers, and I might be of great help when the time comes. Hurry up and leave. In the end, Yi Fan was chased out by a group of old men. A few old auctioneers glared at him and listed him as the most unwelcome guest. Old man, you will invite me in the future. In this world, only I can help the big factions behind you. Yi Fan dawdled. Go, go, go. Don't let us see you again. Princess Yueling of the Julie Divine Dynasty has gone to invite experts. You little liar, hurry up and leave. Yi Fan was astonished. Princess Yueling of the Julie Divine Dynasty was the second most beautiful woman in the Central Plains. Her beauty shocked the world and she was extremely famous. Almost everyone in the younger generation knew of her. I wonder which experts she will invite. He rubbed his nose. This was the first time he had been chased out in such a sorry state. He turned around and left. Before long, Yi Fan left West Dam City and prepared to find a place to undergo his tribulation in seclusion. Damned Yin Yang sect. If you dare appear before me again, I will go to your lair to undergo tribulation and flatten your ancestral tombs. Yi Fan left West Dam City and walked toward a mountain range. He wanted to choose an uninhabited area to enter seclusion. You've finally come. We've been waiting for you for a long time. An indifferent voice as if everything was under control came over. You've delivered our purple dragon marrow. Another person taunted and laughed heartily. Around him, 7 figures appeared. It was Jin Qixiao's group. They appeared in 4 directions and surrounded him from afar. I think you've come to deliver the blue sky bell to me. I can't forget that bell, King. You're very enthusiastic, Yi Fan said. Jin Qixiao smiled and slowly shook his finger. You don't have any chance. Without a sound, an old man appeared in each of the 4 directions. They blocked the sky and trapped Yi Fan in the center. Unfortunately, you only won a bottle of dragon marrow. If you had won the Gemini King's letter as well, it would have been 2 earth-shattering gifts. One must be satisfied. The final item is the dragon marrow. It's a priceless divine item. We should be satisfied. Chapter 605. Jin Qixiao, the man in purple, and the others came to kill Yi Fan and take away the rare dragon marrow. They had nothing to fear. The purple dragon marrow is rare. This bottle of divine liquid is worth more than 2 million kilograms of origin source. You really came at the right time, knowing that we need it. One of them smiled faintly. There are 12 drops of divine liquid in total. It's not easy for the 7 of us to distribute them, another said casually. He had already treated Yi Fan as a meal on his plate. Jin Qixiao was unruffled. With his hands behind his back, he paced around slowly as if everything was under his control. He said, he might have other treasures on him. We can count them when the time comes. The man in purple beside him was calm and collected. He glanced at Yifan and said, take him down first. We'll decide later. Do you really think I'm a pushover that you can pinch as you please? Yifan sneered and walked forward, approaching them step by step. At this moment, he was not afraid of Jin Qishao and the others. He was only afraid of the four old men, who had surpassed the dragon transformation secret realm and were at the level of the great elders. There are 4 seniors here, and you still want to put up a stubborn resistance. You don't know the meaning of death. One of them sneered and shook his head. Jin Qishao and the man in purple retreated. They did not plan to fight him personally. They wanted the 4 great elders to kill him, so they were very cautious. This morning, when we met in that restaurant, we didn't know you were a cultivator. Now, let's bring up the topic again. If you help us, we can consider sparing your life. I don't trust people like you. It would be better if you cripple your own cultivation. If you want to live, you should first kowtow and beg for mercy. I like to see people give in. The 7 of them stood in the distance, calm and unperturbed. They spoke words of humiliation, standing on the mountain rock as they overlooked this place. A cold smile hung on the corners of their mouths. You guys are just saying it. You don't even have the courage to fight me, yet you want to invite these 4 old men. Yifan sneered, I think you should find a godfather or a god-grandfather no matter where you go in the future. One of them had a frosty expression as he said, I'll teach you a lesson in a bit. I'll make you kneel down and beg for mercy. Your life will be worse than death. Another person said in a sinister voice, you are just a person at the 3rd transformation of dragon transformation. Who here is weaker than you? It's just that they are too lazy to fight you. Yifan ignored him. Instead, he looked at the 4 old men and said, 4 brothers, are these 7 your grandchildren? One of them shook his head subconsciously, but he came to his senses in an instant. His face darkened as he said, you're just trying to be eloquent. Behind him, Jin Qishao and the others all had cold expressions. One of them said coldly, taking advantage of us, we'll make you kneel to death later. So, they have nothing to do with the 4 of you. Whose grandsons are they? Why isn't your grandfather here? Yifan said with a smile. The identities of the 7 were not ordinary. When had they ever been ridiculed like this? One of them stepped forward with a sinister gaze and said, I'll fight him. I want to personally take him as a slave. Why bother arguing with him? Just ask the 4 seniors to kill him. There's no need to stain our hands with his blood. Jin Qishao shook his head. It could be considered a tactful way of stopping them, afraid that something unexpected would happen. If I don't personally make him kneel, I'll always feel like I'm lacking something. I'll feel uncomfortable all over. As he spoke, he walked forward. In his palm, a golden trident appeared. Whoosh! The golden trident that was only an inch long enlarged in his hand, reaching a length of 3 meters. It was cold and gloomy. Golden divine light flowed, radiating brilliance in all directions. This was an ancient weapon that interweaved the laws of heaven and earth. As he held it in his hand, rays of murderous light swept over like a raging sea. Seniors, please step back. Let me personally take a slave. He strode forward, passing the 4 old men and entering the field. Yifan calmly stood there without saying anything. However, he was prepared to attack. It's not too late to kneel now. I'll spare your life. This was the young master of an extremely powerful and ancient clan in Northern Plains. His cultivation was at the 4th transformation of dragon transformation. Since you're courting death, I'll send you on your way. Yifan finally moved. His figure fluttered like an exiled immortal in the sky. He was agile yet swift to the extreme. Chi! This young master wielded the golden trident and forcefully slashed over. His surroundings were like a golden sea. It was resplendent and intense, and the murderous light shot out in all directions. Yifan's left hand transformed into a golden heavenly steel while his right hand transformed into a golden millstone. Symbols flickered on the surface as if there were two heavenly books engraved on it. Clang! Clang! Two ear-piercing sounds of metal colliding resounded. The golden divine steel and millstone collided with the golden precious weapon. Sparks flew in all directions, piercing through metal and cracking stone. The radiance of the trident dimmed for a moment. Two of the halberd blades were broken, leaving only the divine peak in the middle. The large halberd had turned into a golden spear. Behind him, everyone's expression changed. Yifan barehandedly broke a weapon interwoven with laws. Everyone was shocked, but it was too late to stop him. Swoosh! Yifan's speed was extremely fast. His right hand transformed into a golden millstone and slammed down. All kinds of symbols flickered on its surface. It was mysterious and unfathomable, as if it was explaining an ancient scripture. This young master turned pale with fright. He had never thought that a person's physical body would be so powerful that it could break his golden precious weapon's blade and get close to him. Bang! He had no choice but to quickly counterattack. He abandoned the spear that he could not wield at close range. While retreating, he used his hands to block the enemy and buy time for himself. Pfft! Unfortunately, just as he raised his hands, they were smashed by Yifan. Both his arms were broken inch by inch and turned into a large mist of blood. Bang! Yifan's left hand pressed down. This was a golden heavenly steel. Innate patterns flickered, densely packed and engraved on its surface. It pressed down with force. This young master cried out loudly. He couldn't block it at all. His body immediately became shorter, as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. He couldn't bear the heavy pressure and bent down. Putong! He couldn't block it at all. He was pressed down until he couldn't move at all. Both of his legs were almost broken. As soon as he went limp, he couldn't help but kneel on the ground. This was a humiliating position. Just now, he threatened to make Yifan kneel. In the end, he was forced to kneel after just a single exchange. This was even more unbearable than killing him. You want me to be your servant? Yifan's palm slammed down. The golden heavenly steel immediately turned this young master's head into a rotten watermelon. Then, he took the weapon that had become a golden spear and retreated. The young master's corpse was still kneeling there, but his head was already decayed. The people behind couldn't stop him in time. The four elders pounced over like tigers and wolves, activating ocean-like magical power to suppress him. However, they could only capture an afterimage. Yifan rushed out by a hair's breadth. Return my brother's life. In the distance, a young man's face was ashen. He produced a purple copper gourd. The moment the stopper was pulled out, it sucked in and swallowed everything. Yifan rushed over with the golden spear in hand. He seemed to have shrunk as he rushed into the gourd's mouth and was about to be sucked in. However, at this moment, his body suddenly shook violently. Like an azure dragon swinging its tail, he leapt up and quickly enlarged. The golden spear in his hand stabbed forward. Kacha! This golden spear pierced through the gourd's mouth and came out from the bottom. The divine peak couldn't be blocked, and the purple copper gourd shattered into several pieces. Pooh! After the golden spear pierced through the purple copper gourd, the spear's speed became even faster. Golden light flickered, and it immediately entered this person's chest. Bloody light gushed out. Ah! This male released a loud cry. His chest was penetrated from front to back. His internal organs were all ruptured, and even his soul was injured. Yifan stood on the battlefield like a demonic god. With the golden spear in one hand, he raised it up, and then with a forceful shake, a pu sounded. Blood splashed outwards, and this body broke into pieces, flying in all directions. Chunks of flesh and bones carried large amounts of blood as they fell. This person's soul was destroyed. The golden spear dripped with blood. Yifan's black hair scattered about. With the spear in hand, he walked forward with large steps without stopping. This is... Everyone was stupefied. Such methods were clean and efficient. It was terrifyingly frightening. Yifan pressed forward. With each step, the great earth trembled. It was as if a giant was moving. The golden spear in his hand was pointed towards the heavens. Blood flowed outwards, and his black hair fell down like a waterfall. He was like an ancient war god. Chi, chi, the sound of air shattering rang through the air. The four elders rushed over, and they once again activated their ocean-like magical power. Splendor pervaded the surroundings, drowning out the heaven and earth. They wanted to refine and suppress Yifan. However, what was left behind was only an afterimage. Yifan's speed was too fast. It was as if he was walking in the ancient past, separated from the present and unaffected by the current world. With the golden spear in hand, he crossed 100 zhang with a single step towards Jin Qishao and the others. His black hair danced about, and his murderous aura spread in all directions. He was like a deity that had broken free from his shackles and slaughtered his way out from hell. The remaining 5 young experts' expressions all changed. The other party leapt like a dragon, and a powerful aura surged over. Every single one of them had no choice but to do everything they could to resist. Ah! One of them cried out loudly. He had previously ridiculed Yifan for delivering the purple dragon origin to them. At this moment, he raised his heaven-gathering umbrella to block the air, protecting himself behind it. Whing! The void trembled violently, and like a rag in the astral winds, it continuously fluctuated. Yifan held the golden spear in his hand and treated it like a heavenly blade. Holding it with both hands, he chopped down vertically, bringing about a heaven-overflowing golden divine light that engulfed the great earth. Caw! Yifan brandished the golden spear downwards, and as easy as breaking dry weeds, it cut the heaven-gathering umbrella interwoven with natural laws into 2 halves. The cut was smooth and even. Ah! This young expert cried out loudly. A crack appeared between his brows, and blood gushed out. His eyes were filled with fear. Pfft! The golden spear in Yifan's hand was no different from a heavenly blade. It chopped down vertically, and at the same time as it finished cutting open the heaven-gathering umbrella, the spear point cut into this person's skull. Blood gushed out wildly. He forcefully chopped down, and the golden spear point was like a bolt of lightning, splitting this person's body into 2 extremely symmetrical halves. A large amount of blood gushed out, and the 2 halves of the body fell in different directions. Fear was written all over his face, and his eyes were filled with endless panic. Pang! The 2 halves of the corpse fell to the ground, and Yifan stood in the middle. His hair was as black as ink, and the golden spear in his hand was even more resplendent under the sunlight. Blood dripped down, and he stood there like a demonic god.